Falling for the Beast, written by Victorine E. Liskey, narrated by Karen Allers. Prologue. Thaddeus pounded on the door, fury sweeping through him, making him quiver. The teenage daughter answered, wide eyes staring at him. "I demand to see her. Get her at once." The daughter disappeared into the house. The old woman walked up to the door, her lips pinched together, her gray hair pulled tight. "Yes?" "Don't pretend you don't know why I'm back." "As I recall, you agreed to the terms." He clenched his fists. "But you tricked me, and I want it reversed." "You must know I can't do that." Thaddeus gritted his teeth and pounded on the doorframe, cracking the wood. He grabbed her shirt, pulling her to his face. "Find a way!" The old woman muttered something under her breath. It sounded like a different language. "What are you doing?" She continued speaking, her voice low and monotonous. A humming started in his ears and grew louder until it screeched. He let go of the woman and fell to his knees, hands over his ears. "Stop!" he yelled. His vision blurred. Pain filled his entire body. He tried to scream, but it came out a roar. His teeth, they were growing, sharpening. Gasping, he curled up on her porch and waited for it to end. The old woman stopped speaking and looked at him with disgust. "What have you done?" he whispered. "I have only cursed you to be what you already were inside." His energy sapped. He could barely get the words out. "What's that?" "A beast." Chapter 1. Arabelle Cox squirmed in the hard wooden chair, while the woman behind the desk frowned at her application. The nameplate read Gertrude Woolcott, Accelerated Employment Temp Agency, and it fit her perfectly. Thin as a cracker, with humongous red glasses perched on the end of her nose, with long red fingernails, Gertrude looked like an exotic bird. She sighed and put the papers on her desk. "You left the spot blank about where you worked previously." Arabelle looked down at her lap. "I've never had a job." Wow, she sounded pathetic. Who applied for their first job at age 25? She had to have broken a world record or something. "What have you done to support yourself?" How could she explain she'd been taking care of her sick father while taking online classes to earn her degree? There hadn't been time to work. Thankfully, her father's savings had provided enough for both of them. When he'd passed away 2 months ago, the little he had left had gone to cover his funeral expenses. Maybe she should stick to the simple answer, "I was in school." Gertrude raised her eyebrows and picked up the application. "I know my degree isn't listed, but I'm only a few classes away from my bachelor's," Arabelle stumbled to redeem herself. "I see. What kind of work are you hoping for?" Arabelle swallowed hard. Ever since she was a child, all she wanted to do was write. No, nothing respectable like news articles. She wanted to write paranormal novels. She doubted Accelerated Employment would have a job like that. "I'll take anything." Gertrude's long fingernails clicked on the keyboard as she stared at the screen. "Do you have any experience doing clerical work?" "No." "What about spreadsheets? Can you use Microsoft Excel?" Her heart sank. "I don't really know how to do spreadsheets." Gertrude clicked a few times, her frown returning. She shook her head, and Arabelle knew it wasn't good news. She wasn't qualified to do anything. Gertrude peered at her over her glasses. "Do you cook?" "A little." "Did heating up soup from a can count?" "I mean, I'm no chef, but I can cook basic meals." "What about cleaning?" Now that she could do. "Yes, I'm a very good housekeeper." The woman nodded. "I think I found something for you, but it's outside of Carson. Is that okay?" Carson was a city about 30 minutes away from their small town of Pleasant Hills. It would be an inconvenience, but she doubted she had the luxury to argue. "I'll take it." "Good. You'll be mostly cleaning and organizing for Mr. Thaddeus Walker. Some light cooking, light caregiving, pays $12 an hour. Perfect! Annabelle smiled. She'd been doing that very thing, only this time she'd get paid for it, and she had no qualms about taking care of an elderly man. Gertrude squinted at the screen. Wait, there's a problem. What? Gertrude shook her head and clicked her tongue. It's your age. Arabelle sat up straighter in her chair. I assure you, I have lots of experience. I've been the sole caretaker of my father for the past 9 years. I'm going to have to speak to my supervisor. Gertrude stood and briskly left the room. Arabelle folded her hands in her lap and closed her eyes. She needed this job. She'd already applied everywhere else in town. Silently, she pleaded for them to allow her to prove herself to the old man. A skinny young girl entered the room. She didn't look any older than Arabelle herself. She extended her hand. I'm Grace. I need to apologize. The position Gertrude offered you isn't available. Panic swelled in Arabelle. I swear I can do the job. Grace chewed a piece of gum and crossed her arms over her chest. I'm afraid the client is quite particular about who he wants us to send him. How about a trial run? Boy, was she screaming desperate or what? She knew she was grasping at straws, but what else could she do? If I can't do the job to his satisfaction, you can replace me. Grace tapped the desk, chewing on that blasted gum. Arabelle imagined her swelling up like Violet Beauregard in Willy Wonka and having to roll her out of the room. She forced herself not to laugh. Sometimes her imagination got the best of her. The last thing she needed to do was break out in giggles right now. Grace sighed. Well, we have had trouble filling this position. The last 3 we sent have all quit within a week. Oh, no. That was a huge red flag. What was she getting herself into? What kind of awful old man was he? It didn't matter. She had to pay her rent. She stood. I can do this. Grace frowned, then nodded. All right. We can put you in on a trial basis. We'll check with Mr. Walker in a week to see how things are going. She pulled out a business card and wrote on the back. Here's the address. You can start on Monday. Thaddeus Walker gripped the handlebars of his motorcycle. His leather gloves tightened against his hands. It had been 2 days since he last went out. His broken ribs still hurt when he moved, but they had healed enough. He slipped his helmet on, listening. He revved the engine before taking off down the long driveway. The brisk night air rushed past him. He pulled out onto the road, tall trees flying by as he continued down the hill. The thrill of the speed twisted his stomach and filled his veins with adrenaline. The full moon lit the way as he headed toward Carson. Toward what, he couldn't guess. It was different each night. Some nights he cruised the streets, finding no one and nothing happening. He would return home at sunrise, partially relieved. Other nights, well, it was those nights that left him in extreme pain. But he had no choice. He had to do it. It was the only way he'd found to keep the beast inside. Arabelle swallowed her nerves and got into her 1982 Volkswagen Rabbit. Come on, Bunny, she said under her breath as she cranked the key. The car grudgingly sprang to life. She caressed the dashboard. You know you love me. Her father bought the car for her at an auction when she was 16. It was love at first sight. Sure, the red paint had faded over the years and the convertible top wasn't in great condition, but it had personality. Much better than the newer cars that all looked the same. She dreaded the day when she'd have to give it up. The drive wasn't too bad with the radio on full blast. When she turned off the highway, the trees grew thicker, and she saw the appeal in living this far outside of town. It was beautiful and peaceful. She drove up the long driveway, staring at the huge home. This was what she was supposed to clean? No wonder he needed a full-time person. It was more a castle than a house. Made of gray stone, it was 2 stories tall and monstrous. She parked her car and got out. She could do this. All she had to do was clean and maybe cook a meal here or there. She'd be fine. As she walked closer, she imagined the creepy house from a series of unfortunate events. and she wondered if she was about to step into something dreadful. Was her story about to take a sinister turn? Shaking off the unwanted feelings, she knocked on the large wooden door. The seconds ticked by. Could he even hear her? She should have asked Bird Lady. She knocked louder. When no one answered, she almost gave up. But then she remembered there might be some caretaking included in the job. Maybe the old man was an invalid. He could be having trouble getting to the door. She knocked a third time, prepared to wait a while, but startled when the door opened a crack. "What do you want?" The gruff voice came from the darkness beyond the door. She could barely make out the shape of a man. "I'm Arabelle Cox. Accelerated Employment sent me. I'm here to be your new housekeeper." She gave him her best professional smile. "Go away," he growled. "I don't want you. They've sent the wrong person." He started to close the door, but she put her hand out to stop him. "I assure you, I can do the job." The man stepped closer. He wore a hoodie, the top down so far his face was completely in shadows. "No." The door once again moved to shut, and she did the only thing she could think of. She clasped her hands together and begged. "Please, my rent is due and I don't have anywhere else I can go. I've applied everywhere with no response. If you'd give me a chance, I know I could do the work." He hesitated, so she persisted. "I'll do whatever you tell me to do." An eternity stretched out as he considered her request. Finally, he turned away, leaving the door open. "Fine. You can start in the master bathroom upstairs." He shuffled down the entryway. She followed him inside, shutting the door behind her. He wore gray sweatpants to match his hoodie. "Thank you, Mr. Walker. You won't regret it." He made a grunting noise, but she ignored it. "There are cleaning supplies under the kitchen sink and in the cabinet in the master bathroom. Just do your job and leave me alone." He walked over to the recliner in the living room and eased himself down, grabbing at his stomach like it hurt to move. He lifted the footrest and leaned back. "I can help you." "No!" he shouted without turning, his voice echoing off the walls, and she cowered back. "Just clean." "Okay, Mr. Walker." She hurried up the steps to find the bathroom. When she entered, she could see why he needed a cleaning lady. Dirty towels lay on the floor and dried blood stained the sink. The toilet had a brown ring on the inside, and the room smelled musty. She sighed and got out the cleaning supplies from the cabinet. After an hour of scrubbing, she had the bathroom sparkling. Unsure of where to go next, she went downstairs to find the grumpy master of the house. Hopefully, he wouldn't bite her head off. As she entered the room, he spoke without turning his head. "Next, you can clean the kitchen. You can take a break for lunch, but don't come bother me." It was strange. He hadn't taken his hood off his head. She didn't even know what he looked like. "Okay," she said, making the best of the situation. At least he hadn't yelled at her this time. The bathroom had needed attention. But the kitchen was a disaster area. Dirty dishes piled up, stuck on food, making the job even harder. An unpleasant smell came from the sink, where she found a bowl filled with milk that was slowly turning into some science experiment. She held her breath and dumped the contents down the disposal while running the water. She washed the dishes and figured out where they went. She ate her lunch in the car, then continued to clean off the counters and mop the dirty floor. When she was done, she smiled at herself. There was no way he'd turn her away now. She'd made the place shine. She hadn't seen him get anything to eat while she'd been there, so she timidly entered the living room. He looked like he was asleep in his recliner, the television over the fireplace droning on. But when she started to back out, he stirred. She cleared her throat. "Do you want me to make you a sandwich before I leave, Mr. Walker?" "No," he said without turning. "You may go." He dismissed her with a wave. It was then that she noticed a white bandage wrapped around his hand, a bright red spot forming on the back. "You're bleeding." She ran and knelt to examine him. "Did you fall and cut your hand?" She picked up his bandaged fingers, only to have confusion flow through her. These were not the fingers of an old man. She peered up into his hooded face and gasped. Thaddeus Walker was young, maybe not even 30, Long dark hair hung in his face, and it looked like he hadn't shaved in a few weeks. Just below his right eye, a large jagged scar extended down his cheek, disappearing into his growing stubble. The rest of the skin on his face was littered with smaller white scars, as if he had fallen face first into a bowl of razor blades. The sight of it made her flinch. His bright green eyes burned with fury. He yanked his hand away from her. "Get out!" She fell backward and scrambled to her feet. "I'm sorry, Go!" he yelled, picking up the remote control and throwing it at the wall. It shattered, leaving a dent. She didn't have to be told again. She grabbed her purse and ran to the front door. Rushing out into the evening, she didn't bother to look back. Her heart pounded as she started her rabbit and drove down the hill toward the highway. It didn't matter how much she needed the money. She wasn't ever going back there. Thaddeus Walker was a beast. Chapter 2. Arabelle slammed the car door and walked on the concrete to her ground-floor apartment. The orange pumpkin lights the neighbor put out each Halloween cast an eerie glow on the sidewalk. She unlocked the door and flipped on the light. She half expected to see her father sitting at the kitchen table, working on the puzzle that she hadn't had the heart yet to clean up. "Almost done, Belle," he'd say, even if he'd just put the pieces out. She swallowed the lump in her throat as she tossed her purse and keys on the end table. She walked past the table and opened the refrigerator. Why was she looking in there? She wasn't even that hungry. Scanning the contents, but not really seeing anything, she couldn't quite get Thaddeus out of her head. He was cranky and rude, and quite possibly the most horrible person she'd ever met. She didn't want to ever go back. But what else would she do? She had begged them to give her the job, and she was going to quit after the first day? Accelerated employment would never give her another job if she did that. She exhaled and shut the door to the fridge. No matter what she did, she'd lose. Quitting would mean having to move out of her apartment and into where? But going back would mean facing that awful man. He was openly contemptuous. How could she work there day after day? She went into the living room and plopped down on the couch, exhaling. She picked up the book on her end table. Maybe pulling herself into a good story would make her forget about her horrible employer. Thaddeus tugged the bandage off and examined the wound. The back of his hand had been sliced from the pinky finger to his thumb. But now all that remained was a fresh scar. It didn't hurt, only an ugly reminder of who he was and what he'd done. He flexed his fingers and scowled. He should know better than to get involved in a knife fight. Should have let them stab each other to death. Nothing good ever came from getting involved with drunks with weapons. As he slipped into his jeans, thoughts of the girl came unbidden. He had expressly asked for no woman under the age of 50. How hard could that simple request be? Was it too much to ask? No matter. He'd been awful enough to her. She probably would never come back. The thought saddened him for a brief moment before he shoved it deep into his gut. He couldn't afford to be sad over it. He wouldn't let himself. He grabbed a clean t-shirt and pulled it on. His ribs didn't even ache anymore. The only plus to his situation. At least the pain didn't last long. He sprinted down the stairs and went into the kitchen and stopped. He'd never seen it so clean. All of the dirty dishes were washed and put away. The floor had been mopped. The girl had even put his fruit in a bowl and set it on the counter. It looked like a kitchen from a magazine. Figures. He finally found someone who wasn't afraid of a little work, and he had to go off on her like the monster he was. Just great. He blew out a breath. No matter. He didn't deserve her anyway. He reached up and pulled a bowl from the cupboard. She was pretty. More beautiful than most. Long, dark hair that cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Bright chocolate brown eyes. Wait, was he thinking about her again? She wasn't coming back. He'd been so mean. He'd had others quit for much less. Why torture himself over it? He'd never see her again, and that was for the best. Arabelle awoke early and couldn't get back to sleep, so she finally rolled out of bed and took a shower. Indecision plagued her. Should she call accelerated employment and quit? Or should she show up at Mr. Krabby's house at 9 o'clock? She wasn't sure what she was going to do, right up until the moment when she grabbed her keys and purse and headed out. Before she reached her car, she saw someone walking across the parking lot. Strutting, actually, like a peacock. She hid her head behind her purse and hoped he didn't see her. His name was Gavin, and he lived in the complex next to hers. Every time she saw him, he would make some annoying pass at her. He thought he was irresistible. She tried to be polite, but he was kind of a dumb brute, and maybe she needed to get more forceful. Gavin kept walking, and Arabelle was able to slip into her vehicle unnoticed. "Good morning," she said as she forced her car to wake up. Even it didn't want to go back there. As she drove to Carson, she mulled over what she would say to the man. Should she apologize or just show up and act like none of it had happened? Neither option felt right, but she leaned toward simply doing her job and not dwelling on his rudeness. The crisp autumn air felt good, and she cracked the window even more. The leaves were starting to turn beautiful fall colors, bright orange and red. Mr. Walker was lucky to live in such a wooded area. In a week or two, the whole forest surrounding his home would be brilliant. She pulled into his drive right at 9 and shut off her engine. The stone house seemed even more unwelcoming than it had the day before. She steeled herself and walked up to the door. He couldn't be any worse than he was yesterday, right? She knocked and took a step back. No one came to the door. "Mr. Walker?" she asked as she knocked again. "It's me, Arabelle." Still no answer. She strained to listen for footsteps or for any sound at all. Nothing. In the distance, she heard the quiet hum of a motorcycle. The noise grew louder and louder until she was sure it was coming up the long driveway. A second later, Thaddeus appeared. He rode his bike up to the house and cut the engine. A black helmet covered his face. He kicked the stand down and dismounted the motorcycle. He wore tight jeans and a leather jacket, and she wondered how she ever thought he was an old man. He pulled off his helmet and started up the walk, pausing when he noticed her car. He turned in her direction and she met his gaze. A cut above his left eye was oozing blood. He'd hurt himself again. For a brief moment he stared at her. Then he lowered his head and walked past her into the house without saying a word. She took that as consent to come in and followed him inside. "Where would you like me to start today?" He stopped, but didn't turn around. "Upstairs. Start in the back bedroom. There's a broom in the closet." He motioned with his hand, which was covered in blood. Too much blood to be from the cut on his head. He was bleeding somewhere else. She gaped at his hand, but didn't say anything. She had learned her lesson. "Okay." With shaky legs, she climbed the stairs. What was wrong with this man? What was he out doing, and why was he hurt again? Was he insane? She pulled the broom and dustpan out of the closet and went into the back room as he had suggested. The upstairs rooms were spacious and filled with antiques. The floors were hardwood, the dark kind that looked aged. She wondered when this house was built. The home felt like it had been passed down from generation to generation, with large paintings of stately people on the walls. Some of them appeared to be quite old, maybe brought over from another country. As she cleaned, she counted the rooms. 4 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. The master bedroom was obviously Thaddeus's room. His clothes were strewn about, but the bed didn't look like he'd slept in it for quite some time. Where did he usually sleep? In the recliner? One of the rooms upstairs was an office. What did he do for a living? Must be something he could do from home. But as messy as he left the other rooms in the house, his office was eerily neat. No papers were strewn about the room, nothing on the desk other than a computer monitor and keyboard. They looked brand new. She finished sweeping and returned the broom to the closet. After dusting all the upstairs rooms, she went into his bedroom and picked up his clothes and put them in the overflowing hamper. She grabbed it and lugged it down the steep stairs. She found the laundry room and started sorting the clothes. She imagined she was Cinderella, doing the work her evil stepmother forced upon her. It made her smile to think that someday she'd find a Prince Charming and leave this dreary life behind. Thaddeus appeared in the doorway. The cut on his forehead had been cleaned up, and he'd washed the blood from his hand. He glared at her. "Did I tell you to do the laundry?" Man, he was worse than an evil stepmother. She swallowed a retort and shook her head. "I'm sorry, I just thought—" "You're not here to think. You're here to do what I tell you." His words stung, and she blinked back the gathering tears. She would not cry in front of him, no matter how mean he was to her. She squared her shoulders and stared into his eyes. "What would you like me to do?" His gaze fell to the floor, and it almost looked like he was ashamed for how he had spoken to her. "You can make lunch." She nodded, swallowing the lump that had formed in her throat. "What would you like?" He turned his back to her. "Make whatever you want." When he was gone, she marched into the pantry and opened up the cupboards. After rummaging for a minute, she pulled out a container of kung pao noodles and sauce that boasted it could be ready in 2 minutes. She knew she could handle that. If he wanted anything fancy, he was out of luck. She made the meal and dished it out onto a plate. She set it on the dining room table with a fork and then went to find Mr. Walker. He was back in his recliner. "Your lunch is ready, sir." He nodded and attempted to right his chair, only it looked like he was in too much pain to move the lever. Her first thought was to rush to his side and help him, but she remembered the last time she'd done that and refrained. He used too much force and the footrest slammed down. He stood, winced, and walked to the table. After he was seated, she asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Water's fine," he said without looking up, that blasted hoodie covering his head again. "Sure," she said, turning toward the kitchen. When she set his glass down in front of him, he peered up at her. "You didn't make enough for yourself? What are you going to eat?" The question almost made her gape at him, and she forced herself not to look startled. "I was going to eat the lunch I brought, in my car." She motioned toward the door. "Well, bring it in here. Seems stupid to have you eat out in your car." He put his head back down. Was he really suggesting that they eat lunch together? What a ludicrous thought. But she couldn't refuse him. He might blow up again. "All right." Arabelle walked out to her car and grabbed her sack lunch from the cooler. This was going to be quite awkward. She placed the lunch on the other side of the table and sat down, her chair scraping the floor in loud protest. He nodded and picked up his fork. She guessed that he meant it was time to eat. She took the contents out of her sack and placed them on the table. 1 orange, a ham sandwich, a baggie with 2 Oreo cookies, and a juice pouch. Thaddeus stopped, his fork frozen in midair. "That's your lunch?" She bristled. "Yes." He set his fork down with a clank, and for a moment she thought he was going to yell at her. But instead, his shoulders started shaking, and she realized he was laughing. Soon his chuckles became audible, and she frowned. "What's so funny?" He pointed at her food with his bandaged hand, still shaking with laughter. "You eat like a 6-year-old, he managed to say. Her mouth fell open in shock. No words would come out at first. Was he making fun of her sack lunch? But soon his laughter filled the room and she couldn't help but smile. It was a little funny, she supposed, a grown woman drinking from a juice pouch. His mouth cracked into a huge grin, his laughter deep and contagious. As she stared at him, she realized he was a handsome man. Yes, he was covered in scars, but if she looked past them, she could see he was good-looking. "I needed something I could bring with me," she said, her own giggles coming out now. After Thaddeus stopped laughing, he said, "You don't have to bring a lunch. You can eat whatever I have." She sobered. This was the first semi-kind thing he had said to her. She stared at him, his gaze softening as he looked back. "Okay," she said, her shoulders relaxing. He gave her a small smile and then turned back to his food. She unwrapped her sandwich and took a bite. maybe working for him wasn't going to be as horrible as she had first thought. Chapter 3. Thaddeus sat back down on his recliner and glowered at the blank television screen. Why had he done that? Told the girl to bring her lunch in and eat with him. That had been his first mistake. No, he was wrong. His first mistake was letting her in the door at all. And now she was smiling and laughing. What a mess he was creating. He couldn't form any kind of relationship with her. He was crazy if he thought he could. She couldn't be anything more than just his housekeeper, and even that wasn't a good idea. He preferred the old ladies the agency sent. They couldn't see well and didn't care that much about his appearance. They didn't notice much. He reclined back and closed his eyes. He should have gone to sleep right after letting her in, instead of waiting to catch a glimpse of her. He knew better. Allowing her into his life would only complicate things. He had to keep a distance. Sleep finally took him, and when he awoke it was dark outside. He walked over to the window, confirming what he suspected. She was gone. Good. He probably should fire her tomorrow and call the agency to chew them out for sending her. Even as the thought formed in his head, he knew he wouldn't do it. He was already looking forward to seeing her again. Her laugh rang through his head, a happy sound. She had guts, and he liked that. She wasn't afraid to confront him, wasn't scared off by the way he'd yelled at her yesterday. Guilt cut through him, and he wished he could do yesterday over. He would control himself better. Unfortunately, self-control was not one of his strong suits. He climbed the stairs to shower and get ready for the night. An hour later, the wind whipped past him as he sped down the highway listening. A woman's scream tore through the quiet night, and he increased his speed. When he found her, she was lying unconscious in an alley. He looked for whoever might have done this to her, but no one else was in sight. Probably a mugger. Maybe she'd put up a fight. He knelt beside her to look at the damage and sucked in a breath. It was worse than he'd thought. Someone had beaten her until she was a bloody mess. Arabelle stood on Thaddeus's doorstep, waiting once again for him to answer. Was he even home? She peeked to the side of the house and saw his motorcycle. Yep, he was home. She pounded again. What was taking him so long? The door opened, and she froze. Thaddeus could barely stand. His leather jacket's hood was down, revealing a cracked lip and puffy purple bruises where his cheeks used to be. One eye was swollen shut. Dried blood covered most of his face. It looked like someone had beaten him with a baseball bat. She gasped and rushed to help him stand. What happened? Leave me alone, he mumbled, but it had no force to it. His one good eye rolled back into his head, and she struggled to keep him from falling over. Somehow she managed to get him over to the couch, and she eased him down onto it. Her heart pounded as she wondered what she should do. Who had done this to him? Did he get in a bar fight last night? Was that how he hurt himself before? She ran to the bathroom to get a wet cloth. What was going on? Who was hurting this man? She held the washcloth under cold water and then wrung it out. She rushed back into the living room and knelt down by the couch. He moaned as she wiped the blood from his face. Stop. His injuries looked worse as she tried to clean them. I think I need to take you to the hospital. His eyes flickered open and a panicked look crossed his face. No. But you're... I'll be fine. Stop interfering. He snatched the washcloth from her and pressed it to his split lip. If you can't just do your job, I'll find someone else. He closed his eyes again. She wanted to yell in frustration. Why was he so stubborn, and what was happening to him? She stood and turned on her heel. Fine, I'll leave you be. You can start with the laundry, he said, his voice muffled by the cloth. Seriously? She wanted to tell him where he could stuff his laundry, but remembering her rent, she bit that back. Instead, she clenched her hands into fists and walked out of the room. If he was going to be this way, there wasn't anything she could do about it. He was a callous, hostile man. Any pain he caused himself was his own business. She busied herself with the laundry, taking a lunch break around noon. As she ate, she thought about her employer. She could tell a lot about a person by what he had in his home. Thaddeus's home was filled with antiques, pieces passed down from generation to generation. They were carefully taken care of. Family paintings and portraits hung on the walls. He valued family, yet there were no recent photos of anyone, which told her he was alone in the world, like her. She stood, unable to keep with that train of thought. She needed to check on him. He was asleep on the couch. When the laundry was done and put away, she cleaned the windows. After finishing the second floor, she started in on the main floor. She crossed the living room and opened a door that had always been closed. She gasped. The walls were filled with books, hundreds of them, a library. She entered the room, touching the spines as she went. Some of the books looked to be quite old, and some of them were newer but still at least 10 years old. A worn chair sat by the window, and she imagined Thaddeus in here, sitting and reading. Her heart soared. She wondered if he would let her borrow a book. She saw several she wanted to read. She slid one out that had a well-worn spine. The cover was faded, but showed a man in the forest, a dark look in his eyes. Intrigued, she flipped the book and read the back. It looked like her kind of book, paranormal monsters, romance, and a bit of a mystery. She slid down into the chair and, without thinking, started reading. It was about 5 o'clock anyway, so he shouldn't mind. She allowed the story to take her away. The old grandfather clock in the living room chimed. Startled, she jumped up and looked at the clock. 7? Had she really been reading for 2 hours? Man, that was a good book. No wonder it looked like someone had read it a few thousand times. She placed the book on the table and went to check on Thaddeus. Still sleeping. Was he okay? Wasn't there something about not letting a person sleep too long after a head injury? She couldn't remember, but seeing him lying in the same position as he'd been in hours ago started a slow panic in her chest. She pulled out her phone and called up WebMD, reading everything she could about head injuries and concussions. This didn't look good. Sleeping too much was a sign that something was wrong. He really needed to go get checked out at the hospital, but she knew he would be livid if she even suggested it again. And she couldn't force him to go. The website said he should be watched to make sure he didn't start convulsing or throwing up. She chewed her fingernail. If she stayed the night, she could keep an eye on him, and if anything happened, she could call 911. Her skin prickled as she pulled a blanket from the closet. WebMD said she should try to wake him, but would he be mad? Probably. He might yell, but she couldn't leave him there alone. She needed to make sure he was okay. She crept back into the living room and covered him with the blanket. He didn't move. His long hair hung in his face, and he still clutched the washcloth from earlier. She gently removed the cloth from his hand and set it aside. "Mr. Walker?" When he didn't respond, she nudged his shoulder. "Mr. Walker, are you okay?" He moaned and rolled over. She exhaled a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. At least he responded. Plus, his face looked better. The bruises weren't so swollen. She went into the kitchen to get a glass of water and a straw. He probably was dehydrated. It took a little prodding, but finally he sipped some water from the glass, and she was satisfied. Glancing around the room, she wondered if he would mind if she camped out on his recliner for the night. It didn't matter. He was out of it, and it didn't look like he'd be up any time soon. She pulled another blanket out, grabbed the book from the library, and made herself comfortable. Thaddeus woke when the clock struck midnight. How long had he been asleep? His stomach growled, and he tossed the blanket off, moaning at the dull pain that stabbed through his head. Wait, where did the blanket come from? His gaze fell upon Arabelle, sleeping in his chair, and his heart thumped in his chest. He should wake her and chase her out, but his heart wouldn't let him. She looked so peaceful sleeping there, her dark hair spread out, her red lips. He walked into the kitchen. He didn't need to be thinking about her lips. It hurt to eat, but he forced himself to have a bowl of cereal. Then he showered and washed off the blood from last night. How out of it had he been? He didn't even remember getting home. At least he hadn't slept in the ditch like he did sometimes. But it worried him that Arabelle had seen him like that. As he dressed, he assessed his injuries. The bruises on his arms had healed. His face looked a lot better. His eye was no longer swollen shut, and his lip had started mending. Of course, he could already see the scar forming in its place. He toyed with the idea of not going out tonight, staying with Arabelle, to make sure she was okay. But guilt bubbled up in his chest, and he shrugged into his jacket. He was being self-indulgent. He slipped out into the night and mounted his motorcycle. He needed to forget about the girl. Chapter 4. Arabelle heard a motorcycle roar to life, and she jerked awake, her heart in overdrive. The motorcycle revved a couple of times. What was going on? Was someone stealing it? She stared at the couch in disbelief. The blanket lay on the floor in a heap. Thaddeus was gone. She ran to the window and saw Thaddeus speed off down the driveway. What did he think he was doing? He was in no shape to go out riding, and in the middle of the night? The clock read 1:30. Did he always go out riding at night? Was that why he was always asleep on the recliner? In a moment of haste, she grabbed her purse and ran out the door. Her heart pounded as she slid into her rabbit, the cool night air raising goosebumps along her flesh. What was she doing following him? That had to be a bad idea. Yet she started her engine and took off down the driveway. She wanted to see what he did at night, how he kept hurting himself. He was speeding down the street so fast it was hard to keep him in sight. Plus, she didn't want to follow too closely or he'd notice her. Her fingers hurt as she gripped the steering wheel, trying to keep his taillights from disappearing. The winding driveway could be dangerous if she went too fast. He turned onto the highway and she followed. Why was she doing this? He was a volatile man. It was possible he was going out drinking at night and getting into fights. It made sense. And yet she didn't think that was the answer. Something prompted her to dig deeper. She shook her head as she drove. Why was she following him? Maybe she wasn't thinking clearly due to lack of sleep. That must be it. Tomorrow, in the light of day, she would think herself foolish. He turned off the main road and onto a side street in Carson, and she slowed. It was too dark and too deserted. No other cars were on the road. She couldn't follow without him noticing. She continued past the turn, debating whether to try to find him again or go back in a few minutes hoping to see where he'd gone. After thinking about it, she decided she had to know what was happening to Thaddeus at night. She needed to interfere, even if he found her following him. He could yell all he wanted. She didn't care. She turned around and headed toward the side street. Her stomach clenched when she slowed to turn. The street lamps were few and far between. Dark houses on each side showed no sign of life. Where had he gone? The street continued past dark and silent homes. One porch light came on as she passed, and she slowed, straining to see if Thaddeus's motorcycle was parked outside the home. Nothing. No movement from within. The light must have a motion sensor. She passed by it, now worried she'd never find him. Intersections came and went, and she was unsure which one to take. 10 minutes later, the street she'd been following ended, and there was no sign of Thaddeus. He must have turned off somewhere. He hadn't come back. She would have seen him. The dark houses stood in a row, mocking her. She'd lost him. Frustrated, she flipped around and headed back to Thaddeus's house. If she couldn't follow him, at least she'd be able to find out how long he stayed out at night. She parked her car back in the same place and snuck back into his home, making herself comfortable on the recliner. She must have nodded off, because the noise of the front door opening was the next thing she heard. She tried to remain still, pretending to be asleep. His footsteps crept down the hall and grew louder, stopping by her chair. She didn't dare move. He stood by her for several moments, and she wondered how long she could stay perfectly still. He let out a sigh and left the room. She heard him climb the stairs, and then the noise of the upstairs shower turned on. She peeked at the clock. 7:30. What had he been doing? She stretched and rubbed her shoulders. Best to get up and do something. Breakfast sounded like a good idea. She folded her blanket and put it away in the closet. The refrigerator was not well stocked, but she found some bacon and eggs. She turned on a burner and started the bacon frying. She wasn't sure how he liked his eggs, but she figured scrambled was safe, so she grabbed a bowl and started beating. When she turned and found him standing in the doorway, she yelped, clutching her hand to her chest. "Didn't mean to startle you," he said. His leather jacket hoodie was up, but not low enough to hide his face, and his eyes smiled at her. It didn't quite reach his lips, though. Her mouth fell open and she gaped at him. "Your face." He turned away. "No, I mean," she set down the bowl and reached out, gently turning his face. Her fingertips tingled where she touched his skin. His eye was no longer swollen. His bruises were small and yellow, like the injuries had happened a week ago. His split lip had turned into a tiny scab. "You're almost healed. How?" It looked worse than it was. She must have had a skeptical look on her face because he added, "And I heal fast." Arabelle stared up into his eyes. They were mesmerizing, remarkably green. They could be colored contacts, but something told her they weren't. His words sunk in and she looked down, picking up his hand that had been bandaged. There wasn't even a scab. Several scars marred his skin, and she wasn't sure which had been his most recent injury. She touched the biggest one, extending from his thumb to his pinky. He pulled his hand away. Too many questions swirled around in her head, but she knew he would become angry if she asked them. She turned back to the bowl. "The eggs will be ready soon." She poured the mixture into the pan and it sizzled. He nodded and made a grunting sound as he walked into the dining room. She wanted to shout, "You're welcome," but refrained. She was being paid. It wasn't like she was doing him a favor. She served up the bacon and eggs on 2 plates and brought them to the table. She sat across from him again. Sitting beside him was too intimate somehow. He forked a pile of eggs and put them in his mouth. She watched him for approval. He nodded and kept eating. Was that all the thanks she would get? Oh, well, at least he didn't yell at her. She picked up her fork. After a few moments of silence, she couldn't stand it anymore. "Does it hurt?" He looked at her in surprise. "What?" "Your face." He shook his head and turned back to his plate. "Not anymore." She took a bite and chewed thoughtfully. "Do you have any family?" "No," he said, confirming her suspicions. "Must be lonely." "I like being alone," he said in almost a growl. "Why?" He glared at her. "It's quieter." Okay, then. She could take a hint. She concentrated on finishing her breakfast. When they were done eating, she cleared the table and washed the dishes. Thaddeus went into the living room and plopped down on the recliner. As she worked, she couldn't help but wonder what he had done last night. Where had he gone? Or had he spent the night racing his motorcycle down the quiet streets? And how did he keep hurting himself? She didn't see any new injuries this morning. Maybe that was a good sign. But why had his face healed so quickly? Chapter 5. Thaddeus tried to sleep on the recliner as Arabelle cleaned, but couldn't. He was too aware of her smell, her every move. He could hear her breathing, her heart beating. If he wanted to torture himself, he was doing a good job of it. Why had she stayed the night? The logical answer was that she'd been worried about him. But that couldn't be it, could it? He'd been rude to her. Worse than rude, he'd been awful. And yet she held compassion for him, had made him breakfast without asking, and when she touched his face, he'd felt an electricity he hadn't felt in a decade. She made him feel something, things he'd buried long ago. He listened to her lightly humming to herself. She probably didn't realize she was even doing it, and it made him smile. She had a happy disposition. He liked that. She brought a light into his home, a light that hadn't been in his life for quite a while. He scowled. Why was he thinking such things? It was stupid. He inhaled again. Her hair smelled of pear and clementine with a touch of honey. Her skin had a fresh soap scent. He suddenly realized why he could smell her so acutely. She'd spent the night in his recliner. Growling, he got up and went up to his room. Lying on his bed wasn't as comfortable because of his injuries, but he couldn't sit around and smell her all day. He dozed off for a while, but another smell woke him in the early afternoon. He got out of bed and wandered into the kitchen. Arabelle stood at the counter spreading mayonnaise on some bread. She glanced at him and smiled. "Thought you might like a sandwich." He leaned against the counter, not saying anything. Why was she being so nice? It's not like he deserved it. His stomach growled. She glanced at him through the corner of her eye. "Hungry?" He tried to suppress a smile but couldn't, and she grinned at him. She finished putting the sliced ham and cheese on the bread, then handed it to him on a plate. "Enjoy." He was enjoying. That was the problem. He took the sandwich and went into the dining room, scowling at himself. He was in trouble. Arabelle thought she'd seen a smile on his face, but he quickly turned back into a grump, eating his sandwich in silence and running away from her the first chance he got. He hid out in his room the rest of the day. She sighed. This job wasn't supposed to be fun. It was simply a way to pay the rent and save up for school. Who cared if her boss ignored her? It was better than yelling at her constantly. She finished her work and left without seeing him again. When she got home, Gavin was hanging around the parking lot. She decided to park on the street to avoid him. Her apartment was cold when she entered, and she turned up the heat. The next morning, when Thaddeus let her in, she reviewed him for more injuries, but didn't see anything. She was relieved. Maybe things were going to settle down. "Where would you like me to start today?" she asked. "The music room," he said, motioning down the hallway. He plopped down on the couch and closed his eyes. She went down the hall and found a lovely room with a baby grand piano that looked to be as old as the other furniture in the house, but the wood was polished and she could see her reflection in it. 2 ancient couches and a matching chair sat against the wall, so the person playing could have an audience. The piano sat on a rug, but the hardwood flooring around the piano needed sweeping. Dust bunnies flew as she used the broom. After the floor, she dusted the lamps and the end tables. Then she started on the adjoining room, which was an empty ballroom. It may have been empty, but the room was stunning. A huge chandelier hung from the ceiling. The stained glass windows let in a beautiful soft light, and the flooring had an ornate wooden inlay pattern that she loved. She swept the floor and dusted the crystal sconces on the wall. When she was done, she didn't see Thaddeus on his recliner and figured he must be upstairs in his bedroom. Not wanting to disturb him, she entered the library with the duster and started cleaning the shelves. It soon became apparent that the duster wouldn't do the job, and she ended up taking the books off and wiping the shelves down with a damp cloth. She hadn't gotten halfway before Thaddeus walked in and folded his arms, a scowl on his face. Before he could say anything, she blurted, "I know you didn't tell me to clean in here. It's just, I hate to see books sit around in so much dust." The glare softened. "It's okay." He glanced around the room. "You're right. It was dusty in here." He walked over to a shelf and pulled out a book, a look of reverence on his face she hadn't seen before. "You like to read?" she asked, hoping he wouldn't yell at her for prying. He slipped the book back in its place. "I used to." She continued to slowly wipe the shelf, amazed that he was talking to her. "Not anymore?" A sadness filled his eyes, and he shook his head, turning toward the window. The action made her feel like he was shutting her out again. She felt the urge to say something to bring him back. "I love to read. Paranormal mostly. I love a good vampire or ghost story, although sometimes I read fantasy." She was babbling, but she didn't care. He looked at her and raised an eyebrow. "I used to curl up on my couch and read an entire book without getting up to eat. My father would tease me that I'd waste away if he let me go to the library too often." Thaddeus regarded her for a moment before sitting in the chair. "This used to be my sanctuary." "From what?" she asked quietly. He shrugged, not answering. That was all she was going to get. "Someday I hope to be a writer," she said, trying to draw more out of him. "Someday? Why not today?" "Well, I don't even have my degree yet." She looked down to the wooden floor. "I've been taking online classes, but with my financial situation, I've had to put school on pause while I work." A look crossed Thaddeus's face. "Writers write. It's what they do. Doesn't matter if you finish school." He stood from the chair and started crossing the room. She stared at him, her mouth open. Who was he to say that? He knew nothing of her life, of her struggles to get her degree. And if he dismissed it without so much as a thought? "I was taking classes to better myself and my writing," she said, trying not to sound snippy. He stopped by the door, not turning around. "You want to be a better writer? Then write." She pressed her lips together to stop herself from saying anything rude. It wasn't like she hadn't ever written anything. She had. Granted, it had been years, but she really wanted to focus on school first, and he had no business butting in. "You can make lunch," he said before disappearing into the other room. She wanted to follow after him, tell him he was wrong. But she sat there instead, heat creeping up her neck. Of all the nerve, what did he know about it anyway? She would start writing when she was ready, and she wasn't ready yet. He wouldn't understand because he wasn't a writer. She swiped the damp cloth over the shelf she was working on. He could wait until she was done if he wanted lunch. He was a jerk. A knock on the front door sounded and she froze. Who could be here? She got the impression Thaddeus wasn't the social type. She set her cloth down and crept over to the doorway. Maybe she could see who was there. Thaddeus answered the door, speaking in a voice too low for her to hear. A woman's voice answered. They conversed for a moment, and then he stepped back. Whoever it was, he'd let her in. Chapter 6. Arabelle almost fell over trying to catch a glimpse of the mysterious woman who stood talking to Thaddeus. He was standing in the way, so she couldn't see anything except for some blonde hair. When he didn't move, she decided it was silly for her to be peeking into the other room like a child. She was a grown woman who could go talk to another grown woman if she wanted to. She straightened her back and walked into the living room. As she approached, Thaddeus pointed at her. "This is Arabelle." The woman smiled warmly. She looked to be in her late 50s with platinum blonde hair and laugh lines. She was much shorter than Thaddeus, and he towered over her. "Nice to meet you," she said. "I'm Evelyn. I come by every Friday." She held 2 reusable bags stuffed full of groceries, and Arabelle took one from her. "Let me help you with these." "Thank you." Evelyn walked toward the kitchen, Arabelle followed, and Thaddeus stayed behind. When they were out of earshot, she casually asked, "So you shop for Mr. Walker?" Evelyn nodded and set her sack down on the counter. "I pick up the essentials. He doesn't like to go out." Intensely curious, Arabelle grabbed a loaf of bread and slid it into place on the shelf. "How long have you known him?" "Almost all his life." Jackpot. She'd found someone who could shed some light on this mystery man she was working for. Evelyn eyed Arabelle suspiciously. "You're much younger than his usual hires." The agency said they've been having trouble filling this position. I'm here on a trial run." Ah. The suspicion changed into scrutiny for a brief moment before Evelyn turned back to putting away the groceries. The silence was killing Arabelle. After a minute, she couldn't stand it anymore. "What happened to him?" she blurted. Evelyn frowned and lowered her voice. "An accident. He doesn't like to talk about it. It took his father's life. And left him like this." She pointed to the other room with her chin. "He's a good man, just a little rough around the edges." Arabelle didn't want to start talking about how rough around the edges he was. She was still upset about the way he'd spoken to her about her writing, but she was too curious about him to stop asking questions. "What's he do at night, on his motorcycle?" Surprise widened Evelyn's eyes before she could hide it. She picked up a can of beans and turned away from Arabelle to put it in the cupboard. "I wouldn't know." That was an obvious lie, and it frustrated her. This woman knew something and wouldn't tell her. "Who hurts him?" she asked, determined to get to the bottom of whatever was happening. Evelyn froze and slowly turned around. "It is best if we don't speak of some things." "Why?" she whispered. "Is he doing something illegal?" The woman's gaze softened, and she patted Arabelle on the hand. "No, of course not." "Then what's going on?" "He has suffered much since his father's death. He deserves our kindness." Evelyn folded up one of the bags and put it under the crook of her arm. "He's a private man. If I were you, I'd keep your questions to yourself." Evelyn picked up the other bag and turned to leave. "Wait," Arabelle said, stopping Evelyn. "Can't you tell me anything?" She shook her head. "No, I'm sorry. He doesn't want me to say anything, and it's best not to make him angry." Something flashed in her eyes. Was it fear? She disappeared around the corner. Arabelle heard her speak briefly to Thaddeus, then leave. Frustration welled in Arabelle. What was going on around here? He wouldn't harm anyone, would he? She thought about his temper, the way he'd seemed to lose control. Maybe Evelyn was right. Maybe it was best not to anger him. Maybe he was dangerous. Before she could think about it, Thaddeus appeared in the doorway, and her heart beat wildly in her chest. He stood there, studying her. She tried to think of something to say to him. What would you like me to make for lunch?" Her voice sounded funny, but she couldn't help it. He raised an eyebrow and folded his arms across his chest. "Up to you." It was hard to think with him standing there, staring at her. A cold chill worked its way down her spine. She turned to the sink, mostly to catch her breath without him seeing how he was affecting her. "I could make sandwiches again." His footsteps sounded as he crossed the kitchen and stopped behind her. He was close enough she swore she could feel the heat from him radiating onto her back. "Are you okay?" he asked, his deep voice just a whisper behind her. She swallowed and clutched the edge of the sink. "I'm fine." From the corner of her eye, she saw him reach out, as if he wanted to touch her shoulder, and she stiffened. He hesitated and then drew his hand back. Then he was gone. She turned to see she was alone in the kitchen, wondering if she'd imagined him there all along. She took a shaky breath and pulled out the lunch meat, lettuce, tomato, and mayonnaise. Why was she so afraid? She needed to get a grip. If she acted fearful of him, he'd surely notice. The sandwiches didn't take long to make. She added chips and a pickle spear to the plates and set them on the table. Before calling him to lunch, she brought out 2 glasses and filled them with chilled water from the refrigerator. Thaddeus entered the room before she had a chance to call him. He pulled out his chair and sat down. He was frowning, and she wondered if she'd upset him. She set the glasses down and sat opposite him. "I hope water's okay." He nodded and picked up his food, not saying anything else. They ate in silence. She tried not to look at him, not to notice how easily he could overpower her if he wanted to. His leather jacket didn't do much to hide his muscles. Even his hands were muscular beneath the scars. If he wanted to, he could. She swallowed a bite and shook her head. No, he hadn't touched her this entire week. What made her think he was capable of harming her? Because of Evelyn? She barely knew the woman. As she ate, she watched him. He was angry, but she didn't get the feeling he was capable of hurting her. In fact, there was something gentle about him. Maybe it was the way his eyes carried compassion, or the way he would look at her when he thought she wasn't paying attention. She imagined him as a misunderstood character, like the Phantom of the Opera, hiding his face from the world, finding only cruelty there. But the Phantom did kill people, so maybe that wasn't such a great comparison. The Grinch? That might work. Grouchy until someone was kind to him. Maybe if she showed Thaddeus some kindness, he wouldn't act so mean. When he was finished eating, he picked up his plate and glass and went into the kitchen. She stared at him, not sure she'd ever seen him clean up after himself. "I'm going upstairs," he said as he came back into the room. "You can finish cleaning the library and then be done for the day. Don't come back until Monday." After he'd left the room, she sat there and stared at the potato chips left on her plate. He was agitated, but she wasn't sure what she had done to upset him. She and Evelyn had spoken so quietly he couldn't have overheard, and she didn't think he was mad over her cleaning the library. She sighed, washed the dishes, and finished dusting the library. He didn't come down, and she left without saying anything else to him. Thaddeus stood at his bedroom window and watched Arabelle walk across the circular driveway and climb into her car. Sleep had evaded him again, so he was left to stew about the situation he had allowed to happen. The girl was asking too many questions, noticing too much. He needed to fire her. Should have done it already, but didn't have the courage. She was too beautiful, too intelligent, and too much a reminder of things he couldn't have. He let the curtain drop. He knew what he had to do. Arabelle turned on the oven and pulled out the frozen lasagna she had planned to make last night. It was meant for 2 people. She'd purchased it before her father had passed, but hadn't had a chance to make it. She couldn't keep shoving it to the back of the freezer. Even if she had to save the leftovers, she needed to make it. Her throat grew scratchy, and she swallowed and pulled her sweater tighter around her. Her father had gotten sick when she was a senior in high school. The doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong, and within a year he had lost his job and was struggling to get out of bed in the morning. She put off going to college, thinking if they could do a few more tests, they could figure it out and cure him. That hadn't worked. 1 year became 2, and then 3. She enrolled in online classes so she could work toward her degree and still take care of him. She picked up one of the puzzle pieces scattered on the table and stared at it. Her father loved working jigsaw puzzles. He'd spread one out on the table and work on it for weeks. Kept his mind sharp, he'd say. Then, when he'd finally get it done, he'd pack it all up and put it back in the box. She always complained that he didn't leave it together for a while so they could enjoy the pretty picture. He would smile and say that the challenge was the fun part, and he was ready for another challenge. She stared at the puzzle until she was able to put a piece in place. Emotions swelled in her throat, and she blinked back tears. She missed him so much. When the lasagna was done, she scooped her portion out onto a plate and went into the living room to eat. She set the plate down on the coffee table and flipped on the television, scanning the channels for something to watch. After supper, Arabelle cleaned up her dishes and went to bed. The weekend was going to be her chance to catch up on the latest Mackenzie Nicholas novel, Paranormal Romance with Suspense. She couldn't wait to crack the spine. She turned on her bedside lamp and snuggled against the pillows, but as she read, she couldn't stop thinking about what Thaddeus had said to her. "Writer's right. That's what they do." Once again, the annoyance stirred in her. He didn't know anything about it. Why did his words make her upset? Was there any truth to them? She balked at the idea. Was she not a writer after all? Of course she was. That was what she wanted to do since she finished reading the Narnia Chronicles when she was 8 years old. She hadn't wanted the story to end. She thought of ways she could write more books in the same world and knew that someday she would create a world of her own, a world that others would want to live in as much as she wanted to live in Narnia. Shutting the book, she frowned. The words wouldn't stick in her head. Maybe she would try reading more tomorrow. She slipped the book onto the nightstand and clicked off her light. Chapter 7. The weekend seemed to stretch on forever. Thaddeus couldn't sleep during the day, and at night he was driven to the streets. But even while he sped down the lifeless dark highways, he couldn't get Arabelle out of his head. All he wanted to do was see her again. No, not just see her. He wanted to pull her into his arms and hold her close, taste her sweet lips, drink her in and never let her go. By Sunday afternoon, he was more than anxious to see her again. It clawed at him from the inside, making him regret ever opening the door for her. He pulled out his leather-bound journal. He'd been writing in it since he was young and had no one else he could talk to. It gave him a sense of peace to be able to share his thoughts on the pages. He spilled all his conflicting feelings about Arabelle. After he slid his journal back in the drawer, he scrubbed his hand over his face and looked out the window once again. The large oak tree in the front of his house flapped its dying leaves in the October breeze. A squirrel ran across the lawn. He pulled the heavy curtain shut and sat on his bed. Every time he got near his recliner, her smell overpowered him, reminding him of who he was now. Not human. A monster. He couldn't keep seeing her. It was driving him crazy. He picked up his cell and dialed the employment service. No one was there on a Sunday, but he didn't feel like talking to anyone anyway. When the answering machine came on, he said, "This is Thaddeus Walker. It's not working out with the girl you sent. Find her another job. I want a new housekeeper. Please, stick to the original agreement." He hung up the call and threw his cell phone across the room, denting the wall and shattering the phone. This was his fault, and he would have to live with the consequences. Arabelle quickly stepped out of the shower and ran the towel over her skin before plugging in the hairdryer. She was late and didn't have time to put on makeup. She didn't even have time to fully dry her hair. She rushed to throw on some clothes before stepping into her fake leather boots, grabbing her purse, and heading out to her car. As she walked across the sidewalk to her parking space, she noticed someone leaning up against her rabbit. Gavin. Ugh. What was he doing waiting for her? He gave her a smile which was more of a leer. "Hey, babe, where are you off to this morning?" He folded his beefy arms across his chest. "I have a job and I'm late. Sorry." She started to worm her way past him, but he moved so she couldn't get to her door. "Oh, want to come over Wednesday? The boys and I are having a Halloween party. It'll be epic." He stretched out the word epic and made a movement with his hands, suggesting something big. "Sorry, I can't." She took a step closer, thinking he would get the hint and move out of the way. But instead, he took it as an invitation to pull her close, his hands around her waist. "Why not, dollface?" His breath smelled of cigarette smoke and stale beer, and she jerked away from him. "Gavin, stop it! You know I'm not your girlfriend." "You're beautiful. We'd be good together." "I don't think so." "Loosen up." He moved to snake his arm around her again, but she stepped back. She held up her purse. "I have pepper spray in here. I don't want to use it on you." Lie. 2 lies, actually. She didn't have any, but she would love to spray some on him. He held up his hands in surrender motion. "Whoa, chill. I just thought you might want to have some Halloween fun. That's all." He backed away from her. "Like I said, I can't." She opened her car door and slid into the driver's seat, locking the door after her. Gavin pointed at her, his gaze penetrating. "Next time, then." "Sure," she said under her breath, "when I wake up and we're in an alternate universe." She sped out of the parking lot, her hands shaking. He'd never grabbed at her like that before. Sure, he was annoying, but this bordered on something more sinister. She'd have to be more careful around him. She checked the clock. 8:45. If she topped the speed limit a little, she wouldn't be too late. Maybe Thaddeus wouldn't notice. She was pulling into his driveway when her cell phone rang, and she glanced down to see who was calling. Accelerated employment. What did they want? She stopped the car in her usual spot and picked up her phone. Hello? Ms. Cox, this is Grace with Accelerated Employment. I'm sorry to tell you the trial run has not gone very well. Mr. Walker would like to sever the relationship. We don't have anything else at this time, but if you call in a couple of weeks, we might be able to find you something else. Arabelle couldn't believe what she was hearing. What? I'm sorry, things didn't work out. He had fired her, and he didn't even have the courage to say it to her face? Heat crept up her neck, and she thanked Grace and hung up the phone. If Thaddeus Walker thought he could get rid of her like that, he was wrong. She stormed out of her car and pounded on his door. "Open up! I know you're in there!" she yelled, eyeballing his motorcycle. When he didn't answer the door, she pounded again. "I can't believe you! I did everything you asked! I put up with your horrible attitude, I cleaned and cooked for you, I did my job well. You have no reason to fire me!" The rustling of the leaves was her only answer. She took several steps back and looked up at the cold stone home. The sunlight glinted off the upstairs window. Had the curtain moved? Was he up there looking at her? "Come down here and tell me to my face that you're firing me!" Somewhere in the distance, a bird chirped its lively song as she waited. She blinked and stared at the door. She was going bonkers, acting like a spoiled child. Why was she even fighting for this job? He treated her badly, and it was just a stupid cleaning job anyway. But there was nothing else available in Pleasant Hills. She'd have to start applying for jobs in Carson. She'd probably get stuck working at Walmart. The thought made her frown. With one last-ditch effort, she called up to him. "Are you that much of a coward? You have to have someone else do your dirty work? Can't you look me in the eye while you're taking away my only source of income?" The house sat so still. She wondered if she had imagined the curtain moving. Maybe he was asleep in his recliner. She fought off the urge to shake her fist at his house. He probably wasn't even aware she was there. Stupid. She climbed back into her car and started the engine. Now what was she supposed to do? She had no job, no prospects, and no money. She stepped on the accelerator. "Come on, Bunny. We know when we're not wanted." The trees blurred as she sped down the winding road to the highway, letting her anger fuel her speed. Thaddeus Walker could rot for all she cared. He was a selfish, mean man. How could she ever have fantasized about kissing him? She was delusional. He would always be alone, an angry man, bitter over whatever had happened in his past. A deer stepped out of the trees onto the road, its eyes trained on her. She startled and swerved, slamming on her brakes. She couldn't hit a deer. She couldn't bear the thought of killing an animal like that. The car caught some loose gravel and she slid, screaming. The deer shot off into the woods. A terrible crunching of metal sounded as her rabbit careened into a tree. Pain flashed through her head as she collided with the windshield. An eerie stillness settled in as she lay over the steering wheel in an awkward and painful way. Her head throbbed and her chest felt like it was on fire. The car sat at an unnatural angle, but she couldn't lift her head to look at the damage. Warm blood trickled down her face. She was going to die. The thought didn't alarm her as much as she had expected. The pain would stop, and she would be at peace. She could see her father again. A low purring noise interrupted her thoughts, and she listened as it grew louder, but her brain couldn't connect the sound to reality. She closed her eyes as the sound stopped, and other noises took its place. A loud grinding of metal sounded, and then a crash. "Arabelle!" His low voice was almost a growl, and she knew it immediately. Thaddeus. She couldn't answer him, although she tried. Her lips wouldn't move. He cursed, and she felt him lift her, and then her world went black. Chapter 8. Thaddeus swore under his breath as he carried Arabelle up the hill. Was his life doomed to repeat itself? Was he forever going to watch in agony as the people he dared to care about were torn from his life? Why did fate have to take Arabelle too? He walked faster, willing her to stay alive for a few more minutes. He couldn't do what he needed to do until he was in his home. Arabelle had to live, even if it meant giving up all his secrets. He reached his door and carried her to the living room, gently laying her on the rug. He placed his hands on her forehead, and warmth flowed out of him. Intense pain tore through him, and he screamed, but forced himself to continue. He'd never tried to heal anyone with such extensive injuries before. Her skull was smashed in, and her lungs had been punctured. He wasn't sure he would live through it. As Arabelle awoke, she became aware of the heat coursing through her skull, over her shoulders, and down into her chest. It wasn't uncomfortably hot. It was more like a radiating warmth that started at the top of her head and moved down, like someone pouring warm water over her. The sensation lightened, and tingles started taking the place of the warmth. She felt a pressure on her forehead. Unsure of what was happening, Arabelle stayed still. Was she in the hospital? Or was this what dying felt like? No, she wasn't dying. The pain was gone, but she was fully aware of her body, aware of someone else with her. He screamed, a primal kind of sound, and she knew who it was. Thaddeus. The pressure eased, and she suddenly felt drowsy, too sleepy to stay awake. Her consciousness faded, and she passed out. When she was once again aware of herself, she blinked, trying to remember what had happened. It was dim, too dark to be daytime. Had she slept all day? She slowly sat up, the car crash coming back to her. Her hand flew to her head, but she felt no injury, no scabs, nothing. Only the crusty feeling of dried blood. Her chest was fine as well. She looked around, wondering where she was. And then she saw him. Thaddeus lay on the floor, beside her in a pool of blood. She stifled a scream and put her hand on his shoulder. "Thaddeus? What happened?" A jagged gash across his forehead oozed blood. The top of his skull was bashed in, as if he had been the one driving without his seatbelt. She would have thought he was dead, except his shoulders moved slightly up and down as he took in a breath. The facts swirled around in her head. She'd been in a terrible accident and hit the windshield, yet she had no injuries. Her shirt was soaked in blood, though. Thaddeus had come for her. She remembered hearing him. Why did he look like he'd been the one in the accident? Unless... had he somehow healed her? And if so, had he taken her injuries upon himself? How could that be? And yet, here he was in front of her. She was whole, and he was... Fear ignited in her chest. What had she done? How could she have been so stupid? It had been careless to drive without her seatbelt, and even stupider to be going so fast. And now look at what the consequences were. Thaddeus had healed her, but at what cost? Why had he done it? She was the hired help. He should have left her. But he didn't. A wave of compassion filled her. He'd put himself through this for her. She had no idea what to do for him. She couldn't call an ambulance. He was, well, she didn't know what he was, but he wasn't human. She remembered how he'd reacted when she'd mentioned the hospital last time, and now she knew why. It wasn't an option. She'd witnessed him heal extraordinarily fast. Would he heal from this as well? It didn't look like it was possible, and yet she would think it impossible that he was even alive. His shoulders rose again with another breath, and she stood, not wanting to sit there and stare at him. Unsure of what else to do, she grabbed a washcloth and cleaned up the blood from his face. then cleaned the floor. She didn't want to move him, nor did she think herself capable. So she carefully slid a pillow under his head and covered him with the woolen blanket from the closet. Then she curled up on the floor beside him and prayed he would heal. Every hour she checked him, cleaned up more blood, gave him sips of water from a glass, and made sure his injuries didn't look infected. In the early hours of the morning, she fell asleep beside him. The next time she awoke, the sun was up. She turned to find his eyes open, and he was staring at her. "Thaddeus!" She scrambled to sit up. His skull looked normal again, and she gasped. "Are you okay?" She reached out to touch his head, and he grabbed her wrist. "Don't." The harshness of his voice startled her, and she shrank back from him. He released her wrist, the severity fading from his eyes. "It's not healed yet." He tried to roll over, and pain flashed across his face. "Don't move," she said. "I'll get you whatever you need." He shook his head almost imperceptibly. "I don't need anything." "Then rest." He closed his eyes, but she knew he wasn't asleep. She watched him breathing for a few moments. As she pondered what she was going to say to him, a hint of a smile played on his lips. "You snore," he said. "What?" Embarrassment heated her cheeks. "I do not." He chuckled and then winced at the pain. "Stop it! You'll hurt yourself." He sighed and threaded his fingers, placing them on his stomach. Her back hurt from sleeping on the floor, and she stretched. "Can you eat?" "Not hungry." She curled her legs under her. "Mind if I eat breakfast?" His eyes opened. "Please do." She busied herself in the kitchen, making herself a bowl of cereal, and then cleaning up the dishes he'd dirtied over the weekend. She checked on him again, but he looked to be asleep. That was good, right? He seemed to heal faster when he slept. She crept upstairs and showered to get the grunge from yesterday off her. She put her jeans back on, but borrowed one of his hooded sweatshirts to replace her bloody sweater. After lunch, she walked down the road to check on her rabbit. It was further than she'd thought, and the wind whipped through the sweatshirt, making her wish she'd also borrowed his coat. As she approached, she could see the back end of her car sticking up from the ditch. The driver's side door was gone, and she stared at the gaping hole. How had... She searched and found the door several yards from the crash site. It appeared as if he'd ripped it off with his bare hands and tossed it into the woods. The thought startled her and sent a new wave of apprehension through her. Several feet from her car, she found his motorcycle, discarded. She climbed into the car to retrieve her purse and found her car keys dangling from the ignition. An odd sensation filled her as she looked at the crumpled front end and the spider-like webs that cracked the windshield. She touched the cloth seat, and a sense of loss enveloped her. Why was she blinking back tears? It was just a car. She shouldn't feel so emotional over a car, yet she couldn't help it. Bunny was gone. She removed the keys and put them in her purse, along with her other personal belongings. She tried to walk the motorcycle up the hill, but it was too heavy for her, so she left it. She didn't know how to ride a motorcycle, nor did she want to try. When she got back, she found Thaddeus awake again. He didn't move, but his gaze followed her as she entered the house. "Well, poor Bunny is toast," she said, hoping to get some conversation out of him. A quizzical look crossed his face. "Bunny?" "My car," she blew out a breath. "She's a goner." "You named your rabbit Bunny?" Seemed appropriate. She sat down beside him, cross-legged. A single chuckle escaped him, and he closed his eyes. "Nice shirt." She grinned. "Thanks. Thought it looked good on me." "It does," he said without opening his eyes. She waited for him to say something else. The seconds ticked on, and he finally looked back at her. "You have questions?" "Yes." She picked at a loose strand of thread at the edge of the rug. How could she start? "I can't answer them," he said matter-of-factly. Her mouth fell open. "That is so not fair. You can't possibly expect me to—" She stopped when she saw him silently laughing. Oh, not funny. You don't know how bad I want to pull that pillow out from under your head and smack you with it. He sobered. Please don't. She flipped her hair over her shoulder. Okay, I won't. After a moment, he said, All right, ask them. Staring down at the rug, she wasn't sure what to say. Maybe she should start with a simple one. How did you know I had the accident? I heard it, he said softly. She wasn't expecting that answer. You have superhuman hearing? He frowned. More like an animal. He peered up at her, assessing her reaction. She smoothed out her features, careful not to seem like it mattered to her. I see. And how did I get in here? I carried you. She had figured that's what had happened, and she nodded. And how? She pointed to her head, and then to his. He looked away. That's more complicated. Of course it was. What did she expect? She tentatively reached out and picked up his hand, the one with the diagonal scar. He didn't pull it away. You got this scar from healing someone? He was silent for a moment. Yes. She traced the marred skin lightly with her finger. And the others? The same way? All of them. It hurts you. It wasn't a question this time, but he answered it softly anyway. Yes. Then why do you do it? He frowned and pulled his hand away from her. I think we're done with the questions. I've upset you. He scrubbed his hand over his stubble, took in a deep breath and exhaled. It's not you. I just don't have an uncomplicated answer. Arabelle wanted to reach out to him again, touch the jagged scar on his face. Tell him he was beautiful, even with the scars. Maybe even because of the scars. But she didn't know how to say it, so she leaned back on her hands. Are you hungry? A small smile lifted his lips. Yeah. Good. I'll make us some soup. She stood. Make or heat up. A full grin appeared. Oh, you're making fun of my cooking now. He chuckled. What you do isn't cooking. Look who's talking. You're the one who hired someone else to make your food. She huffed and stepped over him on her way to the kitchen. She heard him quietly laughing as she opened the pantry and took out a can of chicken noodle soup. It didn't take long to heat it in the saucepan. She poured it into 2 bowls and brought it into the living room on a tray. Thaddeus grunted and rolled over on his side. Hey, take it easy, she said, kneeling beside him. I feel better, he insisted, sitting up. The wince on his face contradicted his words. He leaned against the leather couch. You need to take care of yourself. I don't want to have to— I'll be fine, he said, interrupting her. He pointed to the bowls. Eat. She picked up her bowl and dug the spoon in. He shot her a half grin and did the same. As she ate, she studied his face, wondering how many people he'd healed over the years. Did he remember how he acquired each scar? How long had he been doing this? Was this all he did? Sleep during the day and heal people at night? He drew his eyebrows together in a scowl. Don't look at me like that. His anger surprised her. Like what? Like I'm some kind of hero. He said the word like it tasted bad. That's not what I am. She swallowed the last spoonful while keeping a steady eye on him. Then what are you? His gaze faltered, and he set his bowl down. A beast. Chapter 9. Thaddeus watched her eyes widen, her cheeks grow flushed. She shook her head vehemently. You're not! How could he make her understand? He wasn't what she thought, and as soon as she found out the truth, she would leave. He fought to gain control of his emotions. You don't understand. Then tell me. Her eyes held sincerity, and it tore him up inside. She would not be looking at him that way if she knew what he'd done. Yet he couldn't keep it from her. Not now that she knew what he could do. She needed to know what else he was capable of. She touched his hand, and he resisted the urge to withdraw it. He would tell her, but not now. Later. I'm tired. She nodded. Of course. Do you want me to help you to the recliner? No, he said a little too quickly. I'll be fine on the couch. Then I'll help you. No, he said, holding up his hand. She looked stricken, and he softened his voice. Thank you. I'm fine. He eased himself up on the seat to show her he had healed enough to do it himself. She picked up the dirty dishes as he adjusted the pillow and made himself comfortable. By the time she came back in the room, he was genuinely tired. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, it was dusk. He listened to her for a while doing some cleaning in the other room. Then she walked into the living room. He held still, hoping she'd think he was asleep. She sighed and plopped down on the floor next to the couch. He could feel her gaze burning into the back of his head. He rolled over and peered at her. Did you want something? Just checking on you. You mean watching me sleep? She wrinkled her nose. More like watching you pretending to be asleep. Oops, busted. He raised his eyebrows. Didn't work, huh? No, not really. What gave me away? Probably the way you stiffened when I walked into the room, like you were hoping I'd turn back around and walk out. He could see the hurt in her eyes. Guilt made his chest tighten. Arabelle. No, it's okay. I understand. You don't want to talk to me. She looked down at the floor and picked at some lint. It's not that. He sat up, cringing when pain flashed through his head. Once the pain stopped, he patted the seat next to him. Come on. She got up off the floor and sank down into the couch next to him. What could he say to her? He couldn't explain how his growing feelings for her were making him crazy, or how he wasn't sure he could trust himself around her. And he couldn't tell her that after this, she would have to leave and never come back. He exhaled. I've never let anyone in on this before. It's not easy for me. She stared down at her hands, fiddling with them. No one knows? Well, Evelyn, but she's different. He couldn't explain how. Evelyn was like a mother to him. I have to get used to it. Used to talking about me. About anything, really. It's okay. I won't push you. She looked up into his eyes. He saw the sincerity in her mesmerizing gaze. They sat in silence for a moment before she spoke again. I've been wondering about all these paintings. Are they all your ancestors? He smiled, relieved to be talking about something else. Yes, my grandfather came here from France. He brought most of the paintings. There's a family Bible in the library that has the family line traced back to royalty. He waved his hand. I never really got into researching it. That's kind of cool, though, right? Makes you feel like you belong to something bigger than you. He shrugged. I guess it's just that. She looked up at him. What? My father and I weren't exactly close, if you know what I mean. That was an understatement. He'd hated his father most of his life. I'm sorry. It's okay, water under the bridge. She reached out and took his hand, almost tentatively, and squeezed it. The touch of her skin sent his heart into overdrive. He needed to get away from her. He squeezed her hand and then pulled away. Arabelle's lips pulled down into a frown. Evelyn says your father died in an accident. That must have been difficult. She had no idea. Yes. Did you have any other family? No, it's just me. Sadness filled her eyes. I know how you feel. My father passed away a couple of months ago. He was all I had. And now? Her voice trailed off, and tears filled her eyes. He suddenly felt like a jerk, being so obsessed with his own circumstances, not even once considering Arabelle might be going through something difficult. He put his arm around her and pulled her close. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. She buried her face in his chest and let out a choking sob. He rubbed her back, soaking in the feeling of her in his arms. She sniffed and pulled back, wiping at her eyes. "Sorry, I don't mean to be a crybaby. It's still fresh, you know?" "I understand." The pain she held in her gaze made his heart ache. He wanted to take it away like he had her injuries, but that was beyond his power. He brushed off a tear with the back of his fingers. "My mother left when I was in grade school. It was only me and Pops, but he never made me feel like I was missing out. He was there for every softball game. He came to my school plays and always supported me. I never felt like I was less than the other kids." "Sounds like a wonderful man." So different from his own father, who hadn't bothered to take off work for anything his son did, not even for his high school graduation. It was only high school, after all. He was. She laid her head down on his shoulder. He knew she was simply finding consolation in him, and he couldn't take it as anything more. But the electricity coursed through him just the same. Her heart beat loudly in his ears, and her smell intoxicated him. For a small moment, he allowed himself the luxury of holding her, lightly caressing the skin on her arm. Tomorrow, he would tell her the truth, and she would fear him. But today, he would sit and let himself enjoy being with her. Warmth flooded through Arabelle as she snuggled up against Thaddeus. He called himself a beast. It broke her heart. She knew he wasn't what he thought. He helped people, saved them. She wished he could see himself the way she did. He wasn't perfect. She knew that. He snapped at people. But she got the feeling he was curt with her because he was pushing her away. He didn't want her to know his secret. He was used to pushing people away. What she had seen in him over the last 24 hours was different. He'd taken upon himself incredible pain for her. She would have died if it weren't for him. And now, here he was, consoling her. He cared about her. A monster wouldn't do that. A soft snoring noise came from him, and she pulled back to look at him. His head was back against the couch, his eyes closed. She should let him sleep. She looked at his long eyelashes resting on his cheeks. Was he getting more handsome? She didn't want to leave his side, but it was getting late. She stared at his face for another moment before leaning closer and gently kissing his cheek. The wind whistled outside, making the windows rattle. It was getting chilly. She gently guided him until his head hit the pillow and covered him with the blanket. She walked over to the fireplace and opened the flue. She found a box of matches lying on the mantel. She picked up a log and placed it in the ashes. Then she crumpled up a newspaper and lit the match. Thank goodness she'd spent a few winter breaks at her friend's cabin, or she wouldn't have known the first thing about starting a fire. Thaddeus slept, and she felt comfortable enough after his healing that she wandered into the library and perused the books. She'd finished the other one earlier today. There were so many to choose from, she had a hard time deciding. Finally, she picked one that had a bloody knife on the front and settled in the living room recliner to relax. She read until her eyelids grew too heavy, and she couldn't hold the book any longer. Sunlight streamed in the window when she awoke, and she looked over at Thaddeus. The couch was empty. The kitchen was empty as well, and she almost panicked until she heard the shower turn on upstairs. He felt well enough to clean himself up. That had to be a good sign, right? She started breakfast in the kitchen. When he came downstairs, he was sporting another hoodie, but he'd kept the hood down this time. The cut across his forehead was mostly healed. Only a small scab remained. She smiled at him and flipped the pancake she was cooking. "You're looking better." He leaned against the counter beside her. "Almost myself again." She gave him a sidelong glance. "You had me worried." He frowned. "You should not worry for me, Belle." The familiar nickname pricked at her heart. She scooped up the pancake with the spatula and put it in the stack. "My father used to call me Belle." She blinked back the gathering moisture in her eyes. He put his hand on her back, consoling her. She turned and slid her arms around him, breathing in the smell of him. He pulled her closer, and her heart raced. Sorry, I won't call you that if it bothers you, he whispered, his cheek against her hair. It's okay, really, she managed to say. I don't mind. I like it. You sure it's okay? Yes. He released her, and she instantly missed his strong arms around her. What was wrong with her? All she wanted to do was stay in his embrace. She turned back to the stove and poured out the last of the batter, getting better control of herself. He opened a cupboard and pulled out the maple syrup. Breakfast smells good. Thanks. After they were sitting at the table, she decided to try to get more answers. He was opening up to her, and she was hoping he would continue to do so. Can I ask you another question? He looked at her warily, but slowly nodded, lifting a forkful of pancake to his mouth. Have you always been able to heal others? He swallowed and didn't meet her gaze. No. She waited to see if he would expand on that, but he didn't. He did, however, eat with gusto. You've gotten your appetite back. These are good. I thought you couldn't cook. His lips curled into a smile. She ducked her head. I found a mix. Just add water. He laughed, the deep sound reverberating through her. Figures. Still good, though. He put another forkful in his mouth. She held off on the questions for a while, finishing her breakfast. When he looked like he was about to get up, she blurted, Did you pull my car door off? His gaze dropped. It wouldn't open. He hadn't denied it, but he hadn't said yes either. So you yanked it off? I had to get you out. He wasn't admitting to it directly, and frustration welled in her. You have superhuman strength. He stood suddenly, his chair scraping the hardwood floor and then toppling over. No, he said, his voice raised. Not superhuman, not human at all. His green eyes held fury, and he stormed out of the room. Arabelle ran after him, grabbing his arm and forcing him to face her. You're not a monster! You don't know what I am, what I've done. His eyes burned. She matched his intense gaze. Then tell me. No. He pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. I can't. Why not? Because you'll hate me. I have no idea why I would hate— I killed a man, he interrupted. The anger melted from his face and guilt replaced it. He swallowed and took a step back from her. I'm a murderer. She couldn't believe his words, didn't want to believe them. This man before her was a healer, the kind of person who would put himself through pain to lessen someone else's. He was not a killer. She blinked and swallowed, unsure of what to believe. She needed to know, needed to hear him say it. What happened? Defeat filled his face, and his shoulders slumped. All right, I'll tell you. Everything. Chapter 10. Thaddeus pulled his leather jacket down from the coat hook and handed it to her. Let's go for a walk. She slipped the coat on, an expression on her face that he couldn't read. He wished mind reading was one of the powers he'd been given. He led her around the house to the pathway into the woods. Dried leaves covered the simple dirt path. I used to come out here and play as a child. It's beautiful, she said, gazing up at the trees, bright with fall colors. It's secluded. He shoved his hands in his pockets and started walking. She stayed by his side. He wasn't sure where to start, so he began at the beginning. My mother died in childbirth. I never knew her. Growing up without a mother must have been hard for you. Sweet Arabelle, always thinking of others. It was. I grew up in solitude much of the time. My father did the best he could, but I didn't have much structure at home. He was gone a lot and gave me whatever I wanted. I don't want to blame him, because he doesn't deserve that, but it fed into my narcissistic personality. I became a hostile and selfish teenager, and then a jaded and egotistical man. Arabelle walked alongside him, her boots crunching on the fallen leaves. She listened intently. I started seeing a woman named Serena. She was as self-indulgent as I was. She liked the lifestyle I could offer her, With the family wealth at my disposal, we spent mostly the weekends partying. We were young, and nothing bad could touch us. That is, until we both got high and I got behind the wheel of her Lamborghini. Arabelle sucked in a breath and looked up at him. "You had an accident?" He nodded. "I hit a steel lamppost going 85. She glanced at the scar on his face. "Is that how—" "No, I walked away without a scratch. Serena died with the impact." Arabelle put her hand on his arm. "I'm sorry." "I wish that were the end of the story," he said. "My father had spoken of an old woman who lived near town. It was rumored she could do things." Her eyes widened. "Heal people?" "Yes. I was egotistical enough to think I could take Serena's lifeless body to her and force the old woman to heal her. I didn't want to own up to my own mistake. I wanted to cover it up. I showed up on her doorstep with Serena's body in my arms, demanding she help me." He closed his eyes, remembering that hot summer night. He was covered in Serena's blood. He carried her to the door much like he'd carried Arabelle the other day. But that time he'd been arrogant, belligerent. The old woman took one look at her and said Serena was dead and there was nothing she could do. But I didn't want to accept that. I demanded she do something. Anything to heal Serena. They came to a fork in the path, and he motioned for her to take the right side. The old woman said the only thing that would restore Serena was an ancient spell laced with darkness. She warned me about serious consequences for using that kind of magic, but I insisted. She asked me if I was willing to let someone else die in Serena's place. I gladly accepted those terms, thinking I would get out of any punishment if my mistake could be erased. I didn't care about some person I didn't know dying. I reasoned that people die every day. He looked down to see if Arabelle was appalled by his actions, but she was simply listening, her face unreadable. He continued. The spell was cast, and Serena awoke. She was furious with me for ruining her clothes and her car. She told me never to call her again. I wasn't upset. I was relieved. I had avoided punishment. I had no regrets as I walked home that night. I knew what I was going to say to my father to get him to pay for Serena's Lamborghini. I was cocky and happy I'd gotten what I wanted. They came to a small bridge and he stepped on the wooden planks, then leaned on the railing, looking down at the tiny river snaking its way underneath him. When I got home, I saw him lying on the floor. He'd had a massive heart attack. He had no pulse. Arabelle blinked, her face stricken. "He was the one who took her place," she whispered. "Yes. And instead of feeling regret, I was filled with fury. I felt I'd been tricked. I went back to the old woman and demanded she fix it. I wanted no consequences for my actions. Instead of fixing what she'd done, she cursed me." Arabelle looked confused, so he went on. "She said I was an overindulgent monster and cursed me to become what I was. She took away my humanity, turned me into a beast with the strength of 10 men. He couldn't make himself tell her all of it. It was too humiliating. He left the worst of it out and continued. She knew I wouldn't be able to control it, so she gave me the power to heal, to take away what I was going to do to people, and take it upon myself." Arabelle took his hand. "But you don't—" "Hurt people?" he finished for her, pulling back his hand and turning away so she wouldn't see the scowl on his face. "Yes, I do. At least I did. I couldn't control myself. I was full of rage and used to getting whatever I wanted. I ended up hurting a lot of people." She ran a finger along the rail, across the peeling red paint. "You healed them, though, right?" He wished he were as altruistic as she thought. His actions had been appalling, but he had to tell her. She had to see him for what he was. "No, I didn't care who I hurt. Not until the night I took a life." He started back across the bridge, back the way they had come, and Arabelle hurried to catch up. "How did it happen?" His footsteps came faster now, as if he could outrun his past, leave behind everything he'd done, become a new person. But he couldn't. "I was out drinking. Seems like I did that a lot. As I left the bar, I heard a woman scream. I turned to see a man pulling her across the parking lot toward his car. My rage took over. I freed the woman and—" He couldn't finish. He couldn't tell Arabelle that he'd transformed into a beast and unleashed his animalistic fury on the man. "He died," she said for him, her strides long to match his. "Yes. And once I realized what I'd done, I tried to heal him, tried to take it back. But it was too late." "You might have saved that woman's life." He glowered at her. "Or they could have been horsing around. I was drunk, Belle. I wasn't in control." "So ever since then, you've made it your personal mission to take everyone's hurt upon yourself, punishing yourself for what you did." Her words angered him, but he couldn't deny it. He didn't say anything. There wasn't anything to say. She grabbed his arm, forcing him to stop and look at her. "Thaddeus, you are not the same person you were. Why do you keep doing this to yourself?" "Because this is who I am. Don't you see? I can't live a normal life. I can't be a boyfriend, a husband, a father. I must forever be this." He jerked away from her, frustrated that he had to say it out loud. "A monster!" They walked in silence for a while, winding their way back to his home, his prison. As they stepped into the clearing, Arabelle pointed toward the garden wall. "What's back there?" He was glad for the change of subject. "My mother's garden." "Can I see it?" "Sure." He led her to the gate, covered in vines, and slid the metal closure open. She gasped as they entered. The garden was horribly overgrown in some areas and completely dead in others. A path led them through the trees and bushes. A stone fountain sat in the middle. A child forever pouring her pitcher, now empty. "This must have been beautiful at one time." He nodded. "It was my mother's sanctuary. Father hired a gardener to keep up with it after she died, but it hasn't had attention in years." "She liked to garden?" "Father said she would spend hours out here." He pointed to the rose bushes. The flowers dried and wilted. The roses were her favorites. She pointed to a bush. "Look!" A single red rose clung to the top, the one spot of color in the lifeless garden. He walked to it and picked it, then handed it to her. "You might as well enjoy it while it lasts." She fingered the delicate flower. As she twisted the stem, a thorn pricked her finger, and she jerked away. A drop of blood formed on her fingertip. Thaddeus took her finger, slowly wiping away the blood and healing the puncture. She stared down at his finger, watching the tiny wound open up. "You didn't have to do that." "I know," he said. Her gaze lifted to his. "What can you do to break the old woman's curse?" He let out a mirthless laugh. "This isn't a fairy tale. There is no breaking the curse." He turned his back on her. "And that's why you must leave." "Wait, what?" He opened the gate and let himself out. Didn't she see? He was not boyfriend material. It would never work. "You have to leave," he repeated, controlling his voice, making sure he didn't yell at her, but keeping it firm. "But I don't understand." She closed the gate and followed him around the house. "I thought—" He rounded on her, clenching his fists. "You thought what? That we could ignore the situation? That we could pretend nothing is wrong?" Her eyes narrowed. "Why are you putting words into my mouth?" "I'm not. You finally open up to me and tell me about your past, and now you're shoving me away?" Her anger surprised him, and he took a step back. "No, You're afraid someone's going to find out about you. You know I wouldn't tell anyone. You're afraid of letting another person into your life. You want to shove everyone away so you can live here, alone, wrapped up in your misery." She gave him a fierce look, fire in her eyes. She brushed past him and into the house. "Belle," he said, but she'd already gone. He stared at the door, unsure of what to do. She was right about all of it. He didn't want to let her in, didn't want to watch her figure out exactly who he was and what he was capable of, didn't want to see her turn away in fear. He raked a hand through his hair. Things had gone too far. He needed to break all ties with her, right now. He marched inside to do that, but the moment he saw her standing at the window, her back to him, his resolve crumbled. He approached her, and when she didn't turn to him, he put his hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry." She spun around, brushing his hand off her. "Why are you constantly pushing me away? When I feel like we're finally opening up to each other, you shove me back." He let his shoulders fall. How could he tell her the truth? That he was afraid she would hate him in the end. That he didn't want to watch her hero worship fall away and turn into something else. His gut clenched, and he felt sick to his stomach. He didn't know what to say, so he pulled her close. She rested her head on his chest. "Please don't turn me away." He didn't want to. He wanted to let her in, but he would hurt her in the end. He knew it. His life was too complicated. She wouldn't understand. But he no longer wanted to insist she leave. He wanted to hold her close, protect her. Maybe if he tried hard enough. He pressed his lips to the top of her head. "I won't." Chapter 11. Arabelle squeezed her eyes shut and held Thaddeus close. She didn't know what to say, so she stayed silent, allowing the moment to stretch on. Would he really let her stay in his life? Would he continue to open up to her? She wanted nothing more than to look up into his eyes and press her lips to his. But she couldn't. She would scare him off for sure if she did that. "I didn't mean to hurt you," he said, his voice husky. She pulled back to look at him. "I'm not hurt. I'm confused. I thought we were friends." He slowly nodded. "You're right. We are." "Good. Then that's settled." That was as good as she was going to get right now. She nodded and changed the subject. "I'm going to need a tow truck." "I called this morning. It's taken care of." "Where are they going to tow it?" "Probably the junkyard." His eyes apologized. She sighed and rubbed her forehead. "Yeah, I'm sure that's where it needs to be." Poor Bunny. And how was she going to pay for another car? She didn't have any savings. "We can search online for another car." What else could she do? She'd have to finance a car. Okay. She twisted her fingers and stared at her fingernails. "I'm going to need a shower and a change of clothes." "I can take you home." She lifted an eyebrow. "On your motorcycle?" "Of course." His lips twitched, hiding a smile. "Isn't it still down the hill?" "I brought it up this morning." She'd never ridden on a motorcycle before, and the thought of riding one alone scared her. But the thought of being close to him, holding on to him, was appealing. "You got it." "Are you ready now?" he asked. She nodded and followed him outside. The wind had picked up a bit, and she was glad he'd given her his leather jacket. He straddled his bike, slipped on his helmet, and handed her one. After she'd put it on, he motioned for her to get on behind him. She lifted her leg over and grabbed him around the waist. It was like she had her arms around a steel pole. A pole with abs and warmth. Good heavens. He started the motorcycle and kicked the stand up. "Hang on," a grin in his voice. And then he took off. She squealed as the bottom dropped out of her stomach. Her grip on his middle tightened. "Show off," she said under her breath. He sped up, the trees flying by in a blur. She buried her face in his back and closed her eyes, the motion filling her with butterflies on steroids. She could tell why he liked this. It was thrilling. A bit dangerous, but that added to the excitement. They arrived at her apartment in 20 minutes. She refrained from scolding him about speeding. She couldn't deny she liked the speed. He parked the motorcycle and dismounted, taking off his helmet and flipping up his hood to cover his face in one fluid movement. He was like a cat. Stealthy. Sexy. Man, she needed to stop thinking like that. She pulled her helmet off and walked him past her neighbor's Halloween decorations. They entered her apartment. She turned to him, unsure if he was staying or not. "Thank you for the ride." He glanced around the small living room. "Cozy." She laughed. "That's one word for it." An awkwardness settled in, and she shifted her weight. "Would you like to stay for a while?" He seemed like he was debating it, but then nodded. "Okay." "Make yourself comfortable." She didn't wait for him to say anything else. She went into her bedroom and closed the door. A quick shower and clean clothes, and she felt like a new person. She tossed his sweatshirt in the dirty laundry bin. Her stomach flipped as she blew her hair dry. Why was she so excited he was at her apartment? It wasn't like he was her boyfriend or anything. If he had his way, they'd go their separate ways and never see each other again. An incredible smell wafted in from the other room. She found Thaddeus in the kitchen, checking something in the oven, and he grinned at her when she entered. "Thought I'd make us some food." She eyed the cookie sheet. "What is that? It smells delicious." "Ham and cheese croissant rolls, something I made up." "You made that? From scratch?" She didn't try to hide her surprise. He grinned a little smugly. "I used your pre-made croissants. I added the deli ham and some shredded cheese, then rolled them up." "You can cook?" "Yes." "Then why hire someone?" His smile disappeared, and he didn't answer for a minute. "Sometimes I'm in too much pain." Oh. Guilt pummeled her, and she blinked. It had been callous of her to ask that. "Sorry." His green eyes met her gaze. "Don't be. You still don't understand my life." She swallowed. Maybe he was right. Maybe she was being naive. He'd been through more than she could even imagine. "But you will," he said, a sadness in his eyes. And then he lightened the mood with a smile. "Are you hungry?" "Starving." He glanced at the table. Arabelle's cheeks heated. "Sorry, my father was working on a puzzle, and I haven't had the heart to put it away." "That's okay." "Can we eat in the living room?" "Sure." She took down 2 plates from the cupboard. He used a spatula to dish out his ham and cheese rolls. Then they took their plates to the couch. The croissants were heavenly, and she moaned as she chewed. "This is so good. Where did you learn to cook?" He half shrugged, his cheeks turning pink. "I had a lot of time on my hands growing up and a billion cookbooks in the library." "You learned how to do this from cookbooks?" He tried to hide a smile and failed. "I liked to read, and I was bored a lot. At least it's a good skill to have." "Can't argue with that." She bit into another one. After they'd finished eating, she took the dishes to the sink and rinsed them. Thaddeus stood by the kitchen table, gazing at the puzzle. "Mind if I—" He let the question fall off. "Go ahead." Her heart squeezed. She'd worked on the puzzle a little, but only with half effort. He pulled out a chair and sat, concentrating. She joined him. He picked up the box lid to study the completed picture, and then picked up a piece and fit it into place. His gaze connected with hers. "You miss him?" Emotion choked her. "Yes." He picked up another piece. They worked in silence for a while, Thaddeus seeming to understand her need to finish the puzzle instead of simply putting it away. The scene on the puzzle was a cottage home, lush greenery on the outside, and a charming front porch swing. Her father enjoyed all kinds of puzzles, but his favorites were always the photographs taken outdoors. She studied the pieces in front of her, every once in a while looking over at Thaddeus. He seemed content. "Do you mind if I ask you another question?" He didn't look up at her, but his shoulders tensed. "Go ahead." "You said you heard me get into the crash. How far away can you hear? Like right now, what can you hear?" He frowned a little, but indulged her curiosity. "I can hear your neighbors talking. The woman above you is trying to finish her son's Halloween costume." "Can you hear beyond my apartment building?" His eyes glanced up at the ceiling. "Yes. 2 or 3 blocks away, there's a traffic light. I can hear the cars. And up the road, there's a Starbucks. But I knew that because of the scent." He had super hearing and super smelling. She tried not to act like it was a big deal. He didn't like it when she admired what he could do. "And you use these to find people to heal?" He nodded, studying the puzzle as if he weren't paying attention. But she knew he was very much paying attention to everything. What helps you more, the hearing or the ability to smell? Both, but it's the scent of blood that usually leads me to an accident or a victim. He glanced at her, a measured look on his face. I see. And how far away can you smell blood? A good mile. He fit another piece in, going back to looking nonchalant. Can you heal anything? Cancer? No illnesses, just injuries. She couldn't even imagine what it must be like. Every power he had made him a hunter, but he healed instead. To the people he helped, he was a savior. She'd been staring at a puzzle piece, but not really seeing it. She put it down and picked up another one. How long have you been healing people? 8 years. He leaned over to examine the picture. That was longer than she expected. How long do you plan on— Belle, he said, his voice practically a growl. The fierce way he stared at her told her she'd pushed him too far. Sorry. He closed his eyes, fighting to gain control. It's not a matter of how long, he said after he opened his eyes again. You still don't understand. It's not like I can retire. Why not? He was right. She didn't understand. He didn't have to go out at night looking for people to heal. He could stop and live a semi-normal life. Because, he said, his voice gruff. He took in a breath and let it out. It lives in me, this creature she's cursed me to be. I can't pretend it's not there. This is the only way I've found to control it. Chapter 12. Thaddeus didn't know what else to say, and trying to explain it wouldn't work. She was going to have to see for herself. So he opted for a change in subject. What are your plans for the future? Are you still working on your degree? She shifted in her seat. I've had to quit my online classes until I can work for a while and get enough money for tuition. What are you getting a degree in? English. He nodded. Thus, the quest to become a writer. She looked at him, and he balked at the way her deep chocolate eyes affected him. I know it's silly. There's no real money in writing. It's a fantasy job. She was right. Most writers had to work other jobs to pay the bills. But there were a few who got to live their dreams. If that's what you love to do, you'll do it. He put his hand over hers, and you will succeed. She squeezed his hand. Thank you, Thaddeus. They continued to work on the puzzle until the sun began to set. He cocked his head to the side, listening. The kids are starting to trick or treat. I'd better leave. She frowned. Why? They don't come inside. She got a funny look on her face. Besides, it's Halloween. Who cares if someone sees you? He pointed to the scars on his face. This doesn't look like a Halloween costume. The doorbell rang and she stood. As she passed by him, she gave him a small smile. It kind of does. She pulled a bowl of candy out of the cupboard and went to the door to hand it out to the kids. He moved his chair so he couldn't be seen from the doorway. After handing out the treats, she sat back down to work on the puzzle. He continued to indulge himself, asking Arabelle questions in between the interruptions from the children. She had played softball as a kid, liked the Chicago Cubs, and devoured about 4 books a month. She'd gotten her first library card when she was 5 years old. She had wanted her own rather than using her father's. Her mother had left when she was 7 years old. She said it didn't matter, but he could tell she was holding back, not saying what she really felt. Her feelings ran deep, he was sure. Maybe she wasn't ready to talk about them yet. Her candy ran out and she shut off the outside light and sat back down. They'd gotten pretty far on the puzzle, but it probably would take another 3 or 4 work sessions to get it completed. She fiddled with a piece, not really looking at it. Are you going out tonight? She finally asked. He knew what she meant. She wanted to know if tomorrow he would have another injury. He swallowed and looked her in the eyes. Yes. A mixture of emotions played across her face, and she dropped her gaze. Be safe. It's never safe." He didn't mean to frighten her, but she needed to know what his life was. She needed to know why it was best for them both if they broke off ties. "I know," she said, not looking back up at him. She looked so sad, he started feeling guilty. "Want to watch a Halloween movie before I go?" She smiled. "Sure." They sat on the couch and scrolled through the movies, settling on The Nightmare Before Christmas. 2 minutes into the movie, he regretted sitting so close to her. Her scent enveloped him, and he craved to pull her close and kiss her. Dumb. He turned away and tried to breathe normally. He could never kiss her. Halfway through the movie, the familiar coppery scent of blood caught his attention. He cocked his head, listening. "I've got to go." He stood. Arabelle jumped up. "Why? What's happening?" "Some drunken brawl. I thought it was benign, but someone got hurt." He flipped his hood up and glared at her. The men were only a block away. "Stay here," he commanded, before he stepped out into the dark night. Alarm gripped her, and Arabelle stood rigid as Thaddeus's warning echoed in her head. And then she heard them. She didn't need super hearing to know it was Gavin and his stupid goons. She ran to the window and peered out at the apartment complex kitty-corner to hers. Gavin wore a Viking costume and held a sword. He was shouting something. A man lay on the sidewalk in front of the other apartment complex. Several other drunken men scattered like cockroaches. Gavin threw his sword and staggered backward. She couldn't tell how bad the man was hurt, and she couldn't see Thaddeus, but she knew he was there, in the shadows, waiting until everyone was gone. It didn't take long. Gavin bent over, threw up on the grass, and then passed out. A dark figure slipped over to the man on the sidewalk. He bent over him, maybe assessing his wound. She turned off her living room light to see better. Thaddeus stayed by the man on the sidewalk for a few minutes. Then the next moment, he was gone. She waited, holding her breath. He'd come back, right? He'd be hurt. Surely he wouldn't get on his motorcycle and race off. She waited, counting the seconds until her front door opened and Thaddeus slipped inside, hunched over. What happened? Where was he hurt? She peered at him in the dark, her heart thumping wildly in her chest. Drunk guy stabbed him in the abdomen. Arabelle motioned to the couch. Lie down. Let me see. He slid onto the couch and she opened his jacket. A dark red stain was forming on his t-shirt, and she pulled it up. The cut wasn't wide, but it looked deep. You need stitches. He laughed and then winced. You're still thinking of me as human. She frowned, unable to voice what was going through her head. She grabbed a towel from the kitchen and handed it to him. Press down on it. Let's try to stop the bleeding. He did as she said, closing his eyes. His face screwed up in pain as he coughed. You okay? She asked, and then mentally smacked herself. Of course he wasn't okay. He had a gaping hole in his gut. I'll be fine, he said. This is nothing. Nothing. He had to be joking. She turned away from the sight of the bloody towel pressed to his skin. Her stomach flipped, and she felt lightheaded. Hey, he said, his eyes apologetic. I'm sorry. I should have gone home. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be riding your motorcycle like that. He pulled the towel away to show her the bleeding had stopped already. He stood. Belle, I'm fine. This is what I do. A knock pounded on her door, and she jumped. Thaddeus gave her a meaningful glance before walking into the kitchen and out of sight. She opened the door, and Gavin brushed his way past her. Where is he? Fear, worry, and panic all rose up inside her. Who? He glanced around her tiny apartment. The guy. He came in here. She frowned. You're drunk, Gavin. Go home. No. He rounded on her. I saw him messing with Peter. What, the guy you stabbed? What were you even doing? Gavin waved his finger in her face. You saw it too. Crud. She hadn't meant to confirm what had happened. No? There was blood, but there's no wound. That guy, he did something, like he's a witch or something. He didn't do anything. Why was she still talking? So, you know this guy. Gavin started to walk into the kitchen, but she stopped him. Go home. He grabbed her like he'd done the other morning and pulled her to him. You're sure cute when you're bossy. She wriggled away. Thaddeus came at him like a pouncing lion, knocking him down. His eyes were murderous, and he clenched his jaw so tight she could see the tendons sticking out. Gavin struggled beneath him, but Thaddeus had him pinned. Go, now! He turned a furious gaze on her, and she backed up into the kitchen. She turned and fled into her bedroom and shut the door. She heard a scuffle, a thump, and then the front door slammed. A few moments later, a knock sounded on her bedroom door. She opened it to find Thaddeus leaning on the door jamb, his fingers pinching the bridge of his nose. You okay? He asked, his voice measured. Yes. He sighed and crossed his arms over his chest. You know him? Yes. She didn't want to elaborate and make Thaddeus even angrier. When he didn't comment, she tentatively asked, Is he all right? He's in one piece. She took in a deep breath and let it out. And what about you? I should go. She was about to protest when he said, I'll stop by to get you in the morning. And then he was gone. She heard his motorcycle start up and take off down the street. Chapter 13. Thaddeus cursed himself for his stupidity. Not only had he been seen, but now he'd gotten Arabelle mixed up into everything. He shouldn't have been so reckless. At least he'd been able to control himself enough to not fully change. That would have scared her. What was wrong with him? It wasn't like him to let a girl get to him like this. He was smarter than that. He knew better. And yet, here he was, indulging himself in fantasies. He gripped the handlebars tighter and picked up speed. This was a dangerous slope he was on. If he were found, he would become a science experiment. They would lock him up. He needed to be more careful, and that meant staying away from Arabelle. But it seemed that he didn't have much willpower when it came to her. She was amazing. She saw past the ugly scars. She made him feel wanted, needed. When he was with her, he felt like he could do anything, be anything. And that was dangerous, because he needed to remember who he really was. Arabelle peered down the dark alley. Nothing was as it seemed, like she was in a dream. Movement near the trash bin caught her eye. Something urged her forward. Thaddeus? She called as she walked. She saw his biking boots sticking out and raced to him. He was slumped up against the building. His head flopped to the side like he didn't have enough strength to lift it. He moaned, and she put her hands on his face. Where are you injured? He pointed to his stomach, and she lifted his shirt. His skin was gone, and a bloody mass of organs pulsed. She screamed and shrank back. What's wrong? He asked, getting up. His arm twisted and fell to the pavement. She grew dizzy, and she screamed again, running down the alley. But the end stretched even further the more she ran. Arabelle awoke with a jerk and sat upright in bed. She clutched the covers, her heart pounding against her ribcage. She gasped for air. She stumbled into the bathroom and turned on the cold water. It pricked at her fingers like needles. She splashed it on her face and toweled off. Her hands shook as she looked at herself in the mirror. It was only a dream, nothing more. Thaddeus wasn't a scary monster. He was a good man. He had risked his life to save her, and risked that plus his anonymity every night to heal people. She turned off the faucet and crawled back into bed and glanced at the clock. 4:30. She tried to go back to sleep, but the vision of him in her dream wouldn't go away. She finally got up around 5 and made some coffee. She needed to stop thinking about Thaddeus, about his powers, about everything. The hot liquid burned her tongue, and she set it down to cool. Maybe he was right. Maybe she needed to stay away from Thaddeus. If she started looking for other work, she could forget about her growing feelings for a man who didn't return them. A man who didn't even think of himself as a man. But the thought of working somewhere else, of not seeing Thaddeus again, soured her stomach. The sun lit the windows and she decided she'd better get ready before Thaddeus showed up. She showered and dressed in leggings and a tunic top, finishing off the look with a belt and her black boots. The knock on her door sent her heart into her throat. She rushed to open it and let Thaddeus in. He looked like he belonged on the pages of a biker magazine, if she ignored the scars on his face. His leather jacket hung open, revealing a clean white t-shirt. "How are you?" she asked, glancing at his middle. "Almost new." He stepped inside and shut the door. Her heart beat in her ears. "Mind if I—" She pointed to his abdomen. He lifted his shirt to reveal a scar where the wound had been. Last night she hadn't taken the time to look at the other scars there, but today she couldn't help but notice. His skin was covered with them. She also couldn't help noticing the sculpted abs he sported. She gently fingered the scar from last night. He got a pained look on his face, and she dropped her hand, trying to ignore the zaps of electricity flowing into her fingertips. "Did you go home last night, or did you go roaming the streets?" she asked. "I rode for a while to let off steam. Then I went home and fell asleep." "Good," she said, a little too quickly, and she blushed. She didn't mean to be selfish. Healing others was noble, but she hated to see him hurt. "I mean, I'm glad you got some sleep." He stepped closer to her. "I know what you meant." The silence stretched between them before he motioned to the door. "You ready to go?" "Yes." She grabbed her jacket and followed him out the door. Riding on the back of his motorcycle was like an amusement park ride, only more dangerous and exciting. He surprised her by not turning toward Carson. Instead, he headed up into the northern hills of the national forest. "Where are we going?" she yelled over the roar of the bike. "You'll see," he called back. They rode for about an hour before he pulled off the paved road and headed onto a dirt path. He drove for another 10 minutes before coming to a clearing where he stopped and dismounted. A few logs lay in a row, indicating places you could park. A small path led into the woods, and he motioned for her to join him. The trees in this area were mostly tall evergreens, which shaded the path more than the ones near his home. As soon as they entered the wooded area, the sun was blocked off, and it felt like they were walking at dusk. The path was littered with pine needles and an occasional pine cone. She walked alongside him, wondering why he'd brought her there. "My friends and I would come up here sometimes when we were in high school." He stepped over a tree root and stuffed his hands in his pockets. "It's beautiful." "Secluded," he said. For some reason, the words sounded sad, and she glanced up at him. "A good place to hide from people." "Yes." She wondered what it was like for him, thinking he couldn't be seen, couldn't go out and even do his own grocery shopping. How sad it must be for him. He led her down the path, the hill turning steeper. She stumbled a little, and he reached out his hand to steady her. "Watch your step." He didn't let go, and they continued to walk, hand in hand. She liked the feel of it. His skin was warm, his muscles strong. She felt secure, safe. As they walked, she noticed the sound of rushing water. "Are we near a river?" "Quite close, yes." His eyes smiled at her. They rounded a tree, and the view opened up. They were on the side of a hill. The river cascaded down in a waterfall, crashing into the ravine below. The blue sky stretched above them. It looked like a scene from one of her father's puzzles, and she gasped. "Incredible!" She could imagine writing about this place. A large rock sat near the edge, and he helped her climb up on it to sit. "I thought you might like the view here." "It's amazing." He sat next to her. "When I'd come here with the guys, we'd just throw stuff down there." "It sounds like teenage boys." He chuckled. "Yeah. My father would have loved this." They sat in silence, enjoying the splashing of the waterfall and the occasional bird that chirped. She could feel his body close to hers, could feel the power in his muscles. He had such a sweet side to him to bring her here. She'd seen glimpses of it before. She put her hand on his. "Thank you for bringing me here." A noise sounded from behind them, and she turned to see Gavin step out of the forest. Her heart leaped into her throat. "Gavin, what are you doing here?" "I followed you," he sneered. "I wanted to see what that thing was up to." Thaddeus tensed, and Arabelle whispered, "It's okay. I'll take care of it." She stood and hopped down from the rock. "We don't want any trouble." Gavin ignored her and squinted at Thaddeus. "What are you anyway? I saw what you can do, and it's not right." "That's enough," she said, taking a step toward Gavin. "You need to leave." 3 of Gavin's friends stepped out into the clearing, joining him. One of them held a baseball bat, and he slapped it against the palm of his hand. Gavin grinned, and fear slithered down her spine. "I don't think so, sweetheart." Thaddeus jumped down from the rock in one fluid motion, stepping in front of her, shielding her. "That's fine. You stay. We'll go." He threaded his fingers through hers and moved to go around them. Gavin took a step to intercept them. "I asked you a question. What are you, a witch, or some kind of government experiment?" "He's none of your concern," Arabelle said, wishing her voice hadn't squeaked to betray her fear. Ignoring her once again, Gavin looked Thaddeus up and down. "Something must have gone wrong with the experiment." One of his goons laughed. Thaddeus squeezed her hand and whispered, "I'll distract them. You run into the woods." She wanted to tell him no, wanted to scream that one of them had a baseball bat and he hadn't brought it to play sports. But she didn't know what sticking around would do to help him. Her heart beat fast and her palms grew sweaty. She nodded. Thaddeus let go of her hand and closed the distance between him and Gavin. "Leave us alone." Gavin scoffed and looked at his buddies. "He wants us to leave him alone." He turned back to Thaddeus. "Not a chance." He swung a fist, connecting with Thaddeus's jaw. A sickening snap rang out, and Arabelle screamed. A low growl sounded, and Thaddeus grabbed Gavin by the jacket. He tossed him aside like he weighed nothing. Gavin flew, landing on the tree line yards away. The man with the baseball bat swung it at Thaddeus, but he caught it midair, then snapped it in half, a loud crack echoing. Arabelle was too stunned at first to move, but while the other men came at Thaddeus, she knew he could take care of himself and started her sprint toward the trail. Sounds of the scuffle faded as she ran, trying not to trip over any tree roots. Her breath came in short bursts, the cool autumn air stinging her throat. Her boots crunched on pine needles as she ran. She turned to glance behind her. Was he okay? She slowed her steps, wondering how long he would be. She stopped to listen, but couldn't hear anything except her rapid breathing and her racing heart. This was the only path to the motorcycle. He had to come this way. So she sat down on a log and waited to hear something. After a few minutes, her anxiety grew too much, and she stood. She couldn't sit there while the idiots fought with Thaddeus. She needed to make sure he was okay. If they were able to overpower him, she didn't finish the thought, it wouldn't have a good outcome. She began walking back toward them, slowly making her way along the trail. Thaddeus was much stronger than those men. He could handle himself, couldn't he? She didn't want to think about the alternative. A shadow materialized up ahead, and she breathed out a sigh of relief. "Thaddeus!" She ran toward him. But as she neared, the man's face came into view. Gavin. Her heart stopped. Chapter 14. Gavin grabbed her arm. "Your freak boyfriend almost killed me." He twisted her arm and she cried out in pain. "Let go!" "No." Gavin pulled her along the trail toward the parking lot. Where was Thaddeus? Had something happened to him? "Where are you taking me?" she asked, glancing behind them. Gavin didn't say anything. He continued to pull her along the trail, fury in his eyes. His grip on her tightened when she slowed. "Keep up," he demanded. "You can't force me to go with you." He glared at her but didn't let her go. Her mouth went dry, and she glanced wildly around. "What did you do to him?" An evil look came across Gavin's face. "My friends took care of him." "No!" She tried to wiggle free, but he held her arm in a vice grip. She needed to go back, to see what had happened. Were they still beating him up? Would they kill him? Her foot landed on a rock, and her ankle twisted. A sharp pain stabbed through her leg. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the dirt path. Gavin yanked on her arm, trying to tug her to her feet, but she crumpled to the ground. "Get up!" "Let me go!" she yelled, but her voice gave out, and it didn't have the power she was hoping. The trees beside the path rustled, and Thaddeus jumped out, his face murderous. Blood trickled down the side of his face from a cut on his forehead. His muscles bulged, and he looked like he wanted to rip Gavin apart. He pounced on Gavin, who finally let go of Arabelle's arm. She scrambled back, a small rock biting into the palm of her left hand. Thaddeus punched Gavin in the face, and Gavin dropped, unconscious. Thaddeus turned to her, crouching beside her, his eyebrows pulled together in worry. "Are you okay?" "Yes, what happened?" She reached up to his forehead. "How bad are you hurt?" "I'm fine." He gently touched her ankle, and she winced. "I think it's broken." He picked her up and started walking down the path. "Are they—" She couldn't finish the question. "They're alive," he said simply, and left it at that. She tightened her hold around his neck, laying her head on his chest. "Thank you for coming for me." He didn't answer. He picked up his pace, glancing back over his shoulder. "What?" "One of them is coming after us." She closed her eyes. This couldn't be happening. Gavin and his stupid friends were rude, but she'd never thought them capable of doing something so horrible. She didn't want to think about what might have happened if Thaddeus hadn't gotten her away from Gavin. They reached the clearing, and he gently slid her onto the motorcycle seat. A man burst forth from the forest, running toward them. Thaddeus picked him up and threw him. He flew into the air toward the parking lot. When he came down, his head smacked the log, making a sickening cracking sound. Thaddeus cursed and ran toward the man. "What are you doing?" "I didn't mean for him to hit his head." Thaddeus knelt down and placed a hand on the man's forehead. Pain flooded Thaddeus's face for a second before he jumped up. "We have to leave, now. Someone else is coming." He swung his leg over the motorcycle, and she grabbed his abdomen. He started the engine, and the bike jerked forward. Before they turned down the road, she glanced back to see Gavin running out into the clearing. His eyes were wild with rage. She shuddered and pressed up against Thaddeus's back. Gavin was not going to let this go. Thaddeus was in danger, and it was because of her. Thaddeus sped down the highway, his head throbbing, his broken ribs stabbing pain through his chest. He had to move Arabelle out of her apartment. She wasn't safe there. He needed to keep her away from those men. Not only did they want to beat him within an inch of his life, their plans for Arabelle were probably worse. He had lost Gavin back at the last turn. He was sure of it. For now, they were safe to go back to his house, but he wasn't sure if he could convince Arabelle to stay away from her apartment. He slowed to take another turn and then sped up again. How could he have been so careless? In all the years he'd been doing this, he'd never let his guard down like this before. He'd never let anyone track him. He should have heard the car following them. He'd allowed himself to become distracted, and Arabelle had gotten hurt. Stupid. He was going to have to get her away from those men and then cut her out of his life. Arabelle sucked in a breath as Thaddeus slipped her boot off her foot. Pain shot up her ankle, and Thaddeus frowned. "Why won't you let me heal you?" "Because then you'll have a broken ankle." He was in enough pain already, she could tell. She leaned back on his couch, allowing him to look at her swollen foot. "I'll heal faster than you." "But you don't deserve to take on any more." He glared at her, but did as she wished. "I'll get some ice." "Thank you." He came back with a towel wrapped around a bag of frozen peas. She grinned at him. "Maybe after the swelling goes down, we can have a snack." "You making fun of me?" He tried to keep a glare on his face but failed. She laughed. Kind of. Well, stop it. I'm supposed to be angry with you. Please don't be. She motioned for him to sit beside her. I'm not trying to be difficult. He sighed and joined her on the couch. All right. They sat silent for a moment before he spoke again. You can't go back to your apartment. You know that, right? She stared at him. What if I get a restraining order? He raised an eyebrow. A piece of paper? You think that's going to stop him? If he comes near me, I'll have him arrested. And what if he comes near me? Thaddeus asked, his voice quiet. She blinked. He was right. They couldn't get him involved with the police, and Gavin would probably kill him if they showed up at the apartment. She rubbed her forehead. Okay, we can't go back there. He gently took her hand. You'll be safe here until we can figure out something. She looked into his eyes. Her heart raced, but not from the fear of Gavin. The warmth from his hand sent electric zaps through her. It warmed her whole body. She wanted to reach up and touch his face, but knew he would back away from her if she did. I know. She suddenly felt sleepy. You rest. I'll go make us some lunch. He let go of her hand and stood. She watched as he left the room. Was he limping? She looked down at her foot. No longer swollen. She wiggled it. No more pain. Hey! She jumped up and followed him into the kitchen. What did you do? He turned, a guilty look on his face. I told you not to heal me. Sorry. I didn't mean to. It just sort of happened. She shifted her weight, unable to be mad at him for it. He was a healer. How could she be upset? Before she could stop herself, she wrapped her arms around him and laid her head on his chest. She didn't say anything. She didn't have the words, but he seemed to understand what wasn't said because he hugged her close. The moment didn't last long before he pulled away. I'll make lunch. Shouldn't I do that, since I'm on your payroll? Actually, you're not. I had accelerated employment fire you. She narrowed her eyes at him. Yeah, about that. Kind of a mean thing to do, wasn't it? Mean? He gave her an incredulous look as he pulled out a saucepan. Yes, you fired me and didn't even have the decency to tell me to my face. She remembered the way she'd hollered at his door. And you didn't answer the door, even though with your super hearing there was no way you didn't hear me. More guilt flooded his face before he turned away from her. I thought it was for the best. Why? Thaddeus raked a hand through his hair and looked like he wasn't sure what to say. He opened the refrigerator to pull out the milk. I got frustrated. She nodded. He hadn't wanted her to know what was going on with him. He'd been protecting his secret. I understand. He gave her a sideways glance, his eyebrow raised, like he was questioning if she really did, but he didn't voice his thought. I suppose I'll start looking for work then. He frowned, like he didn't think that was a good idea, but didn't voice it. She pointed to the stove. Why don't you let me help with that, especially since you're now limping around on a broken ankle? Actually, I think it's only a sprain, and it's healing. He pulled out the cauliflower. Why are you being so pig-headed? The look he gave her made her regret her words. Sorry, she said, putting her hand on his shoulder. I just want to do something to help. And I want to cook you something for lunch. He gave her an apologetic look. You want to set the table? Sure. She reached up and took down 2 plates. She didn't mind leaving the cooking to him, but she felt bad he was limping around for her, and it had been her fault he was even mixed up with Gavin. After the table was set, she peeked at the pan on the stove. What are you making? Creamed cauliflower. Smells good. Her compliment seemed to please him. Her insides warmed. He was slowly sharing part of himself with her. It made her want to be near him. When he was finished cooking, they sat down to eat. He cringed when he lowered himself down onto the seat. She raised her eyebrow at him, but he didn't say anything. She took a bite and smiled at him. This is delicious. I'm glad you like it. After a moment, she decided to ask, "Did those men bruise your ribs?" His gaze held hers, and he shook his head. "Did they beat you up?" He looked down and pushed his food around with his fork. "No." "I see." He had healed the very men who had attacked him. They wanted to hurt him, or worse, and he had fought them off and then healed them of their injuries. Emotion swelled in her, and she blinked to hide it from Thaddeus. They ate the rest of their meal in silence. Chapter 15. Thaddeus pulled the pillow from the top shelf in the closet and laid it on the bed. "I hope you'll be comfortable in here. It's a guest bedroom, but it hasn't been used for many years." Arabelle looked around the room. "It'll be fine. More than fine. I appreciate you doing this for me." He swallowed. It was hard enough having her in the house during the day. Having her staying here in the bedroom next to his was going to be torture. It was a good thing he wasn't usually home at night. He wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. "You can use the bathroom in the hall." "Okay." He rubbed his hands together, feeling awkward. Do you need anything else?" "I'll need some clothes, personal items." She bit her bottom lip. "Right. You can use my computer to order anything you need. It'll go on my card." She smiled and put her hand on his arm. "Thanks." Her touch made his heart speed up, and he took a step back, breaking the contact. "It's no problem." A flash of something crossed her face, but disappeared before he could process it. "Okay." She forced a tight smile. "Well, I'd better get ready for bed. Are you going to—" She motioned toward the window. He'd been planning on going out, but the fear he saw in her eyes made him reconsider. Was she afraid that Gavin would come here? He didn't want her to feel unsafe. "Do you want me to stay home tonight?" She put her hands behind her back, her gaze landing on the floor. "Yeah, I do. Is that terrible of me?" "No, of course not." He couldn't stand the thought of her being afraid. He stepped closer to her, but stopped before he lost control and pulled her to him. "I'll stay." Relief flooded her face. "Thank you." "Of course." He stood in front of her for another moment before turning to leave. "Good night." He went into his bedroom and closed the door, taking in a deep breath. He needed to get his head on straight. It wouldn't help the situation if he did something dumb, like kiss her. His life was not his own. He couldn't be like every other man. It wasn't in his cards to have a girlfriend or whatever he was thinking Arabelle could be. She deserved someone who could give her a real life, which was something he couldn't do. He clicked the lock on his door and got ready for bed. Tonight he'd stay. He'd pretend his life was a little more normal. Tomorrow he'd have to go back to doing what he always did. He couldn't deny what he was for too long, or things would get out of hand. Arabelle slipped into one of Thaddeus's large T-shirts and washed her face in the sink. She was relieved he would not be going out tonight and coming back bruised and bloodied. He needed to heal from today, and she had to admit it did make her nervous that Gavin was probably looking for him. Preventing Thaddeus from going outside would keep him safe on both counts. She flicked off the bathroom light and entered the guest bedroom. It was like all the rooms in the house, filled with antiques. The bedside table had a French design with a marble top. She could imagine expensive perfume bottles sitting on it. Her bed was ornamented with a scrolled headboard, but the best part of the room was the large armoire that stood against the back wall. The carved wood was magnificent. Her curiosity got the best of her, and she walked over to the armoire and pulled it open. A dozen ball gowns hung there, in a beautiful array of bright colors and shiny fabrics. She sucked in a breath and touched the material. Silk. The layers of organza under the silk made the skirts full and bouncy. They weren't antique, but they were a French provincial style, and she imagined one of Thaddeus's relatives wearing them to fancy parties held in the ballroom downstairs. She closed the doors. No parties would be held here again. The thought made her sad, and she sat down on the bed and turned off the lamp. Thaddeus didn't think there was a way to break the curse. She wasn't so sure. She vowed to find out more about the old woman tomorrow. Arabelle awoke when sunlight streamed through the windows. Something smelled good, and she dressed and went downstairs to the kitchen. Thaddeus was leaning on the counter by the toaster, and he turned when she entered. "Good morning." He wore a t-shirt that showed how sculpted his muscles were, and jeans that looked a little too good on him. She swallowed the lump in her throat. "Morning." "Sleep well?" He grabbed a mug and poured her a cup of coffee. She nodded, taking the mug from him. "And you?" He shrugged and turned to pour the eggs into the frying pan. "You still nervous about Gavin finding us here?" She made a face. Why did he think that? "No, where did that come from?" "You didn't want me to leave last night. Weren't you scared of Gavin?" "Oh, yes, that sounded like a better reason than her selfish one of not wanting him to come home a bloody mess." "Right, that. I'm okay. I feel better now." He looked like he wasn't convinced, but he let it go. She watched him cooking the eggs for a minute, before deciding to come out with it. "Does the old woman still live around here?" "Hmm?" he said absent-mindedly, as if he hadn't really heard her. "The woman who cursed you, does she live close?" He scowled, but didn't say anything, so she tried again. "Maybe we could find out if she's still in the area." "She won't help me." "You don't know that. What was her name?" He slammed his fist down on the counter, making her jump. He turned to her, fire in his eyes. "Leave it alone, Belle." She returned his fierce gaze with one of her own. "I'll do as I please." The anger went out of his expression, and he chuckled and rubbed his forehead. "Yes, you probably will." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing." He scooped the eggs onto plates. "Evelyn will be coming by today." "That's good." She did want to talk with Evelyn, and she didn't even care if Thaddeus overheard. She wanted more information, and if he wasn't willing to give it to her, she'd get it somewhere else. After breakfast, she got on Thaddeus's computer and ordered some clothes and a few necessities. She was surprised that she could get about anything she needed. She'd never ordered anything online before. When that was done, she curled up in the library with one of the books she'd had her eye on. Thaddeus fussed in the kitchen, putting dinner in a crock pot, and then came in a half-hour later. He stood in front of the shelf like he was looking for something. She set her book on her lap. "Need something?" He raised an eyebrow at her. "No, I'm only browsing." "Browsing?" she laughed. "Are you bored?" He gave her a hint of a smile. "Sort of." "Well, grab a book and come join me." He stared at her, a puzzled look on his face. "Join you on the chair?" "Sure, there's enough room. I'll scoot over." She demonstrated how much room there was. His face was unreadable for a moment, like he couldn't decide if that was a good idea or not. Then he picked up a book and approached the chair. She wiggled over a little more, and he sat down. "What did you decide to read?" He showed her the cover. "Hard-boiled mystery novel." "Looks good." He pointed to her book, and she showed him the cover. "You've got a few paranormal novels I haven't read yet." "I'm glad I could entertain you." She smirked, and then opened the book back to where she'd left off. Their shoulders were a little cramped, and she wiggled to find a comfortable spot. He lifted his arm and put it around her shoulders, albeit a little awkwardly, like he didn't want to touch her. "Is this better?" Her breath caught in her throat as warmth and tingles flowed through her. Yeah," she managed to say. They were silent for a while, and Arabelle tried to get back into her book, but the close proximity to him and the smell of his cologne were both wreaking havoc on her insides. She read the same page 3 times without understanding a single word. "You too warm?" he asked, peering at her. "No," she said as embarrassment heated her cheeks at how quickly she'd responded. She stared at him. If she moved another 2 inches, their lips would touch. What would he do if she kissed him? She imagined him jumping out of the chair so fast it would knock her onto the floor. Huh. Yeah, probably. Are you? I'm fine. He went back to reading his book, and she tried to do the same. She rested her head on his chest and listened to his heart beating. His rhythmic breathing was calming, and soon she couldn't keep her eyes open. She hadn't realized she drifted off to sleep until she became aware of the shift in sunlight and the embarrassing way she was hugging Thaddeus. She stirred, and he lifted his arm, allowing her to sit up. She gave him a shy smile. Sorry, I didn't mean to fall asleep on you. It's okay. His voice was husky. Maybe he was sleepy, too. Did I hurt your ribs? She splayed a hand on his chest. He looked down at her hand, then back up to her eyes. No. Good, because I was afraid. Her voice trailed off as she gazed into the deep green pools of his eyes. Her heart rate picked up. His hair was slightly tousled, his eyes soft. His high cheekbones and strong jawline gave his face a sculpted look. Refined. He was handsome, even with the scars. Without the scars, he'd be Hollywood material. Time seemed to slow as she gazed at him. He inched closer, as if he couldn't help himself, as if gravity itself was pulling them together. Was he going to kiss her? She imagined what it would be like, and tingles erupted on her skin. She closed her eyes instinctively, waiting for his lips to touch hers. The doorbell rang, and Thaddeus jumped out of the chair. He ran his hand over his stubble. I'll go get that. She nodded, unable to speak. A moment later, she heard Evelyn's voice carry. You're looking good today. Arabelle shook her head. She needed to get a grip. Of course he wasn't going to kiss her. Man, what was wrong with her? She stood, smoothed out her borrowed shirt, and walked into the living room to help Evelyn carry in the groceries. When she entered, she saw she was too late. Thaddeus already had all the sacks on his arms and was headed for the kitchen. Good to see you, Evelyn, Arabelle said, following them into the kitchen. Evelyn stared at Arabelle. Good to see you, too, she said, eyeballing Thaddeus's shirt she wore. Heat enveloped Arabelle's face. It wasn't like that, but she wasn't about to protest this to Evelyn. The best she could do was ignore it and hope Evelyn wouldn't ask why she was wearing his shirt. She expected Thaddeus to leave the room after he set down the grocery bags, but instead he folded his arms across his chest and leaned up against the counter. How was your week? He asked Evelyn. She fished the bread out of one sack and smiled at him. It's been kind of crazy. My daughter's ill, and I've had her son at my place. He's a bit rambunctious, that one, always climbing on things and getting himself into trouble. He's only 2, but he thinks he's 17, and he wants to do everything the grown-ups are doing. Thaddeus nodded his head. Arabelle began emptying the other sack. Don't worry, we've got this. You can go do whatever else you need to do. She made a motion with her hand to shoo him into the other room. She didn't mind him overhearing her ask about the old woman, but if he was standing right there, he'd interrupt and not let her get the words out. I'm fine. I don't mind helping. He put the milk in the fridge and gave her a smug little smile, which made her blood pressure rise. He knew she wanted to talk to Evelyn. What a brat. Everything was put away quickly with the 3 of them helping, and Evelyn picked up the empty sacks. I hope you have a lovely afternoon. As she walked toward the front door, Arabelle tried to think of what to do. She needed to get Evelyn alone, but didn't want to be too obvious. She hung back and let Evelyn walk outside. Thaddeus shut the door, walked into the living room, and sat on the couch. If she didn't act now, it would be too late. Oh, I forgot to ask Evelyn something. There's a new recipe I want to try, so I'd better go see if she can bring the ingredients next week. Without waiting to see Thaddeus's reaction, she bolted out the door and ran to Evelyn's car. The motor was running, but she hadn't pulled out yet. Arabelle approached the driver's side window, and Evelyn rolled it down, giving her a quizzical look. Sorry to bother you. Now that she was there talking to her, Arabelle suddenly didn't know how to approach the subject. What does one say when asking about an old witch who cast a curse on your employer? Or not even her employer anymore, what was he? And why was she rambling in her head? Evelyn smiled at her. "No problem. What do you need?" Arabelle decided to blurt it out. "Do you know if the old woman who cursed Thaddeus still lives around here?" Evelyn's eyes grew wide and she glanced at the house. "He told you about that?" "Yes, he told me everything." Indecision played across Evelyn's face as she fiddled with her fake pearl necklace. "I don't think I should talk about it." Crud. Evelyn was going to drive off, leaving her to deal with Thaddeus, who would be furious. And all the effort wasn't going to get her anywhere. She had to come up with something fast. "It's okay. We talked a lot about it. How else would I know about it? We don't know if the woman lives in the area still. Her name escapes me." "Catherine." "Right, Catherine. She used to live—" Arabelle looked northward, hoping she was somewhat close. "The old house on Ash Street in Carson. She's still there." Evelyn looked extremely uncomfortable, glancing again in Thaddeus's direction. "Oh, thanks. We were discussing it and, well, taking bets and stuff. No biggie. This settles the argument." She flipped her hand in the air like it was no big deal. "Thanks for clearing that up." "Have a good weekend," Evelyn said, putting the car in reverse and backing out. She gunned it as she left, and Arabelle let out a breath. She'd gotten what she wanted. Now she had to go face Thaddeus. Chapter 16. Arabelle wiped her sweaty hands on her pants and stepped up to the door. He'd yell at her, that's all. She could handle him. She pushed the door open and walked in. Thaddeus sat where she'd left him, on the couch. He wasn't scowling, which was a good sign. "Hey!" She gave him a tentative smile. He kept his face passive. "Ingredients for a new recipe. That's the best you could come up with?" He wasn't yelling. That was good. "Yeah, it was lame." She plopped down on the recliner. She didn't want to be too close in case he decided to get angry. He closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. "I told you to leave it alone." She opened her mouth and then the dam broke. "I'm sorry, but I just can't sit back and not do anything because we don't even know if there's anything she can do, and we don't even know if she's still around, so it's better to just find out, right? I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask, and then we know. And even if she doesn't do anything, at least we—" "Belle!" His voice rang out, and she closed her mouth. He looked to the ceiling like he was trying to control his temper. "I am what I am. Stop trying to change me." The pain behind the words stabbed at her chest, and her eyes widened. She didn't mean to imply that he wasn't good enough or that she was trying to change him to be what she wanted. He was caring and gentle. He chose to heal others and take upon himself their pain. He was amazing. She didn't have the words to say to him, so she stood and walked over to him. She sat beside him and put her hand on his cheek. All that would come out of her mouth was, "I'm sorry." He pulled her hand down and held it between his own. "Don't be sorry. You're just being the sweet person you are." He let go, stood, and crossed the room before she could react too much to their close proximity. He let out a frustrated breath and looked out the window. "If you're not going to let this go, I'll take you to see her." What? Would he do that for her? She rushed to him. "Really?" Before he could answer, she threw her arms around him and hugged him. "Only because you're going to bug me about it until I want to punch a wall," he grumbled. She laughed and pulled back. "You're right. We'll go tomorrow." A darkness came into his eyes. "But don't argue with her. If she says she can't help, accept it." Arabelle nodded. "Of course." "I mean it." He grabbed her upper arms. "She's not someone you want to mess with." A small twinge of fear snaked up her back. Thaddeus was right. If Catherine could curse him, she could do worse to her. "Okay." He let go of her and stalked out of the room, tension evident in his muscles. Arabelle let him go. She knew he needed some time. He was the one who had dealt with Catherine all those years ago. Seeing her again wasn't going to be easy for him. Thaddeus paced his bedroom. Why had he agreed to take Arabelle to see that old harpy? Nothing would change his circumstances. Catherine wouldn't lift the curse, he knew that. But she might get angry and do even more damage. At least right now his life was somewhat livable. What if she took away his power to heal himself, to heal others? What if he was left with his animalistic nature and nothing to prevent him from ripping apart another human being? What if he hurt Arabelle? He couldn't say no to her, that was the problem. At least not for long, apparently. He had no willpower when it came to her, and now he had agreed to go see the old witch. Great. And he thought his life was difficult now. If Catherine grew angry, who knew what she could put them through? He hadn't understood when he was young and stupid. He thought the world would bow down at his feet. He thought his money meant power, and that people were there to do his bidding. He'd always gotten what he wanted until Catherine defied him, and the prospect of seeing her again scared him to death. He opened his desk and pulled out a worn journal. Opening to a new page, he sat down and grabbed a pen. Arabelle continues to push the limits. She has now persuaded me to take her to see Catherine. I'm afraid the end result of confronting the old witch will be devastating. But I cannot deny Arabelle. She has such a hold on me. I cannot break free. I fear she will be my undoing. He heard Arabelle bustling around in her bedroom and decided to go see her. Maybe he could talk her out of going to visit Catherine somehow. He walked down the hall and gently knocked on her door. Arabelle opened the door a crack, a guilty look on her face. "Yes? Can I come in?" She hesitated. "Now?" "Yes, I want to talk to you." A blush crept over her cheeks, and she opened the door. "What on earth have you got on?" Thaddeus held in a smile as his gaze traveled over Arabelle, dressed in a ballroom gown, her hair pinned up on the top of her head. "I'm sorry. I only wanted to see if one of those would fit, and this one did. And then I thought it would be cool to see what my hair would look like." She blushed even more and took a step back. "You must think I'm silly." Silly wasn't the word that was coming to his mind at the moment. "No." "Well, I'll change out of this get-up so we can have dinner." He didn't want her to change out of the dress. He wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss her exposed neck. But he couldn't think such things. He tried to look away but was unsuccessful. Then a thought occurred to him. "Maybe we can have a formal dinner tonight." "What?" He shrugged like it wasn't important to him. "I could put on something nice. We could eat dinner together on the deck." "It's not too cold?" "It should be fine." A smile formed on her lips. "Okay, I'll be down in a few minutes then." He nodded and left her room. After shaving, he put on a suit and tie and went downstairs. He rummaged through the cupboards and found a candle. He lit it, put it on the table on the deck, and rearranged the chairs. Why was his heart beating so fast? It wasn't like this was a date or anything. They were just goofing around. But it didn't feel silly. He brought out 2 plates and the crock pot with the roast and potatoes. Arabelle stepped out onto the deck. His heart stuttered, and he held in a gasp. How could it be possible for her to be even more beautiful? She looked up at the moon. "You're right, it's not too cold." "It was unseasonably warm today." She froze, staring at him. "You shaved." She looked startled, and he suddenly realized why. The scars on his face were much more prominent without the stubble hiding them. He'd been trimming his beard, but hadn't shaved it since meeting her. She was probably staring at his ugly scars, truly seeing him for the first time. He ducked his chin. "Yes, let's eat before it gets cold." She maneuvered around the table, and he pulled out a chair for her. "Thank you," she said as she lowered herself into it. Moonlight filtered through the trees, and he turned on the string of lights suspended above the railing. The lighting made her skin look milky white. He tore his eyes away from her and served the roast. He wanted to tell her that she looked lovely, but didn't think that was a good idea. Instead, he stayed silent. Arabelle picked up her fork. Can I ask a dumb question? Go ahead. What's a bachelor doing with an armoire full of fantastic dresses? They were my mother's. Her gaze dropped to her plate. Oh, I probably shouldn't have. It's okay, he interrupted. They weren't doing any good sitting in a wardrobe. I'd like to think my mother would be happy. One is getting some use tonight. She smiled. Tell me about her. My mother? Well, my father didn't talk about her often, but I know she was quite social, and the dresses were for the grand parties she'd have. My father tolerated them. He chuckled. My mother was involved with several charities, or her favorite was the Make-A-Wish Foundation. She would help organize fundraisers. Sounds like she was a wonderful person. I'd like to think she was. He paused for a moment, not sure how much he should share with her. Do you have any pictures of her? After she died, my father put away everything that reminded him of her. When I was 6 or 7, I found a drawer with a few of her things, including a photo of her. I was amazed. I'd never seen a picture of her before. When my father caught me with her things, he snatched them away. I cried for hours. It was Evelyn who came to console me. When she found out what had happened, she promised to get me a photo of my mother. Later that week, she gave me my parents' wedding picture. I still have it. Arabelle blinked away the moisture in her eyes. It must have been difficult for your father, losing his wife to childbirth. Yes, that was why his father couldn't stand to be around him, had buried himself in his work, and left Thaddeus to raise himself. I'm sure it was. They ate in silence for a while before Arabelle wiped her mouth with her napkin and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ruin the mood. It's fine. I don't mind talking about it. And he was surprised to find that that was the truth. Arabelle was easy to talk to. I know how it feels to grow up without a mother. Have you ever wondered where she is now? This was something that had been weighing on his mind. If his mother was still alive, somewhere out there, he would probably have searched her out by now, even if only on the internet. I wonder it all the time, she said softly, her eyelids lowered so her lashes looked like they splayed across her cheeks. I don't have the courage to search for her. I couldn't take it if she were nearby, ignoring her own daughter. Do you know why she left? I pestered my father until he sat me down and told me she couldn't handle being a wife and mother. To me, this implies mental illness, so I've always consoled myself with this. I like to think she wouldn't have left me if she felt she had a choice. He reached across the table and took her hand. Of course she wouldn't have. Arabelle gave him a small smile and squeezed his hand. We should clean up. She stood and picked up a plate. He took it from her. We can do the dishes later. Arabelle smiled and grabbed his hands. Will you humor me for a moment? Okay, he said tentatively, not sure what she wanted. She tugged him through the house to the ballroom and turned on the lights. He wondered why she looked like a kid on Christmas. She turned a full circle, her dress flowing out. It's so beautiful in here. I can imagine the music and the dancing, the dresses. She closed her eyes and held her hands to her chin. I can see why your mother loved to hold parties here. Thaddeus pulled her into his arms, surprising even himself. Will you dance with me? Chapter 17. It was a completely selfish thing to do. Thaddeus simply wanted to touch Arabelle, to hold her. And in the ballroom, with them dressed up, it was perfectly logical to suggest they share a dance. But guilt flooded through him the second the proposal came from his lips. Arabelle looked up at him, surprise written on her face. She quickly recovered. We have no music. I'll get my iPod. A shy smile flashed across her face. Okay. I'll be right back. He left the room, and part of him fully expected her to change her mind once he was gone. But when he came back in, she was standing in the same place under the chandelier, a look on her face he couldn't quite decipher. He plugged in the speakers and turned on the first slow song he came to, which happened to be Careless Whisper by George Michael. Then he took her hand and put the other on her upper back beneath her shoulder blade. "You know how to dance," she said, once again surprise showing on her features. "My father insisted I take lessons. I never appreciated them much, though." He started moving to the music, and for the first time in his life was grateful for the dance lessons. Arabelle wrinkled her nose and glanced at the iPod. "You do know this song is about a man who cheated on his girlfriend." "No good." He stopped the dance and changed the song before picking up her hand again. The first strains of Foreigner's "I Want to Know What Love Is" came through the speakers. "Much better," she said, her hand on his shoulder. He began moving once again, and he had to admit he was showing off a little as they danced across the floor. Her cheeks flushed pink and she smiled at him. "You're a good dancer." "So are you." "I didn't peg you to be a fan of 80s power ballads." "Are you making fun of my choice in music?" He couldn't quite stop his lips from curling up into a grin. "No," she laughed as he spun her around. "Sounds good to me." "What kind of music do you listen to?" "My father brought me up on old country greats, but I listen to a lot of different music now." "What was your car radio tuned to?" She laughed. "Country." "I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." "Guess not." They didn't speak for the rest of the song, and as the notes faded, he stopped. His gaze fell to her lips. Was she wearing lipstick? They looked fuller and more inviting than he remembered them being. He let go of her hand. She stood there, staring up into his eyes. He wondered what she was thinking. Was her throat constricting like his? Did she feel breathless, too? He cupped his hand over her cheek, unable to resist touching her skin any longer. She closed her eyes, snuggling into his touch. Her skin felt like satin against his rough palm. He was powerless. He could not move away from her. She looked up at him. On impulse, he leaned over and brushed his lips against hers. It was so light, it almost wasn't a kiss. But the sensations that washed over him were overpowering. The smell of her and the feel of her lips were too much. And he kissed her again, this time with more determination. He grew dizzy from the kiss, as if the room was spinning. He pulled her closer, wanting to never let her go. All the feelings he'd been pushing aside, brushing off, and burying, came rushing at him at once. How could he live without her? He no longer wished to breathe. He only wanted to stay there, wrapped up in her arms. Her fingers threaded through his hair, and he felt his control slipping. He groaned and pulled away, cutting off contact. She stared at him, a look on her face like she regretted what she'd done. Without her lips on his, he came to his senses. "I'm sorry, I can't." Her gaze on him suddenly felt heavy, her eyes wide. He couldn't stand there any more, so he turned and stalked out of the room. She didn't follow. Arabelle stood in the middle of the ballroom, too stunned to move. Thaddeus had kissed her. Oh, and it had been the most amazing kiss she'd ever experienced. Not that she'd kissed a lot of men. Greg in third grade didn't even count. But this kiss, the world had stopped, which was totally cliché, but she now understood what that meant. She couldn't breathe normally now. She felt like flying and screaming at the same time. But he jerked away from her and left. Why had he done that? Was she that bad at kissing? Didn't he feel even a little of what she'd felt during the kiss? Why was he always shoving her away? She reached up and touched her cheek where his hand had been. It still tingled. The speakers made a crackling noise, and she turned to realize Thaddeus had left his iPod. She picked it up and unplugged it. She supposed their evening was over. In a daze, she shut off the lights and closed the doors to the ballroom, then tiptoed up the stairs to her room. As she dressed for bed, she heard the front door slam and Thaddeus's motorcycle come to life. A sinking feeling started in her gut. So much for keeping him safe and in one piece. She sighed and hung his mother's dress up in the armoire. If he wanted to go get himself torn up, it wasn't her place to stop him. He was going to do it no matter what. She brushed her teeth, feeling like a robot on autopilot, and then got into bed. But sleep did not come. Her mind kept mulling over the events of the evening. Had she been misreading him? Had she been the one to tip her head too close? She'd been dreaming of kissing him. Was it her rather than him who had closed the distance? The pillow felt hot under her head, and she flipped it over, punching it until it was soft. Was he angry with her? Was that why he'd stormed out of the room and left without saying a word? When was he going to come back? She listened for any sounds outside, but all was still. She picked up Thaddeus's iPod and pushed play, turning the speakers down. It made her feel better to listen to his music, gave her a connection to him, even though she'd rather have him there with her. She closed her eyes, letting the music soak into her. Thaddeus sped down the highway, gripping the handlebars. He was a coward and a fool. Arabelle could never love a beast, not if she saw how he truly was. She couldn't. He had spent too long pretending there could be something between them, ignoring reality. Even though he kept telling himself they couldn't be a couple, in the back of his mind, he was allowing the fantasy, letting his attraction for her grow. He turned toward the city, using his speed to numb his senses. He had to shelter Arabelle, but he didn't have to make up a pretend relationship between them. He needed to be more careful around her. He had to school his thoughts and how he acted. There should be less touching, and he should stop sharing as many personal details about his life. The smell of blood caught his attention, and he slowed to try to figure out where it was coming from. When he caught the scent, he followed it north until he saw the car in the ditch, the front end smashed in by a lamppost. He pulled off the highway and carefully approached. The driver sat hunched over an airbag. The smell of alcohol was too strong not to have been the cause of the accident. But the blood wasn't coming from him. A child sat in the back seat, unconscious. He was young, maybe 4 or 5, but was not in a car seat and wasn't wearing a seatbelt. A trickle of blood slid down his face. Thaddeus carefully opened the passenger door and reached for the child. He could only barely touch his arm without climbing in, but it was enough. It would do. He felt the smooth skin of the child and let the healing flow out of him and into the boy. Most of the time, if the injured were unconscious, they didn't wake up, never knew he was there. But the boy opened his eyes and their gaze connected. Waves of pain washed through Thaddeus, and he clenched his jaw to keep from crying out. The boy was hurt worse than he thought, internal damage of some kind. The head injury was nothing. When the healing had finished, he patted the boy's hand, slipped his arm out, and closed the car door. The boy's big brown eyes stared at him. "Are you Jesus?" Thaddeus held in a laugh. "No," he said simply. The sounds of sirens started in the distance. Someone would come to help. He mounted his motorcycle and started down the highway. About a mile from his home, he felt sick and pulled over, getting his helmet off in time to empty the contents of his stomach in the grass by the side of the road. Blood colored the vomit red. He knelt in the weeds, heaving again until there was nothing left. He waited for a while, not wanting to get back on his bike right away. It wasn't the first time he'd taken on internal injuries that he hadn't been aware of. He'd heal from this as well. He lay down in the ditch, closing his eyes. If he rested for a bit, he would be halfway healed by morning. Chapter 18. When Arabelle awoke, the sun was up and the fall wind was rustling the tree outside her window. She lay in bed a moment, listening to the sounds of the dry leaves skittering across the stone sidewalk. The house was quiet. Too quiet. Panic closed her throat, and she jumped out of bed. Had Thaddeus even come home last night? She hadn't heard him come in. She rushed down the hallway and peered into his bedroom. The bed was made. He hadn't slept there. She ran downstairs. "Thaddeus?" He wasn't in the kitchen or living room. She ran outside to check if his motorcycle was there. The spot where he usually parked was empty. Fear clawed at her throat, choking her, making it hard to breathe. He hadn't come home yet. What time was it? Was he hurt somewhere, unable to make it back? Would she have to go looking for him? She ran inside and checked the time. 10 till 7. She tried to calm her breathing. It wasn't horribly late. He might still be riding his motorcycle. He had come home after 9 o'clock before. She needed to settle down. Pacing the living room wasn't helping, so she ran upstairs and showered. When she had dressed and gone back downstairs, he still wasn't back. She checked her phone, but then realized that was stupid. He didn't have her number, did he? The sound of a motorcycle approaching flooded her with both relief and anger. She stormed outside and met him as he pulled up. "Where have you been?" He dismounted his motorcycle and immediately fell to his knees, removing his helmet. He coughed, a deep sound, and then blood dripped from his mouth. A fresh new panic enveloped her, and she bent down. "What happened? Where are you hurt?" He waved his hand at her, his face drawn up in pain. "I'm fine," he said, but it came out more like a croak. "You're not fine!" She wrung her hands, unsure if she should even touch him. "Can you stand?" He nodded, reached up to his bike seat, and pulled himself to a semi-standing position. She put his arm around her and helped him limp into the house. Her mind swirled with all the things she wanted to say. Most of them sounded nagging and accusatory, so she kept her mouth shut. She had to remember that whatever had happened, he had done this to save someone else. She needed to stop reprimanding. That wouldn't help. She sat him down on the recliner and eased the seat back. "I'll get you some water." "Thanks," he said, his voice nearly a whisper. Nerves and worry fought inside her as she grabbed a glass and filled it from the tap. What was wrong with him? She shook her head. That wasn't the question she needed answering. It didn't matter what was wrong. He was injured and would keep getting injured unless she convinced the old woman to break the curse. Slipping a straw into the glass, she walked into the living room and held it out for Thaddeus. He took a couple of sips and laid his head back. His breathing was labored. A thin sheen of sweat covered his forehead. It physically hurt to see him like this. She turned away. He wouldn't be well enough today to take her to see Catherine. That much was obvious. Had he done this on purpose? She immediately felt guilty for the thought. He'd gotten upset after their kiss, but he wasn't the kind of man to do this to spite her. He was a healer, a protector. He coughed up more blood, and she handed him a box of tissues and a trash can. She couldn't stand there all day watching him in pain. "You rest. I'll clean up the house." She left him to sleep while she fixed herself some breakfast, knowing he wouldn't be eating any time soon. The rest of the day she spent doing laundry and cleaning and checking on him occasionally. He slept most of the day. When she entered the living room late in the afternoon, he was sitting up in the chair, gulping down the rest of the water she'd left for him. "You must be feeling better." She didn't want to admit the relief she felt. He healed quickly. She shouldn't worry so. He set the glass down on the end table. "Yes." "Do you want any dinner? I'm making soup." She hadn't been planning on soup, but now that he looked like he could eat something, she figured that would be best for him. "Sure, I'll eat your reheated canned stuff." She gave him a sour expression. "I've come to realize that when you tease me about my lack of cooking skills, you're really complaining." He shook his head, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Not complaining, wishing I felt up to making us a real meal." He probably wasn't lying about that. Sorry. What else could she say? He had made his own bed by deciding to go out last night and find someone to heal. Man, that sounded selfish, and she hated herself for it. But that was how she felt. If he would ignore that side of him, he could live a normal life. Well, almost normal. She fixed the soup and brought it out to him in the living room. "Thank you," he said, his eyes apologetic. "Sorry I didn't take you to Catherine's today." She decided not to make a big deal out of it. "It's okay. I'll take you tomorrow." She nodded, hoping he meant he wasn't going out tonight. They ate in silence for a while until her curiosity got the better of her. "What happened last night?" He didn't meet her gaze. "Car crash. Little boy wasn't seatbelted in." "What was wrong with him?" "Don't know. Apparently a lot of internal injuries." She hated thinking of what might have been broken inside of him. "How long until you're healed?" Shrugging, he said, "Tomorrow, maybe later tonight." That would have to do. She continued to eat, ignoring the other question nagging at her. Why had he run from her after the kiss? She wasn't about to ask that one. What if the answer was, "Sorry, you had horrible breath," or "Kissing you was like kissing fungus"? But probably more accurate was, "A relationship would never work between us." So she left the question unspoken and cleared up the dishes. After supper, she curled up in the library with another book. She knew Thaddeus wouldn't be coming in to snuggle in the chair with her. He'd probably go upstairs and lock himself in his room. Either that or fall asleep on the recliner. The book she picked out was not drawing her in. She tried several times to get into it, but in the end, she sat there looking around at the library. One section of the shelving had cupboards on the bottom. She hadn't opened them when she dusted the shelves because it had felt like snooping. But now things had changed between them. It didn't feel like an invasion anymore. She slid the book back on the shelf and crouched down before the cupboards. When she first opened them, she was disappointed. All that was in there were some old board games. Sorry, Candyland, Monopoly, and others stacked up on the shelf. But when she saw Clue, she smiled and pulled it out. She'd always wanted her dad to buy Clue, but it was a 3-person game, and it had been just her and her dad. The box was in mint condition, which made her suspect Thaddeus hadn't played it much. She took off the lid and unfolded the board. The mansion displayed on the game wasn't unlike the house she was currently sitting in. She took out the little weapons, examining the details on the candlestick. Thaddeus walked in, and she jerked her head up. Heat crept up her cheeks. This was twice now he'd caught her doing something embarrassing. "Hi." He gave her a curious look. "What are you doing?" "It's Clue." Oh boy, that was brilliant, like he didn't already see it sitting there on the floor. She was sure letting her genius show today. "You playing by yourself?" Nice. He thought she'd be dumb enough to try to play Clue by herself. "No, I was just looking at it." He got a funny look on his face. "Do you want to play?" "With you?" She didn't mean it to sound the way it came out, like that was a ridiculous idea. She ducked her chin. "Sure." "We can't. We need 3 people." He leaned over and picked up the board. "No, we don't." She gathered up the rest of the game and stood. "How can 2 people play?" "There are 2-player rules." She followed him into the dining room and set the game down on the table. "Are you kidding me? All this time I thought you needed 3 or more people." "I'll show you how to play with 2 players. My friend Lance and I used to play after school." He motioned for her to sit, so she did. He separated the cards out in 3 piles, the characters, weapons, and rooms. He shuffled and put away one of each card in the yellow murder envelope, then shuffled them together again. "Now we set aside 4 cards before we deal them out." He laid down 4 cards, face down. "These are for when you or I can't answer a question. The person asking gets to pick one of these cards to look at, but must put it back where it was, and must then remember which card was where." Brilliant! How did you learn to play that way? The newer games have 2-player rules in them. Lance taught me how to do it. This game is old enough that it doesn't have the 2-player rules included. He dealt the rest of the cards and handed her a clue sheet and pencil. They each picked up a game piece and put it on the board. "You can go first," he said. She rolled the dice. "Were you friends with Lance all through high school?" "Not really. He joined the chess team and started hanging out with the smart kids. You know how things go. Yeah, kind of sad how we grow apart sometimes. He rolled the dice and moved his piece. It was probably my fault. I was kind of a self-absorbed jerk in high school. I'm sure you weren't that bad. Yeah, I was. We've all had times in our lives where we're not proud of how we've acted. He raised an eyebrow at her. Really? Do tell. Oh, what was she getting herself into? The time that she told her physics teacher off came to mind, and she felt a blush kiss her cheeks. I don't want to. Come on, now you have to tell me. She knew she was stuck. If she didn't tell him, he'd bug her about it all night. All right, I yelled at a teacher once. That's it? What did he mean? What, that's not bad girl enough for you? I yelled at him in front of the whole class. He shot her a "that's lame" face. What did you say to him? He was passing back tests, and mine had a big red F on the front. He'd handwritten, "Cheating won't be tolerated," under the grade. I was furious. I'd studied half the night for the exam. I'd done better on that test because I knew the answers. I stood up and told him I wasn't a cheater, and that he should ask me any question on the test to see if I knew the answer. You're embarrassed that you stood up for yourself? She picked up the dice. No, he told me to go to the principal's office. I called him a bad word and stormed out. It's the last part I'm embarrassed about. He got a wicked gleam in his eye and smiled. What kind of bad word? She whacked his arm. That's not the point. The point is, I lost my temper and ended up making myself look bad. If I had simply stood my ground that I hadn't cheated, I would have looked like the level-headed one. He would have looked like the fool when it was proven that I had not cheated. What happened? I got to retake the test with the principal in the room, making sure I didn't cheat. And then the stupid teacher apologized. Sort of. He said, "I'm sorry for mistaking your improvement as deception. Your lack of competence was evidence enough for me, but I see you've made an effort." What a jerk. Yeah, he really was. They continued to play the game, chatting lightly about things that didn't really matter. Arabelle would sometimes catch him looking at her in such a way that made her wonder, what was he thinking? I can call a moving company tomorrow, have them box your things up and bring them here. Is that a good idea? What if Gavin follows them? Thaddeus looked thoughtful. Maybe we can put your things in storage? I think that's best, for now. What will they do with my father's puzzle? She asked softly. She couldn't bear to think of them shoving it back in the box. That would make her cry. I don't know. He studied her face and then put his hand on hers. I'll make sure they don't ruin it. A lump formed in her throat. Thanks. Chapter 19. Thaddeus pushed aside the desire to reach out and touch Arabelle's face. She looked like she was blinking back tears, and he wanted to console her, but touching her right now would not be good. Instead, he made a resolve to take care of her father's puzzle himself. As they played the rest of their game, he thought about what he could do. He could sneak out tonight and go to her apartment if he stole her keys from her purse. But how could he get the puzzle out of there without ruining it? They finished playing their game. Arabelle won, although he was close to figuring it all out when she did. He helped her pack up the pieces and put the game back in the cupboard. He followed her up the stairs to their bedrooms. She stopped outside of his room and turned to face him. Her eyes held a question that she didn't voice. Thaddeus? She started, twisting her fingers together so tight they turned white. Her gaze bounced around, landing on everything but him. He watched her struggle with her words, and his heart tore in two. The desire to pull her close, to tell her she could say anything to him, that she need not fear him, was almost overpowering. But he held back. He couldn't lose control again. Finally, she looked him in the eyes. When I woke up and you weren't here, it killed me. I panicked. I don't want to be stuck here worrying about where you are. I'm sorry. What else could he say? This was proof that he couldn't lead a normal life. the reason he needed to stop all contact with Arabelle, stop torturing himself. I know. Her gaze fell to the floor. It's just, I had no way to contact you, to know you were all right. If I could have your cell number. That's all she wanted? His phone number? Of course. And then the embarrassing truth. I had to order a new one. It should be here on Monday. What happened to your old one? It broke. I smashed it. Well, threw it, really. Smooth. Why? I'd rather not say. A small smile played on her lips. I see. Let me see your phone. I'll put my number in. He held out his hand. She reached into her pocket and pulled it out, then unlocked it. Here. He added himself as a contact. There. Now, once my new phone gets here, we'll be set. He handed it back to her. Are you, Her weight shifted. Going out tonight? No. At least not in the way she meant it. She smiled. Okay, then. I'll see you in the morning. Good night. He let her go into her bedroom before slipping down the hall to his office. He closed the door as softly as he could, then turned on his computer. He opened a browser and searched for how to move a jigsaw puzzle. He researched several different ways and decided to use a piece of flat cardboard to slide the puzzle onto felt and then roll it up carefully around a tube. He searched the house and found a nice large piece of flat cardboard, but no felt, and the tube he thought he had wasn't anywhere. He must have thrown it away. After searching the basement, he found an old advent calendar made from felt that looked to be big enough if he used the backside. And for the tube, he decided to roll up a thin rubber mat his father had been using at the back door. That would have to do. He went to his bedroom, put everything in a backpack, and waited until 1 o'clock. He listened to make sure Arabelle was breathing evenly. Then he crept downstairs and grabbed her keys from her purse hanging by the front door. The night air was colder than he'd expected. November was here in full force. He swung his leg over his motorcycle and started the engine. Speeding down the driveway, he felt exhilarated. It wasn't only the speed. He couldn't wait to surprise Arabelle. He pulled up to her apartment and carefully listened for anything out of the ordinary. The world was silent, except for the occasional car or the sound of people sleeping. He let himself in. Everything looked to be the same as the last time he'd been there. Sliding the puzzle onto the cardboard turned out to be a bit more difficult than he'd thought. The pieces kept buckling as they went over the small lip. But that was the hardest part. He laid out the felt and slid the puzzle onto it. Then he rolled it around the tube he'd fashioned from the mat. After it was rolled up, he used rubber bands to hold the thing together. He slid the tube into his backpack. The rest of the pieces he slid into the box and packed them as well. When he was done, he slipped the backpack on. He'd done it. He figured he'd sneak back into his house and set the puzzle up on the dining room table. There would be plenty of room for it, and still room to eat as well. He thought about Arabelle's face when she woke up and saw the puzzle. She'd be thrilled. He closed her apartment door and stuck the key in to lock it. A blinding pain smashed through his skull, and he fell to the concrete walkway. Gavin stood over him, a metal pipe in his hands. I knew you'd come back around, freak. He ground his teeth, fighting against the anger. He didn't need to give Gavin any more fuel. He'd already shown him his strength and healing powers. If Gavin saw him turn into what he really was, he'd have the whole town coming after him. You don't want to do this, man, he said, hoping to talk him down. Do what, kill a demon, or whatever you are? Gavin kicked him in the ribs before he had a chance to react. Thanks to his super hearing, he could hear one of his ribs crack. Yes, I think I do, and then I'll do what I want with Arabelle. Thaddeus felt his teeth grow and sharpen, despite using all his willpower to hold it off. Stop! He yelled, but it came out as a roar instead. His back muscles bulged, and the straps to the backpack cut into his skin. Gavin's face was screwed up in horror. What are you, some kind of beast? You're disgusting! Thaddeus raised his hands as Gavin tried to hit him with the pipe. He caught the pipe mid-swing and tore it out of Gavin's hands. With one leap, he was on his feet. now towering over Gavin. His fingernails grew into claws. He let out a growl and bent the pipe in half. Gavin's face turned white, and he screamed. He ducked behind one of the wooden poles holding up the overhang. Rage flowed through Thaddeus, and he ripped at the pole, destroying it like it was made of paper. Gavin cowered down, his hands over his head. "Don't hurt me," he begged. "Leave Arabelle alone." Thaddeus pronounced each word as clearly as he could with the mouthful of sharp teeth. "Yeah, fine, whatever." Gavin trembled as he backed away from Thaddeus. In the distance, a siren sounded, and Thaddeus breathed in a few calming breaths. He had to go, now, before the police came. He sprang past Gavin and bounded to his bike, trying to let go of the anger. Why had he listened to Gavin? He shoved his helmet on and sped off. This wasn't good. He hadn't fully turned in years. He'd been able to hold in the anger, hold in the beast. But the incident at the woods had put him on edge, and now he'd let himself go. And over what? Gavin? He was a pathetic little creep. Why had he let Gavin's words goad him into turning? He'd almost turned when Gavin had grabbed Arabelle in the woods. He'd been able to keep it together, but barely. Having Arabelle there had helped, but almost losing control like that had made the beast in him come closer to the surface, made changing easier. He shook his head. It was imperative he didn't slip back into his old ways. He sucked in some deep breaths and tried to calm down the entire way home. His claws retracted, and his size went back to normal. But his teeth were still full and sharp, reminding him of what he truly was. When he pulled up beside the house, Arabelle came running out, a robe clutched around her. "You said you weren't going out tonight!" Panic rose in him. She couldn't see him like this. How would he explain? He dismounted his bike but left his helmet and backpack on. He couldn't speak either, because it would come out a growl, or worse, a roar. He strode past her and into the house, willing his teeth to go back. "You're going to ignore me?" she shouted as she followed him inside and slammed the door. "Do you know how betrayed I felt when I'd realized you'd lied to me?" Oh, no. His anger was starting to boil again. He couldn't deal with her right now. He started up the stairs, but she pulled on his arm, forcing him to step back down and face her. "Take that stupid helmet off and talk to me." With one fluid motion, the helmet came off. "Enough!" he growled, baring his teeth. Her eyes widened and she shrank back, and the look of fear and panic on her face made his stomach clench. He'd been a fool to think she might have feelings for him. He was horrific, and now she could see. No, not fully see. He was only half changed. His throat constricted as she cowered away from him. He had to show her, let her see so she would know. He growled and allowed his anger to change him fully into the beast he was cursed to be. Claws extended and his muscles bulged until he looked like an overgrown monster. The straps to his backpack tore, and it fell to the floor with a thunk. Arabelle closed her eyes as if she couldn't stand the sight of him. "Look at me!" he roared. "Look and see what I truly am!" She blinked, the fear dissolving from her face. She squared her shoulders and took a step closer. Her gaze, now unafraid, grew bolder. "How?" "This is what Catherine cursed me to be," he said, his anger melting away, slowly turning into regret. She studied him, swallowing, and reached out her hand to touch his cheek. He tried backing away from her, but he was so close to the first step of the staircase that there was no room. Her hand softly caressed his skin. "You didn't tell me." "I didn't know how." She picked up one of his hands, touching the long, sharp claws. "I'm so sorry." "What are you sorry for?" "That you didn't feel like you could tell me." He stared at her, astounded as to what he saw. All fear had left her. Maybe it hadn't been fear at all. He might have misread her expression. Maybe it was shock. She stood before him, her eyes full of kindness, and something else he couldn't place. As the anger finally left him, he could feel himself changing back, his teeth returning to normal. She slipped her arms around his neck and brought him closer until their foreheads touched. "You are special, Thaddeus Walker. I've never known anyone as caring or as selfless as you are. And even if you turned into a space alien every night, I'd still feel the same about you." On impulse, he cupped her face and kissed her, truly touched by her words. All the worry and anxiety he'd bottled up over Arabelle finding out his true nature left him, replaced by an overwhelming desire to show her how he felt about her. He didn't hold back, but kissed her thoroughly on the lips. Arabelle pulled him close, responding to the kiss. Thaddeus wrapped his arms around her, and the world outside melted away. His heart pounded against his ribcage as fire ignited in his veins. Arabelle was everything he wanted, all he wanted, and she didn't care about the curse. When he pulled back and broke the kiss, Arabelle put her head on his chest. "Please don't run away from me again." He hugged her close and pressed his cheek to her head, closing his eyes. Why had he run away? He'd been afraid, fearful of allowing himself to love someone who couldn't love him back. But tonight, he held a glimmer of hope that maybe she could. "I won't," he said, his voice sounding hoarse. Chapter 20. As soon as Arabelle woke up, she knew it was later than she'd meant to sleep. The sun filtered through the curtains, and the clock proved her right. It was after 10. Rushing, she dressed in one of the outfits she'd ordered online. She grabbed her brush and ran it through her hair, then flew down the stairs and stopped short. Thaddeus was in his recliner, reading. He glanced up at her, an uncertain look on his face. "I made muffins. They're in the kitchen." "Thank you." She went in and grabbed one, bringing it out to the living room. She sat on the couch and tucked her legs under her. "Did you sleep okay?" He set his book down and came over to sit by her. "Yes." He played with a strand of her hair. She wasn't sure how to bring up what had happened last night. They'd talked about the curse, but she hadn't forced him to tell her where he'd been or why he'd lied to her. It had seemed unimportant after what had happened, but today she felt like she needed to talk about it. She peeled the paper off the muffin. "You changed your mind about going out last night." A guilty look flashed across his face. "What happened?" "I wanted to surprise you." "What?" She stared at him, not understanding. He shifted uncomfortably. "Go look in the dining room." She obeyed, crossing the room, unable to fathom what he was talking about. What could he have done in the middle of the night that would be a surprise for her? She entered the formal dining room and gasped. Her father's puzzle lay spread out on the table, exactly as it had been in her apartment. Not a piece was out of place. Tears flooded her eyes, and she set her muffin down as her vision blurred. Thaddeus put a hand on her shoulder, and she smiled up at him, blinking. "Don't cry." She threw her arms around him, crushing him to her. She didn't know how he'd done it, but it was the most thoughtful thing anyone had ever done for her. He was the only one who knew what this puzzle meant to her, knew how important it was for her to finish it, preserve it somehow. She kissed his lips, a quick peck of gratitude. "How did you do it?" she asked. "Magic." She gave him a flat look. He chuckled. "I rolled it up in a piece of felt to transport it here." "Genius!" She laid her head on his chest, hugging him again. "Thank you." He patted her back. After a moment, she turned around and sat down at the table, wiping the tears away and picking up her muffin. Thaddeus joined her, sitting in the chair next to her. "I'm sorry I got mad at you for leaving last night. I thought—" "I should have warned you I was going out. I didn't mean to lie to you." She took a bite of the muffin and looked through the pieces of the puzzle scattered before her. They worked on it together, and every once in a while she would catch him looking at her in a way that made her heart beat faster. He was opening up more, trusting her more. She could feel it, see it. Last night had been a big step forward in their relationship. Not only had he shown her the piece of the curse he'd held back, but he'd kissed her and hadn't run away. At last he was starting to trust her. Her heart was elated. As time wore on, she could tell he was becoming agitated. Finally, he stood. "You ready to go speak with Catherine?" "Yes, I'm ready." He gazed into her eyes, a slight frown on his face. "Don't be too disappointed if she turns you away." "I only want to talk to her." That might not have been the entire truth. She wanted Catherine to take back the curse somehow. He nodded once, then slipped into his jacket. "Okay." Arabelle buttoned up her new coat and went outside. It was a cold day, and she hoped it wasn't a sign of what she would find at Catherine's. She waited until Thaddeus had his helmet on and was straddling the motorcycle so she could slip on behind him. She put her arms around him and held on while he started the bike and headed down the driveway. Thaddeus turned off the main highway after 10 minutes and headed into town. The homes were old, the neighborhood well established. He pulled up in front of what she would have described as the creepy house at the end of the street. Dark green paint peeled off the sides, and the steps were in need of repair. Half the windows had broken shutters. The whole thing said, "Stay away." Arabelle swallowed and tried to calm her nerves. Just a conversation. That was it. Thaddeus motioned to the door. "I think it's best if I hang back here, but I don't want you to go in. Stay where I can see you." "Okay." She dismounted, her legs feeling shaky. She could do this. Talk. That's all it was. She handed Thaddeus her helmet. She walked up the broken sidewalk and climbed the stairs. The wooden railing wobbled. She was careful not to get a sliver from the wood. She approached the door and pushed the ornate doorbell. Inside the house, she could hear the chimes ring. Shuffling noises came, and the door opened. Arabelle didn't know what she was expecting, but the woman who stood before her wasn't it. She was young and stunning. She had black hair hanging down to her waist and wide almond-shaped eyes. "Yes?" When she spoke, her voice sounded melodious, like she belonged in a coffee shop reciting poetry. "I'm looking for Catherine." The woman's eyes narrowed, and she took a quick glance over Arabelle. "Who wants to see Catherine?" "My name is Arabelle. I want to talk to her for a few minutes." The woman assessed her for a moment longer before shrugging and opening the door. "Okay, come in." "Actually, can she come to the door?" She pointed to Thaddeus, still on the motorcycle. "I don't want to leave my friend." "I'll ask." The woman disappeared into the house. A few seconds ticked by, and she heard more shuffling noises. Then Catherine appeared. She was tall and had striking silver hair. Thaddeus had called her old, but she looked only to be in her 60s, and she wore it well. "Can I help you?" Catherine asked. "I'm Arabelle." She awkwardly stuck out her hand. But Catherine didn't move to take it, so she let it fall. "You don't know me. My friend came to you 8 or 9 years ago." She glanced at Thaddeus, who hadn't moved a muscle, although she knew he was listening quite closely and could be at her side in a moment's notice. "Who?" Catherine asked, staring at him. "Thaddeus Walker." A gasp sounded from inside the house, and Arabelle looked past Catherine to see the younger woman, her hand to her face. Catherine craned her neck to look at Thaddeus, then shook her head. "I don't know him." She turned her attention back to Arabelle. "What do you want?" "The night Thaddeus came to you, he asked you to heal a girl." "That's not out of the ordinary." "She was dead." Catherine stiffened. "I remember now." Arabelle could have sworn the air turned colder, and she involuntarily shivered, clutching her coat tighter around her. The woman was kind of creepy, but she had to keep going with this. She couldn't turn back now. "You cursed him." Catherine's dark gaze pierced through her. "He deserved it." "I have no doubt about that, but he's changed." The woman sneered and folded her arms across her chest. "Really? And you've come to beg me to lift the curse, I suppose." "Well," Arabelle didn't know what to say. Obviously, that was what she wanted, but it was clear that Catherine wasn't going to believe that Thaddeus had changed and didn't want to help her. "Has he gotten his temper under control?" She arched a brow at Arabelle. Temper? Arabelle thought back to the first day she'd met him. He'd been so horrible to her she'd vowed never to come back. And last night, he'd yelled again. She chewed her bottom lip. A smug smile developed on Catherine's face. "I thought so. Let me give you some advice." Catherine leaned closer. "Get away from him as fast as you can. He's bad news. Leave before he drives your head through a steel pole like he did the other one." She moved to shut the door, and Arabelle panicked. "Wait! Please, just hear me out." Catherine frowned. "Nothing you could say could change my mind. He's a selfish monster, and he deserves everything he got." The door shut soundly, and the lock clicked into place. Arabelle tried not to be disappointed. She had taken a big chance even coming here. There had been such a slim hope that she'd even answer the door. Still, defeat swirled around her as she walked back to the bike and slipped her helmet back on. Thaddeus didn't say anything. He simply waited for her to mount and grab hold of him before taking off down the street. Arabelle cursed herself for not having the right words to say to Catherine. She'd been so lame. "He's changed." Was that all she could think of to say? What about the hundreds upon hundreds of people he'd healed? What about the times he'd gone out looking for people to help? How could she have summed all that with, "He's changed"? The reality of the situation dawned on her, and she blinked back tears. She wanted to heal him like he'd done for her. She wanted to make him whole again. But Thaddeus was right. He was going to be like this forever. This was his life, and she needed to admit it. She silently let her tears fall. By the time he pulled up to his house, she'd pulled herself together. She needed to show him she was strong, that this part of him wasn't abhorrent to her. She needed to accept him, all of him. When they entered his living room, she turned to him, putting her hands on his cheeks. "I'm sorry I didn't communicate well with Catherine." Defeat shone in her eyes. "Wasn't anything you could have said. I realized that a long time ago. I am what I am. Nothing will change it." "I know." She pulled him down and brushed her lips across his. Emotions rushed through her. She wanted him to know she cared for him, deeply, maybe even loved him. The thought made her throat tighten. Did she love Thaddeus Walker? As he wrapped his arms around her and returned the kiss, she knew it was true. Her feelings could not be ignored any longer. She was in love with him. Her heart swelled. When he broke the kiss, she snuggled into his chest. She needed to tell him she loved him, that she didn't care what he looked like or what curse the witch had placed on him. She loved the man inside. But how would he react to her? Would it scare him off? She wasn't sure, but she decided to tell him tonight, after dinner. Chapter 21. Thaddeus watched Arabelle as she ate the ratatouille he'd made for supper. He loved the way her nose wrinkled when she laughed, and the way she looked at life, with vigor and imagination. She was always comparing situations to things that had happened in books or movies. She was meant to be an entertainer, a writer. After dinner, he took the plates to the dishwasher and then turned to Arabelle. "There's something I want to show you." A mischievous glint shone in her eye. "Okay. Come upstairs." He led her up to the office and opened the desk drawer and pulled out his laptop. "I want you to have this." She blinked. "What?" He wanted to word this right, so she wouldn't get angry at him like last time. So he shuffled his feet and tried to think of how to say it. Then a brilliant idea hit him, and he smiled. "I want to pay for the rest of your online classes, so you can finally get your degree." Her mouth fell open. "Seriously? I can't let you do that." "Yes, you can." He caressed her cheek. "I want you to finish your degree and become a writer. I think that's what will truly make you happy." "But that's too much. I can't accept." My father left me with more wealth than I can spend. It's not a problem. I want to do this for you." She smiled and threw her arms around his neck. "Thank you!" She kissed his cheek and jumped up and down. "I can't believe it!" He suddenly wished he had more presents he could give her. A whole house full. He wanted to give her everything she ever dreamed about. "Take the laptop. You can keep it. You'll need it when classes start." "Are you sure about this?" Her large brown eyes seemed to swallow him up. He ran his fingers across her jawbone. "Yes, I'm sure. I want you to be happy." She smiled at him, and he realized he really did want her to be happy. And staying here with him wasn't going to accomplish that. He needed to get back to his life, back to what he did at night, and healing from his wounds during the day. He had to get the beast in him under control, and Arabelle had proven that she couldn't handle that part of his life, no matter how accepting she was about his appearance. She worried too much when he didn't come home, agonized over a simple broken bone or internal injury. She would spend her nights fretting over where he was and how he would come home. Her days would be spent cleaning up after him, because he'd be recovering. It wasn't fair to keep her with him, and he knew it. "Thank you," she said. "And I think it's time I find you a new apartment." He turned from her as soon as he saw the stunned look on her face. "I'll search the internet tonight." "Wait, you want me to leave?" He didn't meet her gaze. "You have a life to live, things to do. You can't stay here indefinitely." He didn't mean for it to sound so cold, but he couldn't take it back either. "I thought we were—" What did she think they were? Friends? A couple? What a preposterous thought. There could never be anything between them. "We're not." She set the laptop down on his desk with a clatter, grabbed his shirt with both hands, and planted her lips on his. Stunned, he didn't respond at first. She moved her lips against his, and suddenly he forgot why they couldn't be a couple, forgot why he had to let her go. All that was left was her and him. He pressed up against her, hungry for her kiss. When she broke away for air, he kissed along her jawline to her neck. He wanted to devour her. She moaned, and her fingers wound through his hair. "How can you say we're not?" He froze. He'd made a mistake. Her kiss had clouded his thinking. He stepped back from her. "I'm sorry. It's difficult for me to resist you, but it's time to think about reality. You and I can't be." "Why not?" How could he explain it to her? She would be miserable stuck in a relationship with him. "I can't change who I am. And you couldn't be happy with me." "But I am happy." "Will you be happy tonight when I leave?" The question in her eyes turned to understanding, and she stiffened. "I know you go to heal people at night. That's what you do," she swallowed. "I can accept it." "And what about tomorrow, when I come home coughing up blood?" She flinched, and he took advantage of it. "Or when I'm too weak to come home, and I have to find a place to hide and rest before I can get back on my motorcycle. I once spent the day sleeping under a log, healing from a gunshot wound." The color drained from her face. He knew if he pushed, she would have to agree with him. "When the old gas and go burned down, I spent the night lying in a drainage pipe, third-degree burns covering half my body. And then there was the time—" "Stop!" She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. "I get it!" "Do you?" Did she finally understand what his life was like? Did she see how their relationship couldn't be anything more than friends? And even that was stretching it. "Yes," she whispered, blinking back tears. "I understand." She fled the room. He heard her bedroom door shut and the soft sounds of her crying. He scrubbed his hand over his stubble. Why did she have to cry? It broke him. He couldn't sit here and listen to her anymore. He jogged down the stairs and grabbed his jacket. It wasn't late yet, but the sun had already set. It was dark enough that he could go do what he needed to do. He slipped his helmet on and left. Arabelle stood still as she listened to the sound of Thaddeus on his motorcycle. Fresh tears ran down her cheeks. He was right, about all of it. She would never be truly happy to see him coming home each morning with severe injuries. It broke her heart each time she saw him, and it would only get worse. The fear and worry she felt right now, knowing he was going out, was too much for her. He could come home a bloody mess, or worse, and he knew she couldn't handle it. She grabbed a tissue and dabbed at her face, and she had been going to tell him she loved him tonight. Instead, she was alone in her bedroom, and he was gone. Her chest constricted with the thought of him out there, alone, possibly in too much pain to come home. Taking a deep and shaky breath, she finally accepted what he'd known all along. There couldn't be anything between them. That was why he'd pushed her away from the very beginning. Why he didn't want a young woman to take the position in the first place. Why he'd freaked out when they kissed. But she had been too blind to see it. She'd foolishly hoped that he would leave his healing behind him, that he'd pretend it wasn't something he had to do, that they could spend their days going on outings on his motorcycle and their nights filled with private dances and kisses under the moonlight. A fantasy. That's all it was. And she needed to let it go. Let him go. He couldn't change, and she couldn't live with him the way he was, which was ironic, because she didn't care about the beast in him, didn't care about the ugly scars. All she cared about was him. Chapter 22. By midnight, Thaddeus was back at his house, wrapping his arm in gauze. He'd come across a drunk man on a motorcycle who had skidded on the gravel, giving himself a nasty road burn. He secured the wrap and climbed into bed. Arabelle would be pleased. It would be healed by morning. He lay in bed listening to her even breathing. If she'd heard him come home, she hadn't reacted to it. That was for the best. He needed to get her away from the emotional roller coaster. After a few minutes of trying to sleep, he begrudgingly stood and walked down the hallway to his office. If he couldn't sleep, maybe he could get a head start on getting Arabelle out of here. Thaddeus looked up from the puzzle when Arabelle walked into the dining room. "Good morning." She gave him a smile, although it didn't reach her eyes. "Morning." He knew she'd still be upset. He couldn't help that. "I cut up some fruit and there's some fresh yogurt in the fridge." "Thanks." She left the room and came back a minute later with a plate of food and a fork. Her gaze landed on his bandaged arm, but she didn't say anything. He put a piece of the puzzle into place. They had gotten quite far on it. He figured in a day or two it would be finished. "I found you a car." "You're not buying me a car." "It's already done." She tightened her lips into a thin line. "I see." "I paid extra so they'd deliver it to the house." Her cheeks turned pink, and she clenched her fists. "I suppose you want me out of here by lunch, then?" "Of course not." He placed another piece, controlling his features. He had to force his emotions behind a wall, where they should have stayed. "I haven't gotten the apartment yet." She glared at him, picked up her plate, and left the room. He watched her leave and sighed. It couldn't be helped. She was going to be mad no matter what he did. She wanted to stay and live some fantasy life where everything was sunshine and unicorns. Life here was not that way. He worked on the puzzle for another hour before Arabelle came back and slumped into a chair. "I'm sorry I got upset. I know you're only trying to help." She sounded like the last thing she wanted to do was say she was sorry, but he ignored her unenthusiastic apology. Maybe when she saw the car, she'd be happier. The doorbell rang. Thaddeus strode to the front door and swung it open. A woman stood on the steps fingering her graying hair. Her eyes widened at the sight of him, but she quickly recovered. He glanced behind her for the car, but it wasn't there. He turned his attention back to her. "Yes?" "I'm Sarah Cottier, from Accelerated Employment. I'm your new housekeeper." She stuck her hand out to him. An immediate dislike for the woman surged in him, but he had asked for a new employee to be sent. He was the one who had fired Arabelle. He should have realized they'd find someone new by now. Reluctantly, he grasped her hand. "Thaddeus Walker." Arabelle joined him at the door. "I couldn't help but overhear you're the new girl from Accelerated Employment. I'm Arabelle, the girl you'll be replacing. Come on, I'd love to show you around." Thaddeus stared at Arabelle, unsure if she was being genuine or not. He'd thought she'd be upset at her replacement showing up. Arabelle smiled and pulled the woman inside. Sarah seemed surprised to see Arabelle. "Oh, I thought you would be gone by now. I wasn't expecting—" Arabelle laughed and looped her hand around Sarah's elbow. "You'll find many things you don't expect here." Oh, great. What was she going to tell Sarah? Thaddeus pinched the bridge of his nose and took in a deep breath. Arabelle turned to him. "You can go back to what you were doing. I'll give Sarah the tour." He did as he was told, sitting back down in the dining room. That didn't keep him from hearing everything that was said. "Never mind him. He can be grumpy at times, but underneath all the cantankerous grouchiness, there's a slightly less grumpy man." Thaddeus snorted. She was a piece of work. Arabelle took Sarah through the rooms on the main floor. "Here's the laundry room. Go ahead and just start doing his laundry. He loves it when the help is assertive and takes command. You don't have to ask him what needs to be done. Come in and start working on what you want." Thaddeus rubbed his temples. He'd have to remember to thank Arabelle for all her helpful advice later. The woman went up the stairs. "Here's Thaddeus's room," Arabelle said. "He often has bloody clothes strewn about." Sarah sucked in a breath. "Really?" "He's part of a fight club. They meet at night. It's the most awful thing. He comes home with all kinds of injuries." "Isn't that illegal?" Sarah said. "Might be. I don't know. He doesn't talk about it. And don't ask him. It makes him grouchy." "Is that where his scars come from?" "Yes. Sadly, he won't quit. Now, I guess they give him some kind of vitamin that makes him heal faster. I think he's addicted to the pain myself. My only hope is that someday he realizes he doesn't have to be in pain to be a good person." Thaddeus picked up a puzzle piece and tried to ignore the conversation happening upstairs. "This is his office. You won't have to clean much in here. He doesn't really work. He's independently wealthy." "Must be nice," Sarah said. "Not really. All that money? I don't think he's very happy. Won't let anyone get close to him." "That is sad." "Come on, I'll show you the dungeon in the basement." "What?" Arabelle laughed. "Just kidding. I think it's a wine cellar." Thaddeus chuckled. He'd been afraid of the basement when he was a kid, and he'd told Arabelle about it. One of his babysitters had convinced him it was a dungeon, and there was some poor old man locked up down there. His father had gently guided him down the stairs so he could see for himself. No dingy prison awaited him, only some old bottles of wine. When Arabelle was done giving Sarah the grand tour, she gave her instructions on mopping the floor. Arabelle's footfalls came closer, and she sat at the dining room table with him, a smug smile on her face. "Very funny," he said. "You think you're Woody Allen now, huh?" She made a face. "You need to update your comedic references." "Seinfeld?" "A little better, but I still wouldn't call him current." "I'm not addicted to pain," he said quietly. Her gaze turned soft and she exhaled. "I know." "And I'm not an unhappy person." This was especially true when Arabelle was around. She squinted at him like she didn't believe him. "When's the last time you were truly happy?" "Last night when he'd held her in his arms and kissed her." "I'm happy right now. I hear your car being delivered." She stood and rushed to the front door. He followed after her, anxious to see her reaction. Arabelle stepped outside, her eyes wide as she stared at the 1982 Volkswagen Rabbit. He'd been lucky to find one. The only difference from her old one was that it was blue instead of red. "Thaddeus," she whispered. "How did you—" "I have mad internet skills." She snorted. "No, you don't." "Okay. I have rudimentary searching skills, and I happened to get lucky with a dealership in Carson who had one of these." A balding man got out of the Rabbit as a Toyota Corolla pulled up. He waved a few papers at Thaddeus. "She's yours. I just need you to sign a few documents." "Actually, she's hers," he said, pointing to Arabelle. "She can sign them." After the paperwork was done and the men had left, Arabelle turned to him and hugged him. "How did you know that car meant so much to me?" He ran his hand down her silky hair. "A hunch." "I'll pay you back when I get another job and get back on my feet." "You don't have to, Belle." She silenced him with a kiss, which he gladly accepted. See, he was a happy person. Right now, he could be the happiest person on the planet. He explored her lips, letting the sensations wash over him. When she pulled back, he kissed the tip of her nose and sighed. "I know I don't have to. I want to." "I won't argue with you because I'm a happy guy." She burst out laughing. "You have mellowed out a lot since I first met you." Because of her. She was the light in his life, the joy in his days. Too bad it wouldn't last. "And you're just as demanding." "I demand we go back inside. I'm freezing." Chapter 23. Arabelle ignored the tight feeling in her gut as Thaddeus spent the afternoon on his computer looking up apartments for rent. At first he would ask her about each one, making sure she'd like the one he picked. But when she objected to the apartment on Dodge Street because it was 2 blocks from the donut hole, he shooed her out of the room. He didn't want to listen to her fake objections anymore. So she sulked at the table and worked on her dad's puzzle. It was almost complete. Sarah finished the laundry and made lunch, and then cleaned the kitchen. It was nice to know Thaddeus would have someone taking care of his daily needs once she was gone. Gone. The word was so final. A hollow feeling entered her chest. Thaddeus was sending her away. It hurt to think about it, so she pushed the thought out of her head. After Sarah made a light supper, an amazing pasta dish Arabelle drooled over, she left, and it was just Thaddeus and her sitting at the dining room table. Arabelle tried not to feel jealous over Sarah and her cooking skills. She was old enough to be Thaddeus's mother. "I found you a furnished apartment in Carson." He picked up his fork and took a bite. Her mouth went dry. She'd known he would find one. What did she think, that being a baby about it was going to stop him? "How far? How much rent? Because I don't have a job yet, so I can't afford much." "It doesn't matter. I'll pay the rent." He really wanted her gone, didn't he? "How much?" $1,500. She choked and took a drink of water. $1,500? I can't afford that, not even if I get a job. He frowned. "I said I'd pay for it." "If we can't have a relationship, then I need to be on my own. That means getting a job and supporting myself, not living in an apartment that some rich guy pays for, like a mistress or something." He flinched, her comment hitting its intended mark. "It's in a safe neighborhood." Ouch, a jab about where she used to live. Well, after Gavin turned out to be a nutcase, she couldn't blame him too much there. "And just because we can't have a relationship doesn't mean I don't care about you." Her anger melted away. "I care about you too." "Then let's call a truce. You won't tell me how to spend my money, and I won't force you out here before you're ready." Sounded like a good deal to her. "You've got it." After supper, Arabelle started to feel cooped up. "Mind if I take Bugs out for a spin?" Thaddeus grinned at the name. "Where are you going?" "I don't know. Into town. Drive around. Nowhere specific." She slipped into her coat. "Want to come with?" He looked like he wasn't sure at first, but then nodded. "Okay." He followed her outside. She unlocked the car for him, and he got in on the passenger side. She took a minute to adjust her mirrors and make the seat comfortable. He rolled his eyes. "You gonna start this thing up or what?" "Patience is a virtue." "A virtue I don't have," he said, although his voice held a smile. She finally started up the car and put it into drive. After she turned onto the road toward Carson, Thaddeus said, "You drive like a grandma." "Is that a compliment? Because it didn't sound like one. But you're a passenger in my car, and I can't imagine that you'd be complaining that I'm a safe driver." He smirked. "I guess it's better than wrapping the car around a tree." "There was a deer in the middle of the road." "Just trying to rile you up. It's so easy to do." She turned on the radio and slid the dial until her favorite country station was tuned in. There, This will give you something to do while I drive so painfully slow." His chuckle was soft but warmed her insides. She drove to Carson, and before she could think about it, she was in the same subdivision they had been in yesterday. Arabelle looked at the street names. She hadn't meant to drive back to Catherine's house, but now that she was in the neighborhood, she wondered if she could find the exact house again. She turned down Ash Street, and Thaddeus sat up in his seat. "What are you doing here?" She thought about pretending she didn't know where she was. She had sort of ended up here by accident, but he'd probably see through her. "I wanted to see if I remembered where she lived." His eyes grew dark. "Don't mess with her, Belle. She's dangerous." "I'm not going to mess with her." When he shot her an incredulous look, she repeated, "I'm not. I wasn't even planning on ending up here." "Then let's go. This neighborhood gives me the creeps." "Fine with me." She drove out of the neighborhood, satisfied that she could find Catherine again if she needed to. She turned onto a major thoroughfare and headed to downtown Carson. Thaddeus watched the building speed by his window. "Where are we headed now?" "I thought maybe I could run into the library, pick up a couple of books." "You've read all the books at my house?" He gave her a teasing smile. "No, but I was in the mood for something more modern." "I see. You're a library snob." She wrinkled her nose at him. "The last time someone at your house bought a book, fax machines were the big thing." "You've rekindled my love for reading. I plan on ordering a few new books for my library." "Good." She pulled into the parking lot for the downtown library. "Maybe you'll get some ideas in here." "You expect me to go in there with you?" For Pete's sake, she tried not to roll her eyes. "You don't have to, but it's a library. No one cares what you look like. Everyone in here is either reading or looking for something to read. No one will pay attention to you unless you somehow get so angry that you go all beastly on everyone, and I don't know what could make you do that. Not finding the right book?" He seemed to consider her words. "Okay, I'll go in." Her stomach fluttered. She hadn't really expected him to agree to it. Getting him to go into a public place with her felt like a huge victory. Maybe even the beginning of a change in his life. She tried not to place too much importance on it or make a big deal out of it. "Come on, then." He got out of the car, flipped the hood of his jacket up, stuffed his hands into his hoodie pockets, and followed her into the building. At first, he stayed behind her like a shadow, not saying a word, silently hovering. But as they walked down more aisles and were alone most of the time, he started to come out of his shell. She knew where her favorite paranormal books were kept, and she pulled one off the shelf and handed it to Thaddeus. "You should read this. I think you'd like it." "Chosen? What's it about?" "Teenage Vampire Slayer. It's the first book in the Amish Bloodsuckers trilogy." Thaddeus snorted. "Now I have to read it." "You won't be disappointed. Barbara Ellen Brink knows how to craft a great story." She smiled as he tucked the book under his arm. She continued to point out books she'd read, and he added 2 more to his stack before they were done. She picked out 3 as well, and they took them to the checkout. He leaned on the counter and crossed his arms as she checked out the books. "You seem more relaxed," she said, trying to sound nonchalant. Inside, she was dancing. He smiled at her. "This was nice. Maybe we could do it again sometime." This time, she let her face show what she was feeling. "Really?" He nodded. "Yeah." They left the library, stepping out into the cold night air. Had it dropped in temperature since they went in? They hadn't been in there that long. She hugged the books to her chest and walked on the sidewalk toward her car. A man walked on the sidewalk toward them, his head down. His shoulder slammed into Thaddeus. "Oh," he said, looking up. "Sorry." Then his eyes narrowed. "Hey, you're that guy." Thaddeus frowned and ducked his head. "I don't know you." The man wouldn't be deterred. "I saw you, hanging around outside the bar a few weeks ago. You got in the middle of a knife fight. A really stupid thing to do." He cracked his knuckles and took a step closer. Recognition flashed across Thaddeus's face before he scowled. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Hey, man, I don't forget a face, especially not yours." He pushed Thaddeus's shoulder, hard. Thaddeus made a low growling noise in his throat, Arabelle squeezed Thaddeus's arm in hopes that he would calm down. "We were just leaving." "I hope you learned your lesson not to butt into the middle of things where you don't belong." The man backed up a few steps, then turned around and walked away. Arabelle hurried Thaddeus to the car, distraught that their outing had been ruined. Now Thaddeus would never agree to go out with her again. She could already see the lecture that would come when they were alone in the car. But instead of lecturing her, he sat still and silent as she drove. Every once in a while she'd glance at him, but he looked the same. Finally, about a mile away from his home, she blurted out, "I hope that little run-in doesn't discourage you from going out in public anymore." He gave her a flat look. "Little run-in? A man barely touched me and I almost lost it. If you think we're okay pretending we're some happy couple, you're delusional." She didn't know what to say. If she could kick that man in the shin, she'd do it. Why had that had to happen? She only wanted to spend a nice evening together. But she was living in a fantasy world again. Deep down she knew it. Thaddeus couldn't change, and she shouldn't expect him to. She sighed and turned into his driveway. She couldn't stay with him any longer. She had to move on with her life. Tomorrow, she'd move out and start looking for a new job. Chapter 24. Thaddeus didn't know what he expected Arabelle to do, but packing up and leaving wasn't it. He'd figured she would hang around for at least another week, maybe 2. Sure, he'd secured her an apartment, and it was move-in ready, but she'd been dragging her feet so much he hadn't thought she'd move so soon. The sound of the vacuum running upstairs set him on edge. He'd told her she didn't have to clean the guest room. Sarah would be coming. That was what she was paid to do. But Arabelle had insisted. The vacuum shut off, and he heard the sounds of her putting it away and coming down the stairs. She entered the living room and wiped her hands on her jeans. "Well, I guess this is it. Everything's packed." "Are you sure you don't want to wait until the coffee cake is done?" Yes, he was a blithering fool. He knew it. Her eyes held uncertainty, and he was pretty sure she simply wanted to leave so she could forget about him and this part of her life. "All right," she said, hesitation still putting an edge on her words. He jumped out of the chair and went into the kitchen to check on it. When he'd found out she was leaving, he'd quickly made up the batter and stuck it in the oven, hoping it would at least keep her here for a few more moments. Pretty stupid. "It'll be done in about 5 more minutes, he said, looking at the cake. "I'll go wait in the dining room." He nodded, knowing she wanted to see if she could still finish up her father's puzzle. She'd worked on it until late last night, but it still wasn't done. He joined her in the dining room, and they both began putting in the last of the pieces. They had maybe 100 left to fit into place. He picked up a piece and checked it on the picture on the box. This one had been bothering him. It was all green except for one spot of bright gold. He'd been sure he'd be able to find it on the photograph, but the bright gold looked so out of place. But the exact spot on the photo had eluded him. It was too metallic looking to be a flower, but nothing else on the photo was metal either. He couldn't figure it out. The timer went off in the kitchen and he stood. Why was his stomach clenching? He'd known Arabelle had to leave from the first day. Why had he pretended it would ever work between them? He grabbed a hot pad and slid the cake out of the oven. After serving up 2 pieces, he went back into the dining room. He watched Arabelle eat as discreetly as he could. She was beautiful. But more than that, she had looked past his scars, and he hadn't met anyone who was capable of doing that for a long time. She finished the cake and put down the puzzle piece she couldn't place. "I'm sorry to leave this here, unfinished. I was hoping I'd get it done." "It's no problem." "I'll come back for it. You can show me how you rolled it up and moved it." She wrung her hands and gazed up at him with her brown eyes. He wanted to pull her close, feel her heart beat against his chest one last time. But he knew that wasn't a good idea. It would only make it impossible for him not to taste her lips again, and then he wouldn't be able to let her go. "That's fine. I can work on it if you don't mind." "That would be nice of you." She glanced at the doorway. Okay. Well, I'd better go. Drive safe, he said, his throat tightening as he thought of her leaving. I will. She turned and headed toward the front door. He watched as she left, resisting the impulse to go after her and beg her not to leave. He stood at the window, staring out as her car disappeared down the driveway. He took a deep breath and ran his hand through his hair. It was for the best. 10 minutes later, when the sound of a car approached, he ran to the window, thrilled that she'd come back. Only it wasn't Arabelle. Sarah got out of her car and came up to the house. He let her in. "You can wash the dishes," he said before going upstairs and shutting himself up in his room. Arabelle wiped a tear with the back of her hand as she drove. She kept telling herself this was for the best. But then why did she feel like she'd left a piece of herself behind? Why did she have to grip the steering wheel so hard to keep from driving back to him? Steeling herself, she turned onto Peony Drive. The buildings in this neighborhood were nicer than she expected. She pulled into her complex and was surprised to find she had her own garage. No wonder the apartment was so expensive. She parked her car and grabbed her purse. The front door to the building was locked, so she buzzed the manager. 10 minutes later, she had her key and was walking into her new apartment. The manager gave her a short tour. "Do you need anything else?" "No, thank you." She ushered the manager out and closed her door. The apartment was gorgeous. Marble countertops and hardwood flooring. The furniture was nicer than anything she'd be able to pick out herself. Guilt wormed its way into her as she looked at her surroundings. She couldn't afford this, and she couldn't allow Thaddeus to pay for it. As soon as she had a job, she'd go looking for something more reasonable. She brought in the 2 boxes she'd packed. All she had were the clothes and the things she'd ordered online. Thaddeus said he would pay the movers to bring the rest of her stuff from storage next week. He wanted to make sure Gavin wouldn't follow the movers and get her new address. He was protecting her, still, even from afar. Her heart nearly broke again. She sat down on the leather loveseat and buried her head in her hands. She'd never gotten to tell him how she felt about him, that she loved him. She gasped and tried to regain her composure. Boy, was she pathetic or what? Pining over a man who didn't want her in the first place, who had told her multiple times that he wasn't going to have a relationship with her, and whom she'd fallen for anyway. She was such a loser. That night, she dreamed she was in a fancy dress, and Thaddeus was holding her, dancing to an old 80s ballad. The dream felt so real, she could almost feel the stubble as she touched his face. Thaddeus smiled at her, and her heart soared. "I love you," she told him. But he melted away, and Gavin stood in his place, pulling her close, a nasty sneer on his face. "You love me," he said. She fought to get away from him, but he held her tighter. Where had Thaddeus gone? Wouldn't he come save her? But Thaddeus was nowhere to be found. She woke up with a start, her legs tangled in the sheets, and sweat dripping down her back. Chapter 25. Arabelle pulled into a parking stall and cut the engine. A gentle snowfall had blanketed the streets. She grabbed her purse and headed toward the big sliding doors. She tried not to slip on the slick concrete as she made her way to work. Being a cashier at Walmart wasn't a glamorous job, but it paid the bills. At least most of the bills. She still needed to find a new apartment. Christmas music played over the loudspeakers as she stuffed her things in the locker. A month and a half. That's how long it had been since she'd seen Thaddeus. And still, she couldn't go a full day without thinking about him, worrying about how he'd been doing. She clipped her name tag on her shirt and headed over to her station. Gaudy decorations hung from the ceiling, reminding her that tomorrow was Christmas. Her first Christmas completely alone. She sighed and flipped on her register's open light. What would Thaddeus do if she showed up at his house this evening? Would he be angry? Or would he take her in his arms and let her place her head on his chest, breathing in his sandalwood scent? Shivers went through her at the thought of seeing him again, but would it be a bad idea? Her feet hurt after 3 hours standing there bagging groceries and last-minute Christmas gifts. Too bad she still had 5 hours left to go on her shift. She greeted people with a smile and tried to ignore her aching feet. The clock seemed to inch forward at a snail's pace, but she finally got to sit down and eat some lunch. As she pulled out her sandwich and juice pouch, she smiled to herself. She was eating like a 6-year-old again. And then a loss so substantial she could feel it in her bones settled in on her, and her eyes filled with moisture. She missed him, and nothing she did made the ache go away. She slowly ate her sandwich, waffling between going to see him tonight and trying to shove everything Thaddeus out of her head and mind. Did she really want to see him again, only to have to say goodbye another time? Unless there was a third option. What if he hired her back? What if, instead of waiting at home while he was out at night, she went with him? Could she help him after he healed someone? She could drive him home, make sure he got in okay. She could be right there in case anything happened. What if he agreed to let her be part of a team? She let the thought sink into her mind as she finished her shift. She even allowed herself to become a little excited at the thought of being able to be with Thaddeus again. Would he take her back? She wasn't sure, but by the time she walked out of Walmart, she was determined to go talk to him and make a case for her idea. The snow had stopped and the streets had been plowed, although she drove slower than usual because some spots still had patches of ice. She clung to the steering wheel and turned to go outside of town. As she neared Thaddeus's house, her pulse raced, and she couldn't get enough air in her lungs. Would he yell at her when he saw her? Maybe she should have texted him first. It was awkward, with her having left without any contact for over a month. She pulled into his driveway, which hadn't been plowed or shoveled. Thank goodness they'd only gotten 2 inches of snow. No other cars were parked. In fact, there were no tire impressions in the snow. What had happened to his new housekeeper? Had she quit? Arabelle paused and looked over at his motorcycle before opening the car door and walking up to the house. Her feet crunched on the snow, and she figured he was listening to the sound of her approaching. She climbed the steps and knocked on the large wooden door. Memories flooded back of her first day working for Thaddeus. What a grump he'd been. He'd changed a lot in the last few months. She stood in the cold as she waited, not knowing how he would react to seeing her. The door opened, and Thaddeus stood there, a guarded expression on his face. Belle? He seemed neither happy nor angry to see her, simply measured and a bit distant. He had a scab on his forehead, and his hand had a bandage on it, much like the one he'd had the first day they met. Her mind screamed at her that this was a bad idea. Maybe she shouldn't have come, but it was too late to go back. She shifted her weight. "Can I talk to you?" He blinked, maybe trying to decide if he should let her in. Okay. He stepped back and she entered his home. "No Christmas decorations?" she asked, looking around the living room. No. He didn't offer any explanations, and she didn't probe any further. "Sarah?" she asked, almost hoping the housekeeping position was open. "I gave her a few days off for Christmas." Arabelle stepped toward him, and he moved away from her, like he needed a buffer. She tried not to take it personally. Now that she was standing before him, her tongue was all tied up. How could she propose what had sounded like a good idea in her head, but now seemed a bit silly? She didn't know what else to do, so she decided to come out with it. "I came because—" "I know why you came." He walked into the dining room, and she followed him. Her father's puzzle lay on the table, all complete except for one piece. "I thought you might want to do the honors." He motioned to the last piece. Tears filled her eyes, and she hugged her arms to her chest. How thoughtful of him. She nodded and took the last piece. It was the one Thaddeus had been complaining about, the one he couldn't place in the grass, even though it was almost all green, with one spot of gold. She looked at the one last piece left to put in. It didn't belong in the grass at all. It was part of a potted plant on the front porch. The gold was a small part of the hinge on the front door that peeked through the leaves. "You should place this. This was your nemesis piece." She handed it to him. He fingered the piece, his gaze on her. "Are you sure?" She nodded. "Yes, but I'm glad you waited for me to be here." He fit the piece in place, and she wiped another stray tear from her cheek. "It's done. Now Dad would have said to put it away and start a new one." Thaddeus smiled. "I thought maybe we'd frame it instead." He pulled out a picture frame that looked like it had been custom ordered for the puzzle. "I like that," she said after she gathered in her emotions. He set the frame down on the table beside the puzzle. He tugged at his collar. "I watched a couple of videos on how to frame a puzzle. If you'd like, I can help you do it right now." "Yes." She looked up at him. "Thank you." The awkwardness between them evaporated as he pulled out all the supplies and showed her how to slide waxed paper under the puzzle, then use a rolling pin to smooth out the pieces. "Do you want to use puzzle glue to keep the pieces together? It's optional and takes 2 hours to dry, so if you don't want to, that's fine." Knowing he'd gone to the trouble to purchase a custom frame and puzzle glue for her made her insides warm. Plus, it would give her an excuse to stay with him for a couple more hours. "Let's use the glue." He opened the container and handed her a foam brush. "Dip it in and brush it on, allowing it to get into the cracks. But be careful not to get it too thick." He grabbed his own brush with his bandaged hand, and together they covered the surface with glue. "It gives it a nice shine, doesn't it?" she said. "Yes, it looks good." He gazed at her. "I think your dad would have liked it." "Me too," she whispered, her throat too constricted to speak normally. He reached out as if he were going to touch her hair, but then pulled his hand back. "Should we make ourselves comfortable in the living room?" "That's a good idea." They settled themselves on the couch, and he turned to her. "What should we do for 2 hours?" "It's Christmas Eve. We should go out and look at Christmas lights or something." "Sure. I've seen some nice displays while I've been out." She ignored the sudden tension that arose when he mentioned going out. "I'd love to see him. Do you want to drive bugs?" He chuckled. "Might be warmer than my bike." They slipped on their coats and got into her car. Thaddeus glanced at her before starting the car and driving it down the pavement. "I haven't been out to look at Christmas lights since I was 10 years old, and my father decided he was going to do something festive with me on Christmas Eve." "I hope it's a good memory," Arabelle said. "It is." She turned on the radio and found a station she liked. He drove into Carson, stopping along the way at a couple of farms that had large light displays. One of them blinked in time to the music on the radio. Arabelle's stomach filled with knots as she thought about telling Thaddeus why she'd come to visit him, about her idea. She stewed about it as he drove, and as the time grew later. Eventually, he started back toward his house, and she figured she'd better start talking. Only she couldn't get her voice to work. What if he said no? This would be the last time she'd see him. The thought made her tongue dry and her stomach churn. He pulled into the driveway and parked her car. "I bet the puzzle's ready now," he said. "Probably." She felt like crawling into the earth and burying herself. After they got inside, Thaddeus showed her how to press the puzzle to the backing and secure the frame. "Now it's ready to hang," he said, stepping away from her. "Thank you," she said, her voice catching. "No problem." He took another step back. "Drive safely. It's a little slick out." Panic arose in her, and she blurted, "There's another reason I came tonight." He looked startled, and he blinked at her. "What is it?" Now she was stuck. Didn't matter if he rejected her. She had to say it now. "I was thinking, maybe if you hired me back, I don't want you to fire Sarah, but if you needed me back, I could go with you when you go out at night." She couldn't read the expression on his face, so she kept going. "I know it sounds weird, but if I went with you, I could help you help other people. and then I wouldn't worry so much about you, and it wouldn't be such a strain between us, and I could make sure you got home safely and—" "Belle," he said, cutting her off. He walked to her and put his hands on her shoulders. Thaddeus stopped and cocked his head. "Someone's coming." Chapter 26. A loud crash sounded in the living room, and Thaddeus whipped around, shielding her. "Stay here," he hissed, his voice low. Fear tore through her, and she nodded to him. He rushed into the other room. Arabelle held her breath until she heard Thaddeus speak. "Gavin, what are you doing here?" Terror replaced her fear, and she gasped. She couldn't leave Thaddeus alone to face him. Gavin was a psycho. She ran into the other room. Gavin stood by the window, glass strewn about on the floor. His face filled with blind rage. "I knew you'd come here," he screamed, pointing at Arabelle. "Have you been following me?" The words sounded small in the room. An evil grin slid onto his face. "You're not that hard to track. And Walmart? Really? That's so beneath you." Thaddeus stepped closer to her. "Gavin, I'm calling the police. You need to leave." His voice sounded calm, but Arabelle could see the way his muscles tensed. "Go ahead," he shouted. "The police need to know what you really are." Despite what he said, Arabelle knew Thaddeus wouldn't call the police. He was too afraid of being found out. "Who do you think they'll arrest?" Thaddeus asked. "Me, the homeowner, or you, the man who busted a window and climbed inside?" Gavin made a face and reached into his pocket. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at them. "Fine, don't call. I don't mind dealing with this myself." Arabelle always thought she would scream if someone pointed a gun at her, but she was too terrified to take the necessary breath. She clenched her teeth together and tried not to let him see her knees shaking. "Put the gun down," Thaddeus said, a slight growl to his words. Gavin motioned to Thaddeus with the gun. "Why don't you show her what you really are? Come on, tough guy, show her." "Gavin, you need help. Put the gun down and we can help you," Arabelle said, her heart in her throat. Gavin squinted, his face turning red. "I don't want help. The only thing I want is for him to transform into the beast he is." Thaddeus advanced slowly toward Gavin, his hands out to his sides in a protective way. "Give me the gun." He reached toward Gavin. "No!" Gavin raised the gun to shoot at Thaddeus's head. Thaddeus pounced and grabbed at the gun. A gunshot sounded and the glass from the ceiling light exploded. The room went dark. Arabelle dropped to the floor, frozen, unable to move a muscle as she heard noises of the men struggling, her eyes adjusting to the dark. Then, rough hands grabbed her and pulled her hair, forcing her to stand up. "Don't move or she's dead." Gavin pressed the warm barrel of the gun to her head. In the dim light from the window, Arabelle saw Thaddeus's muscles bulge as he grew taller. He growled, a low, menacing sound. His teeth grew into fangs, and claws emerged from his fingers. "See?" Gavin said hysterically. "See what he is?" "Yes, I see." She tried to speak calmly, but wasn't very successful. "Please let me go, Gavin." Thaddeus roared, and Gavin pointed the gun at him. 2 shots rang out, and Thaddeus fell to the floor. Arabelle screamed, and Gavin let go of her. She ran to Thaddeus, tears welling in her eyes as he transformed back to a man, lying still, with a pool of blood forming under him. "What did you do?" she shouted at Gavin, her hands shaking violently. "I saved you! Didn't you see? I saved you from him!" Gavin's eyes were wide, his face desperate to convince her that he was the hero. "No, you didn't! He wasn't going to hurt anyone!" She pressed on one of the bullet wounds in his chest, trying to stop the bleeding. "He's a healer!" "No!" Gavin pressed the palms of his hands to his temples. Tears streamed down Arabelle's face. "He was kind. He healed me." Gavin's mouth went up and down without any words. He took a step back, confusion on his face. "I saved you." "You shot an innocent man." Arabelle pressed her fingers to Thaddeus's throat, trying to find a pulse. "Please don't die," Arabelle whispered. "I love you."
No,
Gavin said again, weakly this time. He lowered the gun and shook his head. "The police will arrest you. You'll go to jail for murder." Gavin's face drained of color.
what did I do?
He mumbled to himself. He seemed in a daze.
I have to get out of here.
"Yes, please leave." Arabelle held her breath while Gavin looked wildly around, then headed toward the door. She heard it slam, and then the house went still. Gavin had left. Arabelle sobbed. She couldn't find a pulse on Thaddeus's neck, but didn't want to believe that he was truly dead. He could heal himself, right? He had healed from worse, but those injuries had all been gotten from his powers. What if he couldn't heal from a normal injury? She didn't have the strength in her to think he was gone. The blood pool grew, and she had a sickening feeling inside of her. She couldn't just let him bleed to death. If there was any chance at all he was still alive, she needed to get him help. The hospital was out. The only person she could turn to was Catherine. She was the only person who could save him. Arabelle had no other choice. She'd drag his lifeless body there if she had to. Arabelle stood and grabbed Thaddeus's arms. He was heavy, too heavy to lift. She braced herself and pulled with all her might. He moved an inch. Trying not to get discouraged, she pulled again, telling herself she was his only chance at survival. She tugged and pulled until she'd gotten him to the door. She swung it open. As she pulled, she tried not to look at the blood smears on the floor. He was bleeding out. She had to hurry. When she finally got him outside, he slid easier on the snow, but she still fought with all her might to drag him. She managed to get Thaddeus to her car and heave him into the back seat. He didn't move. His chest didn't rise and fall. She slammed the car door and ran to the driver's seat. He couldn't be dead. He would make it. She started the car and shoved it into drive. "Come on, Bugs," she said out of habit. It was late enough that traffic was light, and she was able to make it to the older neighborhood in record time. She turned onto Ash Street and stopped in front of Catherine's house. Before she could allow herself to get nervous, she leaped out of the car and ran up the steps. She pounded on the door. The younger woman opened the door, her eyes wide as she looked at Arabelle. "What do you— Please help me!" Arabelle wrung her hands and more tears welled up in her eyes. "Thaddeus has been shot. I need Catherine to heal him." The woman turned around. "Mother!" Catherine joined her daughter at the door. "You again," she said, disdain in her eyes. "Please help." The words would barely come out of Arabelle's mouth. She buried her face in her hands. "He's going to die." Catherine stepped onto the porch.
Where is he?
Her head snapped up. Was she really going to help him? "In the car." The three of them rushed down the steps, and Arabelle opened the back door where Thaddeus lay. Catherine frowned.
He's barely alive.
Hope filled Arabelle. He wasn't dead as she feared. "Is there anything you can do?"
Let's get him inside.
She pressed her lips together in a tight line and grabbed his ankles.
Each of you, grab an arm.
They pulled Thaddeus from the car and managed to carry him up the walkway and into the house. Catherine motioned to an oversized coffee table.
Set him down there.
The living room was stuffed with eclectic furniture, and every free space was filled with bottles, containers, glass jars, and other strange items. Arabelle knelt beside Thaddeus, smoothing his hair out of his eyes. "Please don't die on me," she whispered. Catherine stared at her.
You love him.
It wasn't a question, but she answered it anyway. "Yes."
How can anyone love?
Catherine stopped, her eyes narrowing.
What is this?
She bent over Thaddeus, examining his face.
What are all these scars from?
Catherine's daughter backed up, her face white. Catherine lifted Thaddeus's shirt, revealing more scars littered across his skin, plus the 2 bullet holes.
What is the meaning of this?
Catherine shouted, turning to her daughter.
Elizabeth?
Her daughter's gaze fell to the floor. "I'm sorry, Mother." Arabelle didn't know what was going on, but she really didn't care. All she wanted was for Catherine to heal Thaddeus. Catherine turned to Arabelle.
How did he get these scars?
How could she not know? Healing others. Catherine made a scoffing noise.
He took those upon himself?
Why was Catherine questioning her? He was bleeding to death. Yes, she said, trying not to sound short with the woman who could save Thaddeus's life. Catherine turned back to Elizabeth.
You gave him this power?
Once again, Elizabeth simply said, I'm sorry, Mother. Arabelle wanted to shake Catherine. Can you heal him? Catherine looked at Arabelle like she was just now seeing her for the first time.
Yes, I will heal him.
She rushed around the room, mumbling to herself and picking up items. Then she picked up Arabelle's hand and stabbed her finger with a pin.
Ouch!
Arabelle pulled her hand back, but Catherine took it again.
I need a drop of your blood.
Arabelle nodded and let Catherine squeeze out a drop. When it looked like she had what she wanted, she motioned to her daughter.
You're going to have to undo what you did.
Elizabeth nodded and joined her mother, standing over Thaddeus. Catherine started speaking in another language, and Elizabeth was mumbling something under her breath. Arabelle stared at Thaddeus's face. His skin started to glow. Dim at first, but then it grew brighter, until she had to close her eyes against the light. When the intense light faded, Arabelle couldn't believe what she saw. Thaddeus lay motionless on the table, his skin smooth and perfect. The bullet holes were gone, as were all the other scars. Arabelle caressed his cheek. Could it be true? Had Catherine removed the curse? Thaddeus took in a breath, and his eyes opened. Tears blurred Arabelle's vision. You're alive! He blinked up at her, confusion wrinkling his brow.
Where am I?
Then his gaze landed on Catherine, and he stiffened. I'm sorry, I had to bring you here, Arabelle said. You were shot. Thaddeus sat up and looked around.
Gavin?
He's gone. He thinks he's a murderer and is running from the police. I don't think we'll see him again. Thaddeus held his hand out in front of him, his eyes widening. He looked to Catherine.
You took back the curse?
He felt his chest and looked down at his skin. I took back my curse, Catherine said, giving Elizabeth a pointed look. Elizabeth squirmed. I took back part of mine. Catherine's eyes widened.
What?
She pointed to Thaddeus. You saw that. He healed so many people. I couldn't take that from him. Thaddeus shook his head.
I'm confused.
Catherine sighed and sat down in a Victorian-style chair.
That night you came back, screaming at me to undo what I'd done. I was at my wit's end. I saw nothing good in you. I cursed you to become the monster you were inside.
Thaddeus frowned.
I know, I remember. But what you didn't realize was that I wasn't the only one who cast a spell that day.
She pointed to her daughter. Elizabeth fidgeted.
I didn't think it was fair for you to be cursed like that, without any way to redeem yourself, so I gave you the power to heal and take others' injuries upon yourself.
Thaddeus's mouth fell open. Elizabeth continued.
I knew you were angry, but I also knew you had good in you.
How? Pink touched her cheeks.
I knew you from school. You hung out with the in crowd, but I watched you. I saw you be kind to Trisha Fox when she fell and scraped her knee. Everyone else was laughing at her sprawled out on the concrete, but you bent down and helped her up.
I don't even remember that, he said, scrubbing his hand over his face. And the way he stared up at her, it was obvious he didn't remember Elizabeth either.
I know,
Elizabeth touched the hem of her shirt.
But I remembered.
Catherine sighed. I guess my daughter is a better judge of character than I am. Thaddeus shook his head. No, you were right. I was a horrible person, insolent and conceited.
And with a terrible temper,
Catherine added. He nodded.
Yes, that too.
But he's not that way anymore, Arabelle said, unable to sit quietly any longer. Well, he still needs to work on the temper thing, but he's grown into a caring person. Catherine nodded.
I could tell by the sheer number of scars on him.
She looked him over.
You healed a lot of people."
Thaddeus dropped his gaze. "It helped me keep myself under control." No one spoke for a moment, and Arabelle began to grow anxious to leave.
"I'm sorry I barged in on you guys on Christmas Eve. We really should go."
Catherine stood and extended her hand to Thaddeus.
"I'm glad things have changed."
He took her hand in his. "Me too." Chapter 27. Thaddeus wrapped his arm around Arabelle's shoulders as they walked to the car. He marveled at the silence of the night. He could no longer hear for blocks. He inhaled, enjoying the cold night air without all the overpowering scents. Except he could still smell the faint coppery scent of blood. He looked down at Arabelle. "You have blood on your clothes."
"And it's all over my hands. I'd better not speed. I'd hate to get pulled over by the police looking like this."
Thaddeus chuckled, marveling at how good it felt to be with her, how unencumbered he was without the curse. They got to her car and he pulled her to him. She looked up at him with her big brown eyes. He brushed a strand of her hair from her face. "I think we were interrupted earlier. You were making a proposal." She swallowed, and her gaze flickered to the side.
"Yes, I thought maybe you could hire me back."
He stroked the side of her face, the feel of her skin sending small zaps of electricity through him. "You said something about helping me heal people."
"That may be an outdated suggestion."
"Not too outdated." He picked up her hand. She had a tiny pinprick on her finger. He placed his hand on top, letting the warmth flow through her. The pinprick closed over and disappeared.
"You can still heal?"
He pulled her to him and nodded. "Elizabeth said she took back only part of my curse. She left me with the power to heal. To heal, and not to have to take the injuries upon myself."
"So you're still going to go out at night and heal people?"
She stared up at him, and he wondered if that would bother her. She slowly smiled, showing her approval.
"Does that mean you want to hire me back?"
Hire her? Heavens, no. But he could think of some other things he'd like. "No."
"No?"
Hurt flashed through her eyes. He smiled and leaned down to brush his lips across hers. "I don't want to hire you. I want to marry you." She smiled again and wrapped her arms around him, pressing her lips firmly to his. He wasn't sure if that was a yes, but he returned the kiss with everything he'd been holding back. He didn't care about anything else. All he wanted was her. She broke the kiss and grinned up at him.
"Yes, I'll marry you. I love you, Thaddeus Walker."
He picked her up and swung her around, making her laugh. He set her back down. "I love you too." After they broke apart from another kiss, she brushed her fingers along his stubble.
"Can I ask you something?"
"Go ahead."
"What were you going to say to me after I practically begged you to let me come back? Would you have let me come out at night with you? Or were you going to turn me away?"
He gazed into her eyes. "I was never any good at saying no to you." He cupped her face and put his forehead to hers. "I was going to protest and then give in." Arabelle smiled. "I hope you never get good at saying no to me." Epilogue. 1 year later, Arabelle hung the last of the ornaments on the gigantic tree Thaddeus had chopped down and set up by the fireplace in the living room. She stood back to survey her work. Thaddeus walked up behind her and put his arms around her, splaying his hands over her baby bump. "Looks good." A shiver of pleasure from his touch went down her spine.
"Did you get the lights hung up outside?"
"All done." He turned her around and planted a kiss on her lips. Then he chuckled. "Not that anyone'll see them driving by." She placed a hand on his cheek.
"I don't care. I'll see them, and they make me happy."
Then standing on a ladder in the cold for an hour was worth it. She smiled at him.
"Thank you."
The baby kicked, and his mouth popped open as he backed away from her and looked down at her middle. "Was that the baby I just felt?" She giggled.
"Of course."
She took his hand and placed it on her belly where the movement was. A small protrusion stuck out. "I think that's a foot." "Wow, our baby girl's strong."
Like her daddy.
Arabelle placed her hand on his, overwhelmed at the happiness she felt. When he had suggested they elope, she'd been delighted. A big wedding wouldn't work for them. They had no family and only a handful of friends, and it ended up being perfect, just the two of them, making vows. And then they'd driven to Florida and had a wonderful honeymoon on the beach during the off-season. "Oh, I almost forgot." Thaddeus went to the dining room and picked up a package from the table. "This came for you."
"What is it?"
she asked, smiling as she opened it. A black graduation cap slid out, a red tassel attached. "I thought you deserved one of these." Tears sprang to her eyes. She figured since she was graduating online, she'd have to forego the whole cap and gown thing and live with not having a tassel or anything as a keepsake. She threw her arms around him.
"Thank you."
"I'm proud of you, sticking it out like you did. You worked hard and deserve your diploma." She wiped her cheeks.
"It means a lot to me to have your support."
He tilted her chin up and kissed her lips. "And I'm proud of you for starting that book." She laughed.
"I'm only on chapter 7.
"But you're writing every day. That's what matters."
Even though it's not very good?"
She didn't want to kid herself. She knew it needed a lot of work. But through his encouragement, she'd been able to get farther on this book than any others she'd started. She was no longer afraid to fail. He shrugged. "I've heard writing is like playing the piano. No one expects you to be a master at it the first time you sit down. It's the daily practice that makes you better."
"Have I ever told you how wonderful you are?"
He chuckled, a sound that always made her stomach flutter. "I don't mind if you repeat it." She put the graduation cap on the table and walked to the other side, where a large jigsaw puzzle lay strewn about. The day after Christmas last year, Thaddeus had purchased another 2,000-piece puzzle, and they'd made it a tradition to work on it a little each day, in memory of her father. She picked up the box and examined one of the edge pieces before fitting it into another. This one had barely been started, but she knew it would be a fun one. The picture was a massive pile of crayons, bright colors upon other bright colors. It made her smile. "I think we're almost done," Thaddeus said, repeating the lines her father used to say, making her heart twist a little. She nodded and kissed him on the lips.
"I think so."
He pulled her to his chest and she snuggled into it. "Are you up for going out tonight?" he asked. Since Thaddeus no longer could smell blood or hear a car crash from afar, they'd had to modify their healing excursions. They carried a police scanner with them, listening for anything they could help with. Sure. Now that he didn't have to take on the injuries, she quite enjoyed helping him heal people. Even though he didn't get hurt, healing sapped his energy. She made sure he didn't do too much and overextend himself. Thaddeus pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her. "I love you, Belle," he said, his voice husky. She looked up at him, melting into him, content to spend eternity in his embrace. He was her world. He completed her. And he fit into every dream she'd ever had, like the perfect puzzle piece. This has been Falling for the Beast, written by Victorine E. Liskey, narrated by Karen Allers. Copyright 2017 by Victorine E. Liskey. Production copyright year 2017 by Victorine E. Liskey.